Chapter 561. Miria says, "Aren't you going to ask me to do it? I thought you said you didn't want to rule the bunnies." Miria says, "I don't. But if it means becoming your wife, then I would be willing to. Didn't I already say that that was Anya's idea and that I had no intention to marry anyone?" Miria says, "I was hoping you might have changed your mind. After all, it would prevent a lot of bloodshed." "Not happening. I will kill before I will marry," Miria says. "Why are you so opposed to marriage?" "I've already told you. I am going to die in 3 years or less. That is hardly fair to anyone I would marry. Besides, I get in enough trouble with women without getting married." Miria says, "That is true. You seem to have a knack for getting yourself in trouble." "Yeah. Now if only I had the same knack for getting out of it." Miria says, "Well, as far as that goes, I think Ruby has calmed down a lot. We talked earlier. It is definitely a few steps in the right direction. Now I just need to be careful and not mess anything up for a while." Miria says, "Good luck with that. If you end up feeling the uncontrollable urge to get into trouble, come see me. I forgive a lot faster than Ruby does. I will keep that in mind." Miria says, "So, what are your plans?" "I don't know yet. I will stay in Ilium for a few days and then probably visit the tower. Other than that, I haven't decided yet." Miria says, "Is there anything you need me to do?" "If you can help with the kids, that would be great. Don't worry, they are normally well behaved. They are just too excited about seeing a city for the first time." Miria says, "Sure, I don't mind." "All right, make sure all the beastmen in the city know about them. That way if they manage to run off, there should be help finding them." Miria says, "I can do that. Anything else?" "Not at the moment. When I decide what comes next, I will tell you." Miria says, "Okay. Oh, are Layla and Alanis coming back now that the war is over?" "Number they will both be staying in the kingdom," Miria says. "Oh, I guess our group is getting smaller." "Well, if we don't count your kids, they are both human. It is better this way. Let them deal with human affairs. We have other concerns." Miria says, "Speaking of, have you got a plan for becoming the Beast King?" "For now, I will gather those clans that are willing to follow me. Later, the others will be either intimidated into joining, or I will fight their champions." Miria says, "I am glad you have stopped trying to avoid becoming our king." "I still don't want to be king, but it is unavoidable at this point. At least if I want the Beastmen to be a nation and prosper, it is," Miria says. "Well, I know the outcasts are already prospering thanks to you. Their lives have improved a lot thanks to you, and they all know it. Hopefully the clans will see that and be more willing to submit without bloodshed." Miria says, "Well, I know they have seen it, but I don't know what they think of it. Hopefully Paul will have more information for you." "Yeah, I will be seeing him tomorrow to get his reports," Miria says. "Sounds like you will be busy tomorrow. Should we get some sleep?" "You go ahead. I want to go down and check on Lizzie." Miria says, "All right. Good night." After Miria heads to bed, I get up and head downstairs to talk to Sarah. After I fill her in about the whole Duke mess and the party in 3 nights, she is excited. When I try to apologize for it, she waves me off. Miria was right. She enjoys the job. Sarah says, "Don't worry. I will prepare everything." "Wait, do you have something besides your armor to wear?" "If not, we can get Amara to make something before the party." "Yes, I have clothes that will work for the party." Sarah says, "Okay, one less thing to worry about. Did Ambrose tell you what changes in authority come with the Duke title?" "No, he probably didn't want to waste his breath. If you go see him, I am sure he will tell you everything, especially if you take him tasty treats," Sarah says. "Oh, you heard about that?" "Yeah, but don't worry about it. Bribery is fairly minor where politics are concerned." Sarah says, "That is good. Anything else I need to know?" "Nope, that is it for now. Anything going on here that I need to know about?" Sarah says, "Not really. Things here are going better than they ever have. The morale amongst the summoned is absolutely amazing. It is great seeing everyone so happy and positive. That good. I am glad to hear it." Sarah says, "Yes, All the nobles who were causing us trouble ran away with Pine. Since then, business has been booming. The street is even making you some profit. I am not worried about profits, but the fact that everyone is happy makes me glad. Sarah says, Ash, you are really weird sometimes. But it is weird in a good way, so I will put up with it. Thanks, I think, Sarah says. All right, I've got work to do. Unless you need something? Nope, carry on. Walking outside, I can't help but wonder if Sarah is crazy, or if I am the crazy one. She is so energetic at this time of night after running the inn since the crack of dawn. As I walk over to the stables, I can't help but wonder if she found some secret energy source. Lizzie says, Hi, Ash. What is up? Just came to chat and I wanted to make sure you are comfortable. Lizzie says, I am fine. This place is nice and roomy, but it is nice of you to chat. That is good. If you need anything, don't hesitate to speak up. I have had an idea that I wanted to run past you. Lizzie says, What crazy plan have you come up with now? Well, I was thinking how we could all travel together if the need arose. But no matter what I came up with, we would be slowed down. No mount out there can match your speed. The answer I came up with would work, but I am not sure if you will be okay with it. Lizzie says, Whatever it is, just say it. Stop dancing around it. Okay. The idea I came up with was to get a wagon or carriage that you would be able to pull. Normally that wouldn't work off-road, but since the ground levels itself for you, it would. Lizzie says, Sure, that is fine. However, there is something I would like. What is that? Lizzie says, I would like a collar like you are having made for the kids. You want to be able to shrink. Lizzie says, Yes, I want to be able to go inside with everyone. Even if I don't join in the conversations, I want to be able to observe them. Chapter 5, 62. That is not a problem. I will talk to Saronia about it right away. I am sorry. I didn't think about how bored you probably get, Lizzie says. It is fine. I normally just sleep when no one is around. Since you are getting the maid anyway, I figured one more shouldn't be a problem. No, it is not a problem. I just feel bad that I didn't think of it. I don't want you to feel like you aren't important to me, Lizzie says. Don't worry about that. I know how much you care, and I also know how many things you have on your mind. I just want a collar so I can watch you get yourself into trouble. I don't get into trouble that often. In response, Lizzie just gives me a look, and I find it hard to keep a straight face. Once I can talk without laughing, I fill Lizzie in on what happened today. Explaining all the politics and the history behind everything takes a couple of hours. Lizzie understands everything I say and remembers it after hearing it once. By the end of the few hours, she knows everything about Ilium and the plans I have set in motion. I even go through and explain to her all the various crafts and what they are good for. Saronia, would it be possible to add one more collar to the reward? Saronia says, Sure. Is it for Eckhard? No, actually it is for Lizzie. I think it will take a long time for Eckhard to get big enough to need one. Saronia says, For Lizzie? That makes sense, consider it done. Lizzie says, What did she say? Your collar will be added to the reward. Lizzie says, Thank you, Ash. You are welcome. All right, I am going to get some sleep. Good night. Lizzie says, Sleep well. I give Lizzie's neck a hug and then return to the inn and head upstairs to bed. When I enter the bedroom, I find Windy and Miria sleeping on one side of the bed with the kids between them. This leaves the other side of the bed for me, so I lie down and almost instantly fall asleep. Somehow, when I wake up, I have Miria on one side, Windy on the other, and the kids on my chest. When I check my position, I haven't moved, which makes me wonder how they did without waking me, especially Miria, who is on the opposite side from where she started. When I glance at the window, I can barely see any light. It is not even dawn yet for some reason I am wide awake. But I don't want to disturb the others, so I close my eyes and enter into my meditation, then watch some anime. An hour passes before I sense movement and open my eyes. Eckhard is waking up! Of course. Once he is awake, he has to wake up Haku and the two of them wake up the others. Windy seems embarrassed when she wakes up and finds herself cuddled against me. Miria, on the other hand, just smiles at me and snuggles closer while ignoring the kids. Just as I am about to say something, I hear footsteps on the stairs and smell food. When I tell everyone that breakfast is here, they all get up and head towards the food. Once they get off of me, I also get up and head into the main room where platters of food are being put down. Eckhart and Haku are up on the table, but at least they are waiting instead of attacking the platters. Windy puts plates in front of them and dishes out their food before taking her own. Miria serves me up a big plate of food before getting her own, which is a little odd. However, I just thank her and dig in. A few minutes later, Sarah comes up. She tells me that Pole, Anya, Grud, and Leonar have arrived and are waiting for me. Ask them to come up and join us for breakfast. Sarah says, okay, and walks back downstairs. A minute later, the four of them come up and join us for breakfast. Sarah quickly sends up more food. Beastmen eat a lot more than humans. Everyone eats their fill, and it is a nice companionable meal which we all enjoy. Myria, are you okay with continuing the exploring with the kids? Miria says, sure. Ask Lizzie if she wants to go. She is very good at getting the kids to behave. Miria says, all right. All right, Leonar, why don't you start? Leonar says yes, my king. Everyone in the army was given as many options as we could arrange. Even with that, a little over 8,000 chose to remain in the army. That many? That is a lot more than I expected. Where are they now? Leonar says, 500 are here in the city, 5,000 are camped near the new city location, and the rest are spread out between the villages. Some are stationed in the villages, and the rest are running patrols. Mason found a location for the city, Pole says. Yes, my lord. The army is clearing the land and digging foundations as part of their training. Leonar, while you were with Mercy's army, did you learn about the different roles needed in the army? Leonar says, yes, I did. The troops are being separated into heavy and light infantry. We also have a couple of squads of scouts, and thanks to you and Miria, we have some light cavalry. That is good. I would like to have some heavy cavalry, but I have no idea where to find mounts. Grud says, there is a breed of mana beasts that might work. They are similar to the bison tribe, but I don't know if they can be tamed. I will keep that in mind, but I have no idea how to tame something. First, we should find someone skilled with beasts, then let them find a suitable mount. Pole says, all right, I will send out a notice to all the villages. We might get lucky. Leonar, Miria told me that Verica is taking over the light cavalry. Leonar says, yes. When she learned of their purpose, she was desperate to do it. All right, that is fine. You should start looking for capable people to promote. You will have a hard time managing things without good officers. Leonar says, as you command. All right, Grud, how are things on your side? Grud says, everything is going well. Mason has helped us improve our quarries and taught us new techniques. The road to the new city is about 3/4 complete, and we have plenty of wagons. Construction of the city should be started within the month. Excellent. How about things with your tribe? Has anyone caused you problems? Grud says, since we declared our loyalty to you, no one has dared to pick on us. My people are happier than they have ever been. That is good to hear. Before I left last time, you mentioned the bison tribe would likely join me? Chapter 5, 63. Grud says, yes, the bison are ruled by strength. If you prove yourself stronger than their chieftain, then they will swear loyalty to you. That should be easy enough. I need to stay in Ilium for at least the next 3 days, but if you can set something up after that, I will meet them. Grud says, as you wish, my king. Anya, how are the outcasts doing? Anya says, they are doing great. The soldiers you sent have already helped fight off several slave raids. The outcasts will follow you, no matter what. They love you. That is great. Okay, Pole. First off, good work dealing with Pine. Pole says, thank you, my lord. Now I don't need specific numbers, but in general, how are we doing? Paul says. We can afford all the current projects without touching the money from the Mage Guild. Even then we would still have extra money. So, we can afford to pay the army, even if it grows larger. Paul says easily. We are making money faster than we can spend it. Okay, then let me help you spend it. First, Anya, are the outcasts willing to accept coins? Anya says, yes, we have introduced coins already, and the outcasts know what their goods are worth. Good. There is no point paying the army in coins if they can't spend them. How about the outcasts who want to be soldiers? Have we started recruiting? Leonor says. Not yet. I wanted to get the army sorted out before adding new troops. All right, let's start recruiting then. They will need time for training. Recruiting is open to both males and females of any tribe. Even if they are not fighters, we will need support personnel. Grud, that includes your people. We will need engineers. Grud says, Really? I am sure some of my people will be interested. Leonor says, Your Majesty, how big do you want the army to be? Set your goal to 50,000. Not all at once, of course. Build it up slowly. Leonor says, That many? Powell says, We can afford it. Anya says, Why so large an army? Keep in mind that as the tribes join us, their warriors will be brought into the army. Other than the demon invasion, I also want to be prepared in case we have to go to war with the Empire. Paul says, Why would we go to war with the Empire? If they refuse to release our people from slavery, then we will free them by force. Leonor says yes. Paul says understood. I will make sure Leonor has all the funding he needs. Leonor says, Funding is great and all, but I don't feel qualified to create an army. I can lead the army, but I don't know how to set up the support system. Unfortunately, neither do I. We will have to find someone who knows that stuff and hire them to advise you. Leonor says, That would help a lot. Just then, we are interrupted as Sarah comes up with a tray of refreshments for us. Considering the amount of talking we have been doing, it is a welcome interruption. Sarah knows everyone's favorite drink and quickly hands them out. Sarah, do you know if anyone among the summoned was military in our world? Sarah says, Military? Yes, I think there is one. Do you think he would be willing to hire on as an advisor and help us build the army? Sarah says. I don't know, but I can ask her. Oh, it is a woman. Is she a crafter? Sarah says. No, she is one of the combat summons. She relocated here and joined the Adventurers Guild. Can you check and see if she is in town right now? If she is, I would like to speak with her. Sarah says, Sure, I will check right now. Thank you. We will wait until after I talk to her. If she doesn't want the job, we will look elsewhere. Leonor says, As you wish. All right, Pole, the next task I have for you concerns the kingdom. I want you to send any building materials or anything else useful for rebuilding to Mercy. And no matter what she says, do not accept any payment. Poole says, All right, I will see to it. Anya says, What is the reason for this generosity? Just curious. It is a small attempt to make up for the damage to her capital. It may have been an accident, but I did level the capital, Anya says. Oh, I guess that makes sense. All right, Pole. The last thing I want you to do is to start building influence in the Free Union. Slowly, of course. But by the time I am Beast King, I want enough influence to affect their decisions. Oh, and anyone who is involved in the slave trade, crush them. Pole says, Absolutely, my lord. Other than that, everything else should proceed as originally planned. Any questions? Pole says, No, I understand your wishes. Leonor says, Is there anything else you want the army to do? For now, just focus on training. We will wait until we have an advisor and see what they have to say. Leonor says, Understood. When there are no other questions, I end the meeting, but I make sure to thank them for their work. Once everyone leaves, I sit and enjoy the rest of my drink as I enjoy the quiet. It has been a long morning, just as I have the thought Sarah appears with my lunch. Sarah, if you were psychic, you would tell me, right? Sarah laughs and says, I am not, but if I was, I would tell you. I am just very good at my job. Oh, I got a hold of Melissa. She is in town and willing to meet you. She should be here in a half hour or so. Excellent. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah says, No problem. Enjoy your lunch. After Sarah leaves, I do as I am told and enjoy my lunch, leaving not a scrap behind. Just as I am finishing the last bite, Sarah returns with another woman. She is not what I was expecting. She is short, not much over 5 foot, and slim. From the way she walks, I can tell that her slim build is all muscle. She is what I would call wiry. She has short purple hair, which makes her look rather punkish, and I wonder how she dyed it. I stand up as she walks over and she stops to look up at me with disbelief on her face. Melissa says, "The rumors are true. You are huge." "Haha, nice to meet you too." Melissa says, "Sorry, I just wasn't expecting that. My name is Melissa. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Ash." "Just Ash is fine. Please have a seat." Melissa says, "So? What can I do for you, Ash? Sarah tells me you were military before we got summoned." Melissa says, "Correct. I was in the Marines." "In that case, I was wondering if you would be interested in working for me as a military advisor. You see, I plan to become the Beast King and am building an army. The problem is, other than movies, I have no real knowledge of how to build it." Chapter 564. Melissa says, "So no combat? Just advising?" "Nope, no combat. We are not at war with anyone right now." Melissa says, "So, you aren't planning to use the army to become the Beast King?" "No! I will unify the tribes with my own strength. The army is for fighting outside enemies, mainly the demon invasion. An army should never be used against its own people." Melissa says, "I couldn't agree more." "Wait, did you say demon invasion? This is going to be a long conversation." "Sarah, could I trouble you to get us some drinks?" Sarah says. "Of course." Sarah leaves to go get drinks and I start telling Melissa my story from the beginning. Melissa starts with a cocky look on her face as I start my story, but it soon changes to shock. From then on, she has a look of disbelief on her face, and I can't help but smile as I continue talking. Melissa says, "I knew the king was scum. That is why I left. But I had no idea he was that bad." "Yeah, he was. How did you end up leaving?" Melissa says, "I went on a mission as ordered. But as soon as I hit the woods, I used my skills to vanish. Then I made my way here through the wilderness." "Smart," Melissa says. "It is all training, escape and evade. So, are you interested in the job?" Melissa says, "Yeah, I am. But you should know I was a grunt. I can help with training and organization of forces, but not logistics. That is okay. The logistics will be different anyway because of magic." Melissa says, "Yeah, magic should make everything a bit easier." I was fairly disappointed when I found out this world had magic, but my class didn't let me use any. "If you don't mind me asking, what is your class?" Melissa says, "I am a tracker. It fits well with my skills from our world." "Well, maybe when you hit level 20 you will get an advanced class with magic." Melissa says, "That would be cool, but I am not going to hold my breath. So tell me what you need to get started." Melissa says, "The first thing we should do is build a training base with obstacle courses with all the bells and whistles. Currently, the majority of the army is camped not far from where the city is going to be built. They are helping clear land and dig foundations. It shouldn't be hard to find a location that is suitable near there. Construction can start immediately." Melissa says, "All right, sounds good. When can we get started?" "Well, I can take you to meet Leonor right now. He is the commander of the army. Then you can head out tomorrow and look for a suitable site. Don't you want to discuss the pay first?" Melissa says, "As long as my room and board are covered, I am not too worried about it. My main concern is having something to do. There aren't many hunts in Ilium, and I've been bored. That is no problem." "Okay then, let's go meet Leonor." So we get up and head downstairs. Before we head outside, I let Sarah know what is going on. Then we head outside into the street and make our way over to the next street. On that street is the building that the army is using as a command center for operations in the city. There are guards at the door, but they just salute and open the door for us. When we enter, all activity stops and everyone turns to salute me, then resumes once I salute back. A single question has us escorted into the room where Leonor is currently. Leonor says, "My king, what can I do for you?" "This is Melissa, the one Sarah mentioned. She has agreed to be your military advisor." Leonor says, "Excellent. I am really pleased to meet you." Melissa says, "Likewise. I look forward to working with you. Tomorrow, have someone take her out to the city site. She is going to look for a location for a permanent military base. Once she finds it, talk to Pole and get whatever she needs to build it." Leonor says, "Understood." I will escort her myself, Melissa says. Whatever I need. You mean I don't have a budget to worry about? Nope, no budget. Build it however you want. Melissa says, this is going to be fun. I am going to build you the best training camp any army has ever had. Leonor says, that sounds great. Only until you have to run the obstacle course too. Leonor says, what is an obstacle course? You will find out. Melissa just laughs as I say my goodbyes and make my way back to the inn. I think they are going to get along just fine, and the army is going to end up very well trained. Even before I reach the inn, my nose tells me that dinner is being served. When I get upstairs, I find Miria, and the others are already back and eating dinner. Eckhard and Haku are eating slowly, like they barely have the energy to chew. It looks like they ran themselves ragged on their adventure, but at least they are still awake this time. Miria says, welcome back, Ash. How was your day? It was productive, but I did way more talking than I am used to. How was exploring? Windy says. It was really fun. Eckhard says, fun, Mama. Miria says, it was exhausting, but it was fun too. Did you end up taking Lizzie with you? Miria says, yeah. She was really helpful. Not only with the kids, but she also kept the crowds back too. Hopefully, she had fun too, or at least wasn't bored. Miria says, I am pretty sure she did, or at least she looked like she was having fun. It is kind of hard to tell sometimes. Yeah, she is hard to read. Miria says, what are your plans for tomorrow? First, I need to meet with Vacker and some of the guildmasters. Then I want to visit some of the crafters. Miria says, sounds like another busy day. Yeah, sorry. I will have some free time once I get everything sorted out. Miria says, it is okay. I will take care of Windy and the kids while you take care of what you need to do. Thank you. After we are done eating, I spend some time playing with Eckhard and Haku. In the end, it only lasts about a half an hour before they fall asleep, but that isn't surprising. Once the kids are in bed, I spend some time with Windy working on her magic. After about an hour, she can barely keep her eyes open, so I send her to join the kids in bed. Then I go downstairs and come back with drinks for me and Miria. We sit companionably as we enjoy our drinks in a comfortable silence. Once our drinks are done, I go to bed, and I don't say anything when Miria cuddles up against me. Her being pressed up against me makes it a little hard to fall asleep, but I manage. When I wake up in the morning, she is still in exactly the same spot, but the kids have moved to my chest. Chapter 5, 65. Windy, on the other hand, stayed on her side of the bed and is sprawled out taking up as much of it as she can. As usual, I go into my meditation to watch anime until everyone wakes up. I really miss the feeling of watching new anime. It is one of the few things I do miss. The others don't wake up until Sarah announces that breakfast is served. Then there is a mad dash for the table, as if there is a limited amount of food. It is mainly Windy and the kids rushing as if they are starving. Miria takes her time. After everyone else gets up and leaves the room, I get up and follow them. For a change, I am the first one to finish my breakfast, so I leave while the others are still eating. The very first thing I do after leaving the inn is head over to Vacker's school. When I walk in, all of the students instantly stop practicing to salute me. I return their salute, and they resume their practice as I go up the stairs looking for Vacker. As expected, he is upstairs with some of his more advanced students. Vacker says, Ash, I heard you were back. Have you been practicing? Hi, Vacker. Not much, honestly. It is rare that I encounter an opponent who makes me use my skills. Vacker says, I can understand that, but you should still practice. Did you come for a spar, or do you need something? I have a question and a favor to ask, but we can spar first if you think it will help your students. The students downstairs are called up, and all the students form a large circle around us. Once we have sparring weapons in hand, Vacker starts, but he starts slow. I match his speed and do my best to use proper forms as I counter his moves. After a minute, he slowly starts increasing the speed, and the clack-clack of the swords becomes continuous. The students' faces are all covered in either awe or confusion, depending on if they can follow the moves. We are almost at full speed when Vacker steps back and looks around at the students. Vacker says, all right, that is enough of a warm-up. Let's go full speed. Okay. When we go at it full speed, all of the students just stare with their mouths hanging open. No way can they follow the individual moves, but they can see the general flow. I keep things at a stalemate for about 5 minutes before I notice Vacker starting to tire and let him win. Vacker is aware I let him win, but the students have no idea as they burst into applause. It is obvious that the students have just seen something they will never forget. Vacker sends them back to their practice and then leads me upstairs to his office. Vacker says, "Thank you for letting me win." No problem. No point in letting your students see you lose. Vacker says, "Your skills may be rusty, but you seem to have improved physically. So you said you had a question and a favor to ask. Go for it." Okay, the question is, do you have any advanced students who could serve as sword instructors for the army? Vacker says, "I have 2, and they would benefit from the experience." Excellent. Send them over to Leonar. Vacker says, "All right. So what is the favor? Do you think you have time for another student?" Vacker says, "Sure. Who do you have in mind?" "Summon Bones." "You remember my skeleton Bones?" Vacker says, "Of course. You want me to train him?" Bones says, "Master, yes. I want you to train him. But first, I want you to test him. When I created him, I decided to make him a tank without testing what would best suit him. So I want you to figure out what style suits him best and train him in it. I will provide materials to Mitch once you know his style. Have Mitch make him new armor and a weapon." Vacker says, "All right. I can do that. Bones, you are to obey Vacker, understand?" "Oh, and no killing any of his students." Bones says, "Yes, master." Vacker says, "Anything else?" "Nope, that is it. How are you doing?" Vacker says, "I love teaching, which I didn't think I would, but it is getting hard. My body just can't keep up. I need to find someone to pass my knowledge on to soon while I am still able. Well, I can't help with that, but I may be able to help you. I have learned how to rejuvenate a human. It won't get you back to your prime, but it should undo a lot of the damage from all those years in jail. However, it will also extend your lifespan, so I won't do it if you don't want to live longer." Vacker says, "Do it, please." So I walk over to Vacker and put my hand on his shoulder, then send my sacred power into him. After scanning him, I start breaking down all the old scar tissue that has built up in his body, especially around his joints, which are pretty bad. It is impressive that he can even walk around. Once I have cleared all the scar tissue, I feed each of his organs a tiny bit of sacred power. This will rejuvenate them and give him about 10 years before anything starts to go wrong. As soon as I am done, Vacker excuses himself to run to the bathroom. It isn't surprising. His body needs to clear out all the scar tissue that I broke up. He will probably have to go to the bathroom multiple times before his system is cleaned out. From the way he moves when he returns, I can tell that he is already feeling a lot better. Vacker says, "I can't remember the last time I felt this good. Thank you, Ash." "No problem, my friend. Although your students are probably going to hate me for this." Vacker laughs and says, "Yeah, they most definitely will." Vacker and I chat for a while longer before I leave and head over to the crafters area. Originally, I had planned to talk to Mitch first, but I changed my mind and head for Walter's. He is going to be the hardest to talk to, so I may as well just get it out of the way. Walter says, "What the hell do you want?" "Nice to see you too, Walter," Walter says. "Just tell me what you want and get out." "I actually don't want anything. I am here to give you some materials." Walter says, "Materials? What kind?" "The hide of a lightning drake." Walter says, "Let me see it." Before Walter can try and strangle me, I quickly pull out the drake hide and hand it to him. He quickly unfolds it and spends several minutes examining every inch of hide. To my surprise, he actually compliments me on skinning the drake without ruining the hide like I did last time. Walter says, "And you don't want anything made. Set aside enough to make me some armor, but don't make it yet." For now, I am happy with my angel armor, but in the future, who knows what I might need. The rest, do whatever you want with it, Walter says. "All right, now get out." Chapter 566. Laughing. I quickly leave Walter's shop, but instead of heading to Mitch's, I head to the inn. Only after a delicious lunch do I return to the street and head for Mitch's shop. When I enter, he is hard at work carving something, so I wait patiently for him to finish. Mitch says, "Hey, Ash. It has been a while. How have you been?" There have been a few bumps in the road, but all in all, I'd say it's been pretty good. How about you? Mitch says, "Good. Great, even. I've got orders coming in constantly and enough materials to craft any time I want to." Sounds good. I am glad things have improved. Mitch says, "Yeah, and it is all thanks to you. So, what can I do for you?" Well, right now Bones is with Vacker, and Vacker is going to be testing him. Once Vacker figures out what the best style is for Bones, he will be letting you know. At that time, I would like you to craft new armor and a weapon for Bones. Mitch says, "That is no problem at all." What bone am I going to be using? I have Drake bones for you. Once you make the stuff for Bones, the rest is yours. Mitch says, "You killed another Drake. Too cool." Yeah, this one was a lightning Drake, so I kind of cheated. By the way, do you know anyone who does taxidermy? Mitch says, "Actually, no, they don't do that here. Instead, they have a mage cast a preservation spell on it. Why?" "Oh, so that is the case. I kept the head of the Drake intact. I thought it would make a nice decoration for the inn." Mitch says, "It will certainly be unique. Just don't put it up without Sarah's permission." "Don't worry. I am not stupid," Mitch says. "All right, just checking." Well, I needed to go to the Mage Guild anyway, so I guess I will have them take care of it. Mitch says okay. I will get to work as soon as I hear from Vacker. Thanks, Mitch. So I leave and make my way towards the city center where the Tower of the Mage Guild is. When I enter, I am immediately escorted up to Roddick's office, where I find him and Beliza. With them is Rat, who is currently playing with Beliza, while Roddick is doing paperwork. When she sees me, Rat gets up and runs over to me. She then wraps her arms around my leg. As she hugs my leg, she looks up at me with a huge smile, but she doesn't say anything. I reach down to ruffle her hair, and then she runs back to Beliza to continue playing. Roddick says she hasn't spoken a word yet, but we are confident that she will in time. Yeah, I am sure she will. She spoke to me when I found her. That is how I know her name is Rat. She probably just needs some time to adjust to the new situation. That and affection, Beliza says, and we will give her both, in addition to spoiling her rotten. We? Oh, so that is how it is, Roddick says. Now wait a minute. Don't go jumping to weird conclusions. What is wrong? I think you two would make a good couple, Beliza says. He is hung up about his age. Roddick says, that is because I am old enough to be your grandfather. Is it the age or how you feel because of the age? Roddick says, it is how I feel mostly. Every morning when I wake up, everything hurts, and it takes a lot of willpower to even get up, Beliza says. You never told me that. We can get a healer in to take a look at you. Roddick says, I didn't tell you because there is no point. You can't heal old age. Well, that is not exactly accurate. Both say, what? It is possible to reduce the effects of age. I've already done it for Zamart. Roddick says, how does it work exactly? With my sacred power, I am able to scan your body and break down old scar tissue. I can also rejuvenate your organs by feeding them a tiny amount of power, Roddick says. Sounds good. Can we give it a go? I'll pay you whatever you want. Beliza says, wait, are there any risks? No, it is perfectly safe, and I have no intention of charging you. This is between us as friends. Beliza still looks worried as I put my hand on Roddick's shoulder, but he looks calm. As I am scanning Roddick, I feel Rat hugging my leg again, so I go ahead and scan her as well. Rat is perfectly healthy, but I find a serious problem with Roddick. He has cancer. From the looks of it, he probably only has another year or two to live, unless I can remove the cancer. I have never tried to remove cancer before, but I carefully start trying to. Using my sacred power like a knife, I slowly cut away some of the cancer. Once a piece is freed, I use my power to dissolve it and render it harmless. When it is dissolved, I leave the remains for his body to deal with and move on to the next part of the cancer. Normally, it only takes me a few minutes to rejuvenate someone. But Roddick is another story. It takes me more than an hour to hunt down and remove all the cancer in his body. After that is done, rejuvenating him is super easy, but I almost run out of sacred power. Dealing with the cancer used up a lot more power than I was expecting. When I take my hand off his shoulder and step back, I find that I am actually sweating. I also feel somewhat tired. I have never concentrated for that long before. It took a toll on me. Roddick, on the other hand, looks like he is at least 30 years younger than when I started. He is stretching and moving around with a huge smile on his face before he excuses himself. When he comes back, the smile is still there, and Beliza also starts smiling. As I sit down in a chair, Roddick picks up Rat and then all three of them hug. It is very touching, Roddick says. I feel amazing. Thank you, Ash. You are welcome. Beliza says, it seems to have taken a lot out of you. I thought this was something simple. Normally it is, but Roddick had cancer. Roddick says, cancer? What is that? It is a disease, but don't worry. I have removed all of it. You are now in perfect health, Roddick says. If you hadn't done this, how long would I have had left? A year, maybe 2, Roddick says. Then you just saved my life. I can't think of any way I can possibly repay this. Don't worry about it. As I said, we are friends, Roddick says. Even though you say that I still feel like I owe you, big time, Beliza says. I agree. So maybe we can start with what brought you here today. Oh, I do have a couple of questions. For starters, are you familiar with bags of holding? Roddick says, I don't know that name. Can you describe them? Bags that are bigger on the inside. Beliza says, oh, we call those stasis bags. Are you able to make them? Roddick says yes. It isn't easy, but we make 1 or 2 per month. We have a backlog of orders for them, but I can probably get you a couple. Chapter 567. I am thinking of using them to carry supplies for the army, so I need a lot. It is okay. I will ask Yue. She might have some. Roddick says, all right, sorry. Next question. I've been told that mages have a preservation spell they use for trophies. Roddick says, that is right. You got a trophy you need preserved? Yeah, the Drake's Head. I thought it might make a nice decoration for the inn, Roddick says. We can take care of that easily enough. Did you get my message about sending mages to help Mercy rebuild? Roddick says. Yes, we sent a squad of mages to help out. Do you have another such squad available? Roddick says. Yes, that can be arranged. What do you need them for? I want them to help build a military base and help with the construction of our new city, Roddick says. All right, we can do that. The cost. Beliza says after what you have done, don't even ask. You will never pay for any guild services ever again, Roddick says. I agree. Besides, we still owe you millions. All right, I won't argue with you about it. Roddick says, good. Now, is there anything else we can help with? No, that is everything at the moment, Roddick says. All right, Beliza will take you to get your trophy preserved. When I say a polite goodbye to Roddick, Rat gets up and comes over to me. She then stands there and holds her arms up until I bend down so that she can hug my neck. As she is hugging my neck, she softly whispers, thank you into my ear then. She lets go and returns to her toys. After Rat returns to her play, I follow Beliza out of the room and down the stairs. The area we are heading for is apparently on the lower levels of the tower. It turns out to be not far from the entrance, which isn't too surprising when I think about it. Beliza says, just place the trophy on the counter and we will take care of it. It should only take a day, 2 at most. Once it is ready, can you have it delivered to the inn? Beliza says. Of course. Thank you, Beliza says. Nonsense. This is nothing. You not only saved Roddick's life, but you also gave us time to raise Rat together. This is something we can never repay. I've already said that it is a matter between friends. Please stop thanking me. It makes me uncomfortable. Beliza says, I am sorry. Never mind. Oh, that reminds me. This tower is the tallest building in Ilium, right? Beliza says, that is correct. When storms hit, does the roof get hit by lightning? Beliza says yes, constantly. Why? Next time there is a storm and I am in town, I want to go up on the roof. Is that possible? Beliza says, of course. But why? When I was fighting the lightning drake, I had improvements to my core when I was hit by lightning. I want to try meditating during a storm and see if normal lighting can help me as well. Beliza says, interesting. I have never heard of anything like that. You are always full of surprises. Of course, you can access the roof anytime you want. If it does work, I would be curious to know, and I am sure Roddick would as well. Sure, I will let you both know how it goes. Beliza says, all right, anything else I can help you with? Nope, that should be it for now. Beliza says, okay, allow me to escort you out. Not that I really need an escort, but I allow Beliza to lead the way to the entrance. When I exit the tower, I am surprised by how much time has passed. It is already getting dark. Dealing with Roddick's cancer took far longer than I thought. It is already dinner time. So I head for the inn. My visits to Boric and Ambrose can wait until tomorrow. As long as I speak with them before the party, it should be fine, so tomorrow morning should work. When I enter the inn and head upstairs, I am surprised to find Isabella and Ruby have returned. Ruby says, welcome back. Ash, thank you. How was your trip? Isabella says, it went well. We found Justin and the others. How are they doing? Isabella says, they are good, but they will be staying in the kingdom. How come? Isabella says, they have decided to stay and help rebuild. Justin is planning to start an order of paladins. Giles is going to form the Queen's Lancers and be its captain. Rachel plans to head the New Adventurers Guild. Amelia and Coco haven't decided what they are going to do yet. You sound as if you want to join them. Isabella says, I thought about it, but in the end decided not to. Oh, why not? Isabella says, because the kingdom is not going to be where the action is. I will be able to do a lot more good fighting by your side against the demons. Besides, Ruby would just end up getting bored and burning the capital down. Again, Ruby says. I would not. And what do you mean again? It was Ash who destroyed the capital, not me. That was an accident. It was the shadow demon spell that destroyed everything, Miria says. I thought it was your divine magic mixing with the spell that destroyed everything. Well, yes, but it was the only way to stop the capital from becoming a part of the Shadow Realm. Isabella says, relax, Ash. They are just pulling your chain. I know, but I still feel guilty about the capital being destroyed. Isabella says, well, Mercy doesn't blame you, so you should probably stop blaming yourself. Ruby says, what I want to know is how you created a holy area right outside the throne room. So I tell them about it as we eat dinner, including the origin of the 5 girls and what I did to the nobles. It is no surprise that the women all agree with my taking revenge on the nobles. However, I wasn't expecting them to all be on Saronia's side about the mixing of powers. Miria says, that was stupid, especially after you had already been warned about mixing powers. Isabella says, how come you left this out when you were telling us about your trip? Ruby says, he tends to leave out his stupid mistakes if he can get away with it. I do not, Miria says. You totally do. I bet there are plenty of stupid things you have done that you haven't told us about. No way. I don't do stupid things that often, Ruby says. Oh, really? Should I tell them the things you did before you met them? No, there is no need for that. Isabella says, tell us. Tell us. Miria says, I certainly would like to hear about them. Despite my protests, Ruby tells stories about our early adventures during the rest of dinner. Ruby somehow manages to make even my good ideas sound like insane undertakings. What was perfectly logical at the time is twisted to sound like I don't care about my life at all. Chapter 568. The worst part is, if I try to argue with her, it will only reinforce the image that I am crazy. Anything I say will only make the others believe Ruby's story even more. So I do my best to ignore them and enjoy my food, but their laughter is hard to ignore. Miria says, Ash, are you sulking? No, I am just trying to enjoy my food and ignore Ruby's wild tales. Ruby says, wild tales? Can you deny that any of this happened? No, it did happen. Just not the way you describe it. I am not that reckless, Miria says. You are that reckless. We have all seen it with our own eyes. Isabella says, I agree. I haven't adventured with you much, but even I have seen how reckless you can be. You even charged into the middle of a bunch of enemies when you saved me. That wasn't reckless, if anything. Can't you call that being brave? Ruby says. Being brave is doing something despite the fear. You have no fear when you act. That is recklessness. It is not that I don't know fear. I just know my capabilities. When I am against opponents that can't easily harm me, I just go ahead and move without hesitating. When I am against strong opponents, then I am much more cautious, Ruby says. Then how do you explain the fight against Drog? First off, when we started that fight, we had a plan. It just fell apart. Secondly, there was no other path. We had to defeat him. Some fights just cannot be avoided, Miria says. That is a valid point. But let's end this here. There is no need to turn this into a fight, not after the two of you have finally started to get along again. Ruby says, Sorry, I got a little carried away. It is okay. I am sorry too. Everyone stays quiet for the remainder of dinner, but it is a friendly kind of quiet. Once dinner is done and Windy, Haku, and Eckhart are put to bed, we start talking again. This time, it is just general chit-chat. No one brings up anything serious. Tomorrow night there is going to be a party to announce my new position as a duke. Sarah's going with me since she is the one who actually does all the work here in Ilium. The rest of you are welcome to come, but I don't think you would enjoy it very much. Miria says, Why is that? Because it won't really be fun. It will just be a bunch of nobles preening and posturing. Last time they all kept trying to talk to me just so they could say that they had. I wouldn't be going if I didn't have to. Miria says, That doesn't sound very fun. I think I will stay and watch the kids. Isabella says, I think I will skip the party too. Ruby says, I want to go. Isabella says, Ruby, you will have to keep your temper and behave. Ruby says, I can do that. Miria says, even if the male nobles try flirting with you? Ruby says, yes. Isabella says, what if they simply try to hire you for a night? Ruby says, then they die? Miria says, then you create a huge mess for Ash and Sarah to clean up. Ruby says, maybe you are right. I guess I should skip the party as well. Isabella says, that would probably be wise. Ruby says, fine. We will all stay here and watch the kids. If that is what you have decided, then I can't say I blame you. In fact, I am rather jealous. I would rather stay and play with the kids. Miria says, this is the price you pay for doing so many impressive things. Isabella says, too bad I can't summon a mimic to send in your place. That would be awesome. Can you work on that? It would be really useful in the future. Isabella says, I would need to increase my level to be able to have another summon. If you are hinting that you want permission to go adventuring, then you have it. Isabella says, don't we need to stick around until you go to the Temple of Fire with Ruby? There is no set schedule for that yet, so there is no point in you sitting around waiting. As long as you are in the vicinity of Ilium, then it should be fine. Isabella says, good, Ruby has been getting bored, and that isn't safe. Ruby says, I am not that bad. Isabella says, in some ways you are worse than Ash. Ruby says, how am I worse than Ash? Isabella says, for one thing, you lose your temper much quicker than he does. Miria says, for another, he may be dense, but he still pays more attention to others than you do. Ruby looks astonished, and even more so when she realizes that she can't really argue. After a bit, she excuses herself and leaves, hopefully to do a little self-reflection. Shortly after that, the three of us head to join Windy and the kids in bed. As usual in the morning, I am pinned in place until Sarah calls everyone to breakfast. Surprisingly, Ambrose shows up along with breakfast. Something must have happened. It works for me since I was planning on going to see him after breakfast anyway. What is up, Ambrose? Ambrose says, we got word back from our people. The Empire is opening a new mine, and they are moving a lot of people to it. Any military movement? Ambrose says, no, not that was mentioned. Why? Why is it that we haven't started mining yet? Ambrose says, because we were preparing ways to handle the beasts. Right, but what if Pine didn't get that information? Ambrose says. Then the Empire wouldn't know. They will just dig straight in without any precautions. Right. That is why I asked about military movement. Ambrose says, should we warn them? Why would we? Who do you think will get the blame if anything goes wrong? Ambrose laughs and says, Pine will. Exactly. Besides, if you aren't worried about a diplomatic incident, this may be an opportunity. Ambrose says, what do you mean? If the Empire creates an opening, then all the beasts should be attracted to it. If we move quietly, we may be able to safely mine while the Empire distracts them. Ambrose says, that is not a half-bad idea. I will call a guildmaster meeting and discuss the possibilities with them. If you will excuse me? Are you really going to run off without enjoying breakfast? Ambrose says. Good point. I am sure it can wait a little longer. So Ambrose joins us for breakfast. He makes sure to remind me about the party before leaving. It isn't like I had forgotten about it, but I can't blame him since I would avoid it if I could. If he is calling a meeting, that means I can't go visit Boric until after it is over. The meeting should take at least an hour or two, which means I have a bit of free time. I could go visit the blacksmiths, but I want more time than just a few hours. So instead, I decide to spend some time playing with Eckhard and Haku. Chapter 5, 69. This gives the girls a chance to relax for a bit after breakfast, instead of chasing the kids. Windy even has time to practice her magic while I wrestle with the kids. It also helps to lessen my guilt since I haven't been able to spend much time with them in the past few days. Although, with all the excitement of exploring a city for the first time, I don't think they have even noticed. This point is proven when Windy mentions exploring and the kids abandon me to run over to her. Shortly after Miria and Windy leave with the kids, leaving me with Isabella and Ruby, Isabella says, what are you going to do now that the kids aren't here to play with you? Not sure. I was trying to waste time until the meeting was over. What are you going to do? Isabella says, we are going to head over to the Adventurers Guild and see what quests are available. Oh, well, have fun, Ruby says. You aren't going to tell us to be careful? I didn't think I needed to. I doubt there is anything near Ilium that can defeat the two of you. Isabella says, thank you for your vote of confidence. Ruby says, he is right. We won't find much of a challenge around here. Isabella says, then should we go elsewhere? Currently, there isn't really any place to go. Well, I suppose you could go to one of the cities in the Free Union. If you do, just be careful of the humans. Ruby says, you are more worried about the humans than the monsters we might face? Yes, especially with your looks. Isabella says, I get what he means. Ruby says, anyone who tries that kind of thing will get turned into ashes? Sure, if they come at you head on. But what if they use underhanded tricks, like drugging your food or ambushing you? Ruby says, I didn't think of that. Isabella says, those are common tricks of slavers. They very rarely come at you head on. Maybe Yue has something that might help, like disguise rings or something? Isabella says, that is a good idea. Ruby, let's go to the tower and ask. Ruby says, all right, see you later, Ash. Have fun, you two. Once they leave, I head downstairs and have a couple more plates of food in the common room. As I eat, I listen to the conversations of the people in the room out of curiosity. From what I overhear, I can tell that the people are in pretty good spirits, just like Sarah said. Sarah says, Ash, did I not send up enough food? No, I just had some time to kill. Sarah says, is that why you are on your third plate since you came down? Oh, am I? I didn't notice. Sarah laughs and says, so, you are eating plate after plate of food because you can't resist our food even when already full. Something like that, I guess. Sarah says, so, what are you waiting for? I am waiting for the guild masters to finish their meeting so I can go talk to Boric. Sarah says, we are still going to the party, right? Yes, there is no way to avoid it. Sarah says, good, I am looking forward to it. Really? Sarah says yes. I can't wait to have the authority of a duke to play with. From the look on your face, I am guessing there are people you want revenge on. Sarah says yes, but only in small ways. It is mainly people who have been rude to me. By all means, torture them to your heart's content. Sarah says, don't worry, I won't get too carried away. As long as it isn't anything that will affect my reputation, I don't care what you do to them. Sarah says, I will keep that in mind. All right, I will see you later. As I leave, I can't help but pity whoever pissed off Sarah. The look in her eyes is one I wouldn't want aimed at me. She is probably the only one happy about my promotion. The nobles certainly won't be. In fact, they would be even more upset if they knew I didn't care about the title. Not that I care what they think. It isn't like any of them are a threat to me. At most, they can cause some minor inconveniences, which I am sure Sarah will take care of. She will probably enjoy doing so. Sarah seems to enjoy this kind of thing. Maybe once I am the Beast King, I should try and convince Sarah to come work for me. Although, I am not sure if she is going to be willing to leave the inn. Maybe if I build her a new inn. There would certainly be room for an inn in the new city. That might just work. As I arrive at the Mercenaries Guild, I make a mental note to think more about it later. Just as I am about to enter the guild, I hear a scream and stop to look in the direction it came from. What I see is a young girl lying in the street with a man standing over her. The girl looks to be about 9 or so, and even from here, I can see she is covered in bruises. As I watch, the man moves to kick her, but before he can, I have moved and am standing over the girl. He doesn't stop his kick in time and his foot hits my leg, which breaks his foot. He instantly collapses to the ground, screaming in pain as he clutches at his foot. Ignoring him, I lean down to check on the girl. She looks terrified of me. She is covered in bruises, and what is worse is under them, I can see older bruises that haven't healed yet. Don't be scared. I won't hurt you. Can you tell me your name? Mercenary says. Who cares about the brat's name? You broke my foot, Tina says. My name is Tina. All right, Tina. Can you tell me who gave you all these bruises? Mercenary says. You dare to ignore me? The man pulls a dagger from his boot, but before he can try anything, I backhand the dagger out of his hand. Unfortunately for him, my control of my strength isn't very good and I shatter his hand. It is only then that I realize that I have forgotten to put the manacles back on again. Of course, I could easily heal him, but I feel that he deserves the pain he is feeling. Unfortunately, Tina is now even more terrified and refuses to make a single sound. The screams have also attracted a crowd, both from the street and from the bar, including the bartender. Bartender says, "What are you doing with my employee, Beastman?" At the sound of the bartender's voice, Tina curls into a ball and starts trembling. Just as I am thinking about ripping the bartender into little pieces, the crowd moves. As the crowd moves aside, a number of human guardsmen come rushing through, but they stop when they spot me. Bartender yells, "Guards, that Beastman assaulted one of my customers and is harassing my employee." The bartender looks excited to see the guards arrest me, but the guards don't move. After staring at me for a few seconds, the guards all snap to attention and salute me. This makes the bartender's face pale and his eyes almost pop out of his head. Guard says, "Lord Ash, how may we assist you?" Chapter 570. Seize the bartender and question any other employees he has. Find out if he is the one who abused this child and if they have been abused as well. Guard says, "Yes, sir." Immediately, 2 guardsmen grab the bartender while another 2 head into the bar. The rest move to disperse the crowd and keep the mercenary quiet. The crowd obediently moves back, but only as far as the guards make them. Bartender yells, "I've never laid a hand on any of them." Then who is the one who has abused this child? Bartender says, "Sometimes, some of the customers get a little rough. Especially with her, she is a klutz and drops a lot of things." So, you are saying we should track down all of your customers and hang them with you? Bartender yells. Hang? Guard says, "Lord Ash, I am afraid that child abuse is not a crime punishable by death. Is that so? I will have to talk to Ambrose and get that changed immediately." Guard 2 says, "The other employees have testified. Not only has he abused them, but he has also forced himself on them." "All right, arrest him. Just hold him for now. I will go talk to Ambrose." "Once the law has been updated, we can hang the scum," Guard says. "Yes, sir." Boric says, "What is all of this now?" "Oh, hey, Boric. This one over here is one of yours, right?" Boric looks and says, "Yes, he is a member of the guild." "What did he do?" I explain the situation to Boric as the bartender is hauled away by the guards. After hearing everything, Boric orders the mercenary taken into the guild and put in a cell. Then he insists on coming with me to talk to Ambrose about changing the law. Oh, Tina, do you have parents? Or maybe siblings? Tina says, no, it is just me. Why aren't you in the orphanage? Tina says, they tried to do bad things to me. Was this in the new orphanage or in one of the old ones? The new orphanage only opened a few months ago. Tina says, I guess the old one. Well, I run the new one. I guarantee it is better. Are you willing to give it a try? Tina says, okay. After I use a healing spell on her, I have one of the guards escort her to the orphanage. Then Boric and I head over to the Adventurers Guild to talk to Ambrose. The receptionist looks surprised to see Boric again so soon, but still lets us in to see Ambrose. Ambrose says, Ash, Boric, what can I do for you? I need to speak with you about changing the penalties of a law. Ambrose says, which law? What penalty do you want to change? Child abuse. And while we are at it, child molestation and willful harm of a child. I want them all to carry the death penalty, Ambrose says. This is a surprise. You've never shown an interest in the laws before. From the look on your face, I can tell you are serious about this. We can certainly change the penalty for those laws. It just takes a vote of the council. Does it need to be unanimous? Or just a majority? Ambrose says, majority vote? All right, I will have Sarah get the votes in order, Boric says. In that case, can you not tell her you already have my vote? Ha ha! You just want her to bribe you with food? Is that it? Boric says. Can you blame me? There is no more delicious food to be found anywhere. All right, fine. I won't tell her. Ambrose says, if she moves quickly, we can hold the vote at the party tonight and put the updated laws into effect tomorrow. I will draw all the paperwork up before the party. Sounds good. I better go tell her now so she can get started. Boric says, oh, didn't you want to talk to me about something? I was just going to ask how the city was doing from a security standpoint. We can discuss it at the party or tomorrow? Boric says, all right. After a polite goodbye, I quickly return to the inn and fill Sarah in on what happened. She agrees with me completely, which is no surprise, and starts preparing to leave. As she is about to leave, I ask her to find out who owns the bar and if they knew what was going on. Sarah says, that shouldn't be hard. What are you planning? If the owner knew what was happening, I plan to make sure they suffer for it. If they didn't, then I am thinking of purchasing the bar. Would you be interested in running it as well as your other duties? Sarah says, that could be interesting. I'd be willing to give it a try. Oh, also, I want you to consider if you would be willing to relocate in the future. Sarah says, to your new city. Yes. Once I am the Beast King, I will need help. I don't think I have the skills to run a kingdom without your help. If you still want to run an inn as well, I will build you one. No need to rush into anything, though. It will still be a while before I become king. Sarah says, I will think about it and discuss it with Iran. All right, sounds good. After Sarah leaves, I find myself at a loss for what to do. The party is still hours away. Since everyone is out doing their own things, I have some lunch in the inn common room. Then I head over to the blacksmith shop. It should be okay to spend some time learning. Harold and Hung say welcome, Lord Ash. Hi guys, how have you been? Harold says. It has been great. We have constant orders, Hung says. We have been able to improve our skills. That is good. Actually, that is why I am here. I want to improve my skills. Harold says, what can we do to help? Well, as I told you once before, I am self-taught. I would actually like for you to each teach me the basics as you learnt them, Hung says. Sure, no problem. Harold says, yay, that is easy. Luckily, they have orders for basic things, so they can fulfill those orders as they teach me. Learning how to make horseshoes may not help me directly, but the basics are the foundation of the skill. Something I do not have, what I can do can barely be called blacksmithing. Harold is teaching me first, and he takes it seriously. He tells me every step he is taking and why. He not only teaches me the basics, he also teaches me the little tricks that separate an amateur from a master. These are the kinds of things that I would have never figured out on my own. As I watch and listen, I can't help but feel that a few days of this, and I might feel like a real blacksmith. In fact, I end up getting so caught up in the lesson that I lose all track of time. Luckily, Sarah knows me well enough that she sends someone to fetch me an hour before the party. Chapter 571. So I quickly thank Harold and Hung and tell them I will be back to continue when I have more time. Then I hurry back to the inn to clean up and get changed into one of the noble outfits from the tower. Just as I am finishing, getting changed, a maid brings up my before-party snack. Since my noble outfit cleans itself, I don't even need to worry as I eat the food. I take my time and eat slowly. After all, I don't need to worry about being on time. In fact, if I don't show up late, then I will just end up having to stand around and wait. Besides, I don't want to go to the party. So why would I show up early? The later I show up, the less stupidity I have to put up with from the nobles. Since I am not allowed to kill them, the less time I am around them, the better. Sarah says, "Whoa, you look super spiffy." "Thanks, you look amazing," Sarah says. "Hope you like the dress since you bought it." "Yes, it looks very good on you," Sarah says. "Thank you. Are you ready to go?" "I am ready, but there is no rush. We want to be fashionably late," Sarah says. "Oh, I forgot about that stupid tradition." "All right, I guess we should sit around for a few minutes. By the way, I found out the noble who owns the bar. As far as I can tell, he has never even set foot in the bar. Then I guess we don't need to do anything to him. Let's make Hum an offer on the bar." Sarah says, "Already done," and he accepted. "In a day or two, after the paperwork is done, the bar will be yours." Good. This might actually work better. Currently, the Mages Guild is preserving the head of the drake I killed on this last trip. I had thought it would make a good decoration for the inn. But maybe the bar would be better. What do you think? Sarah says. "That depends. How big is this head?" About the size of a pickup truck." Sarah says, "You are kidding, right? There is no way that is going to fit anywhere in the inn." "I know that. I was thinking more on the outside above the door. However, now I am thinking it would work better for the bar. We can even rename the bar something like Drake's End." Sarah says, "Oh, I like that." And I agree the drake head will look better above a bar than an inn. Then that is settled. The bar is really close to the Mercenary Guild, so the customers are likely to be the rough sort. "Think you can find some tough-as-nails women who can handle those types of men?" Sarah says. "Absolutely. I already have a few in mind." "Good. Oh, the girls will have permission to hit any customer who deserves it," Sarah says. "That is going to make this even more fun. It will certainly be a lively place. That is the end of my input. You can do whatever you want with the place," Sarah says. "Sounds good. Oh, that girl, Tina, is now in the orphanage and is doing fairly well." "Good. I am glad," Sarah says. "So do you think we have waited long enough?" "Yeah, probably. Let's go." So Sarah and I get up and head downstairs. When we exit the inn, I am surprised to find an ornate carriage waiting. The carriage bears my symbol, and both the driver and the footman are beastmen. There are also a couple of guards standing by to escort the carriage. Now that I think of it, it makes sense. Sarah would have needed something like this. After all, she has been taking care of everything for me. That would have included visiting other nobles and attending parties. Since she didn't have a title, she would have needed to put on a show to be taken seriously. When I see the footman helping Sarah up the steps, I realize something else. I was planning to walk to the party, but Sarah, in that dress and those shoes, probably can't walk that far. Well, she probably could, but it would hurt, and then she would be mad at me. Once Sarah is in and seated, it is my turn, so I crouch and twist my shoulders. Even doing that, it is a struggle to fit through the human-sized door of the carriage. When I sit down, I find the seating is just as bad and I have to fold my legs awkwardly. Sarah says sorry. I didn't think when ordering the carriage. I should have had one built larger. It is all right. I am just glad I can put away my wings, or I probably wouldn't fit at all. Sarah says, "Sometimes I forget just how big you are. It is your fault for always acting so gentle." "My fault? How is it my fault?" Sarah says, "Whenever you are at the inn, all you do is lay around like a great big kitty cat. So it is my fault for relaxing when I am at the inn." Sarah says, "Yes, absolutely." Then she starts laughing. My guess is she is teasing me to distract me from my discomfort. While I appreciate her attempt, the bumpy road is hard to ignore when I can't sit properly. I never noticed how bumpy the roads are before, but I normally walk or ride Lizzie, and Lizzie cheats. Sarah, are all the roads in Ilium this bumpy? Sarah says no, some are even worse. Do they not know how to make concrete? Sarah says. Not as far as I know. Someone among the summoned should know. Probably Mason knows. Sarah says, I don't know, but I will ask around. Good. Our city shouldn't have bumpy roads, Sarah says. So, if someone knows, I assume you want to set up production. Absolutely. Roads are very important. If we can produce concrete, that will also make construction of the city easier. I should have thought to ask Mason about this sooner. For all I know, he already has it planned out. While I don't want to bring too much technology to this world, the Romans had concrete, so it should be all right. Shouldn't we have been there by now? Sarah says, yeah, we should have been. Maybe it just feels longer because your butt hurts. I can't help but smile as Sarah has another good laugh at my expense. Then my ears catch an odd twang sound, several times in quick succession. The instant I hear it, I feel that it is a familiar sound. When it is followed by several thuds, I finally place it. Crossbows. Guard yells, we are under attack. Assassin yells, kill them all. Sarah, stay here and get down. Chapter 5, 72. After Sarah nods and crouches down, I jump straight up through the roof of the carriage. Once clear of the roof, I bring my wings out and start flapping to gain altitude as I look around. I spot 6 crossbowmen on the roofs, 3 on each side of the street. There are also 12 more men on the ground with swords. All of them are in black clothes with hoods covering their faces. Out of the 4 guards, 3 are still able to fight. The last one and the driver are both down. Trusting the 3 guards to hold off the ground assault, I continue upwards towards the crossbowmen. Ever since I was shot just after exiting the river, I have had a hatred for crossbows. The building they are on is 3 stories tall, but luckily they are still reloading when I arrive. To save time, I just grab them one by one and throw them to the street below. The sounds of them landing are very satisfying, but the 3 on the opposite side have time to finish reloading. As I am getting ready to dodge, they suddenly lean over and shoot down at the carriage. That doesn't make any sense. Shouldn't they be targeting me? No time to think about it now. With a few flaps, I cross the street. The assassins, seeing that they don't have time to reload, drop their crossbows and draw daggers. I am not worried about the daggers at all, as I grab the first assassin and toss him. Then I grab the other 2, but instead of just tossing them, I turn and take a look. The Beastmen guards are winning the fight on the ground, but they are still outnumbered. I take aim and use the 2 assassins as projectiles, throwing them at the ground fights. The sudden impacts throw the assassins on the ground into chaos, giving the guards the upper hand. Seeing that they have things under control, I land and move to the injured guard. Unfortunately, he is already dead when I check him, but the driver is just barely alive. A single healing spell has him back at 100% instantly. The guards finish off the last of the assassins, so I heal them as well. Then I turn to tell Sarah it is safe, but what I see makes me freeze in shock. Sarah is lying in a pool of blood with 2 crossbow bolts sticking out of her. When I check, I find no pulse. Now I know why the assassins didn't fire at me. I was never the target of this attack. Sarah was. Saronia. I need a refill now, Saronia says. Okay, done. I sure hope this works on a summoned. Resurrection. DP0 divided by 2000. The spell forces the crossbow bolts out and heals the wounds. Then with a cough, Sarah starts breathing again. When she opens her eyes, she looks around in a panic, then calms down. I pick her up off the floor and give her a hug before sitting her down. How do you feel? Sarah says. I met Krenosha. She told me not to cross the river because I wouldn't be staying. I was dead, wasn't I? Yes, for a couple of minutes. The crossbowmen aimed at you even with me flying at them. This entire attack was aimed at you. Have you made any enemies I am not aware of? Sarah says, no, not that I can think of. Guard says, order, sir. One of you will stay here with me. The other 2 will escort Sarah and our fallen brother back to the inn. Guard says, yes, sir. Once you reach the inn, send teams to guard Pole and search the entire city for any more assassins. Guard says understood. Sarah says, wait, what about the party? I will go, but you should get some rest. Sarah says, no, I am not going to let them scare me into hiding. Then what do you want to do? Sarah says, well, my dress is ruined, so I need to go get changed. But I will join you at the party. All right, I will see you there. Then I turn to the guards going with her and tell them that when she leaves the inn, she gets a full unit. They both nod and reassure me that they will keep her safe, no matter what it takes. Once they are gone, I send the last guard to the mercenary guild to fetch a guard captain. Saronia, thank you for your help. Krenosha, thank you for watching over Sarah. They don't answer directly, but I can feel their acknowledgement, and my divine power recharges. They probably sense how focused I am and don't want to distract me, or they are just watching. When my guard returns, there are a large number of city guards following him. Guard captain says, Lord Ash, what happened here? Who are these men? Captain, they are assassins who attempted to murder me. I lost one of my guards fighting them off. As to who they are, I want you to find out. Guard captain says, yes, sir. Also, this is a fairly busy street, isn't it? There should have been guards patrolling, guard captain says. Yes, there are 4 patrols assigned to this street. Find them for me. If they are still alive, take them in for questioning, guard captain says at once. Guard, stay here and help them track where these men came from. Guard says, yes, my king. Once the city guard is moving, I launch into the air and fly over to the party venue. When I land, I leave my wings out and folded behind me as I walk in. The herald asks to announce me, but I tell him no and walk right past him. Pushing the doors open, I stop at the top of the stairs and look around. There are less nobles than I was expecting, but other than that, everything looks normal. I spot the guild masters all gathered in a corner, so I walk down the stairs and head towards them. As I approach, I see everyone but Gregor raise a hand. Looks like they voted. With the attack, I had pretty much forgotten about the vote to change the penalty. Looks like Sarah got to everyone but Gregor, which was as expected. Ambrose says, Ash, about time you showed up. We just voted. The laws now carry the death penalty just as you wanted. That is good news. But I need to talk to you, Roddick, and Boric. Ambrose waits till the others move away, then says, what is up? On the way here we were attacked by assassins. Sarah and one of my guards were killed, but I managed to resurrect Sarah. Ambrose says assassins in my city. Boric says, what happened to them? They all died with no help from the city guard. Boric says, are you saying my people were involved? Either they were bribed to stay away or they were killed? Boric says, you will have to excuse me. I am going to take over the investigation. Boric quickly leaves, and I tell the details of the attack to Ambrose and Roddick. To my surprise, once I am done telling them about the attack, Ambrose insists on continuing the ceremony. Since that is what Sarah wants, I don't argue with him and just go through with it. Chapter 573. After the speech is done, and I am officially a duke, I spend some time chatting with the nobles. Surprisingly, they mostly just congratulate me and thank me for getting rid of Pine. It is strange seeing so much sincerity from the nobles. It is kind of creepy. Marquis Wren says, Duke Ash, it is truly a pleasure to see you again. What you have done for this city is not something that can be repaid with a simple title. What I did was to get Pine out of my way, not to be rewarded. Marquis Wren says, whatever the reason, we owe you. Most of these nobles will have forgotten about it by the time this party is over. However, I am not like them. I will remember. If you ever need my help, all you have to do is ask. Thanks, I will remember that. Marquis Wren shakes my hand and then moves away so that other nobles can take their turn to talk to me. I really wish that Sarah was here. I don't remember any of these people. But instead of Sarah, I see one of my guards enter and head towards me. Guard says, my lord, there have been 2 more attacks. What happened? Guard says, Pole was attacked at his office and Miria was attacked while out in the city. Are they all right? Guard says Anya suffered a minor injury to her shoulder. Several of Pole's staff were killed. All attackers are dead. Miria took a crossbow bolt to the leg. No other injuries. Lizzie was hit by several bolts, but they failed to pierce her scales. All attackers are dead. At least they are safe. Move everyone to the inn and secure the area around it. I will be there soon. Guard says, understood. The guard turns and quickly leaves, while I head towards Ambrose and Roddick. The few nobles who try to stop me to talk quickly back off when they see the look on my face. When I reach Ambrose and Roddick, I quickly fill them in on the other two attacks. Ambrose, I hope I've been here long enough, because I am leaving. Ambrose says, yeah, it is fine. Go make sure your people are safe, Roddick says. I am going to go find Boric. Maybe my magic can be of some help? Okay, I'll be at the inn. Ambrose says, I'll go with Roddick. We will come to the inn if we find out anything. All right. Now that I have permission to leave, I don't waste any more time getting away from the party. As soon as I am outside, I take flight and head straight to the inn. As I come into land, I am glad to see beastmen patrolling the rooftops along the street. The assassins on the ground are easily dealt with. Only the crossbowmen are a threat. If they can't get into position, then any attack will be swiftly dealt with. Now I just have to wait and see if Boric can figure out who they are. Once I know who they are, then I can get revenge. They will pay for harming my people. Attacking me I could forgive, but attacking those I care for, never. Whatever it takes. Whoever is behind these attacks is going to die. When I enter the inn, I find the common room has been turned into a temporary infirmary. After figuring out the organization, I move straight to those with the worst wounds and start using healing spells. By the time I am done healing them, those with the lightest wounds are already healed up because of my aura. Sarah says, how did the party go? About as awful as you would expect. How are you doing? Sarah says, I still feel like my skin doesn't quite fit right, but being active is helping. Thank you for bringing me back. Don't thank me. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been in danger. Sarah says, don't blame yourself. I chose to work with you and I don't regret it. I have been having a blast using your noble authority, and I don't plan to stop just because I died. If you want to continue, I won't argue. Without you, everything in Ilium would fall apart. Just promise me you won't go anywhere without guards. Sarah says, I promise. All right, let's head upstairs and check on the others. When we get upstairs, we find Paul, Anya, and Miria sitting around the table. Miria has her injured leg up on a second chair, and a drink in hand, she doesn't look to be in too much pain. A glance into the bedroom shows Windy, and the kids are sound asleep. Miria, Anya, how are you doing? Miria says, a little alcohol goes a long way. Anya says, it was hurting earlier, but for the past 10 minutes or so it has been getting better. Sarah says, it seems just being around Ash heals small wounds. Anya says, oh, in that case, thank you, Ash. No, I am sorry you were injured, Pole. I am also sorry for the people you lost. Pole says, they fought and died well. As outcasts, they would have been proud to die in battle. Make sure the families of all the fallen are taken care of. All right, Miria, let me heal your wound. Miria says, oh, do you want to see it? Then before I can respond, she stands up and pulls her pants down to show me the wound. Luckily, she is wearing underwear, but it is still unexpected and catches me off guard. I admit that I enjoy the view as I reach out to touch her shoulder and heal her. As soon as her wound is healed, she starts dancing around happily, still with no pants on. While I enjoy the show, I can't help but wonder where she got such cute underwear. Then I figure it out. Amara is a summoned. She knows all about modern underwear. Luckily, Sarah intervenes and manages to take Miria and put her to bed. It is a good thing, because I am not sure what I would have done otherwise. Unfortunately, dealing with a drunk Miria is definitely not a part of my skill set. Anya says, well, that was entertaining. What do we do now? We sit tight, fortify our position, and wait to hear from Ambrose or Boric. Sarah says, really? You aren't going to charge off to destroy them? Destroy who? The assassins? They are all dead. Until I know who hired them, there is no one to go after. But once I know who hired them, sooner or later, they are going to die for this. Pole says, so we just sit and wait? Yes, for now. You guys should go to the other room and get some sleep. I will stay up and keep watch. No one argues and they obediently head into the other room to try and get some sleep. They have all been through a lot. Especially Sarah dying and coming back must have been traumatic. I will have to keep an eye on her for the next few days to make sure she is okay. Thanks to the bed, no one has trouble falling asleep. I just hope it helps with dreams, too. The guards report to me every hour, but there are no more attacks. 2 hours before Don Boric finally shows up and he looks exhausted. Chapter 5, 74. Boric says, Ash, I am so sorry. It turns out I am an incompetent guildmaster. If I had done my job properly, none of this would have happened. I take it that means that guards were bribed. Boric says, Yes, a lot of them. Even some officers were bribed. The entire city guard is untrustworthy at this point. Did they all escape? Boric says, No, a few were slow in leaving and were captured, but the majority of them escaped into the Empire. Did the ones that you captured tell you who paid them? Boric says, They were contacted and paid by the assassins. They have no idea who paid the assassins. We will interrogate them further. But I think they are telling the truth. They probably are. After all, mercenaries work for money, and the assassins just offered more. It really isn't your fault. It is just the nature of the men. Boric says, Are you saying that all my men are corrupt? No, there are probably some that are loyal to you. Tell me, did you find any dead guards? Boric says, Number why? Because if someone turned down the offer, I would expect them to be killed. If no one is dead, that means the assassins knew who to approach. That just makes me think this was Pine even more. Boric says, The assassins targeted my people, but not me. That means whoever set this up knew they couldn't kill me directly. Pine fits the bill and has reason to want my people dead. Not to mention, Pine probably bribed your guards in the past so he would know who to approach. Boric says, You mean my guards were already corrupt? That makes me even more of a failure. I think that someone like Pine doesn't become that rich by obeying the law. He probably had guards on his payroll so that he could get caravans in and out without paying taxes. That is probably the least of what he was doing. Boric says, If you are right and it is Pine, how do I fix the town guard? For the short term, mix up the units. Make sure no unit is completely human. My beast men are loyal to me and don't value gold as much, making them harder to bribe. Boric says, All right, I will do that. What about long term? Most of your mercs come from the other nations, right? Boric says, Yea, other than kids that join to get out of the orphanages or used to. That is why they have no loyalty to the city. You should start recruiting and training people from the city for the new city guard? Boric says, You mean train them just to be city guards and not mercs? Yeah, exactly. Their pride in the city and loyalty will make them harder to corrupt. Boric says, That will be expensive, but thanks to you, we can afford it. All right, I will give it a try. Sarah walks out and asks, Since you two are talking so much, would you like an early breakfast? Boric says, Oh, yes, please. Sorry if we woke you. Sarah says, It is fine. This is when I normally wake up. Just as Sarah is about to walk downstairs, Ambrose and Roddick come up. Just like Boric, the two of them both look exhausted. It seems everyone has had a long night. Then again, it is not like assassins attack the city regularly. At least, not that I know of. Ambrose says, What have you told him, Boric? Boric says, Just about the guards. Ambrose says, All right, Ash, we know where the assassins came from, but don't overreact. The Empire, right? Roddick says. You already guessed it. Yes, they are from an assassin guild in the Empire. However, anyone can hire them. It is Pine. We already figured it out. Ambrose says. Now, we can't know that for sure. As Sarah returns with maids carrying trays of food, I explain my reasoning to Ambrose and Boric. The smell of the food brings a groggy-looking Miria out of the bedroom to join us. The others seem to still be sleeping, which is fine. There will be more breakfast later. As Miria takes the seat next to me, I whisper how cute her underwear was. As she turns bright red, I realize I probably shouldn't have teased her, but I just can't help myself. Before I could even think if it was a bad idea or not, my mouth was already moving. Luckily, Miria doesn't respond, probably because we have several guests. She will probably wait until later to give me an earful. but that is okay since I deserve it. Although I only spoke the truth, they were really cute. I'll probably regret it. Ambrose says, so, if it is Pine, what is your plan? I was thinking of paying him a visit. Roddick says, he is in the Empire. Don't go starting a war. It is fine. I will go in disguised. Miria says, no, you said using that form was dangerous. Besides, if the same Drake that killed Severus shows up to kill Pine, don't you think the Empire might get suspicious? It is not as dangerous now that I know how the side effects work, Sarah says. What are you two talking about? So I end up having to explain about shapeshifting into a Drake and the consequences. As soon as I am done explaining, Ambrose and the others also tell me it is a bad idea. Since I am obviously outvoted, I give up arguing with them after a while. Ambrose says, look, Ash, we are not saying don't go after him. He absolutely deserves to die. We are just saying, don't rush off without a plan, Roddick says. Have you thought about this being a trap? Maybe he attacked those close to you so that you would rush straight at him? Sarah says, do you even know where Pine is? What if he is at the Imperial capital? Are you going to attack him there? Okay, then what do you want me to do? Just sit here and hide, Boric says. Just give me a couple of days. I will sweep the entire city to make sure there are no more assassins. Well, Sarah can stay in the inn, while Pole and Anya can go out with guards. The main problem is going to be the kids. They won't take being cooped up well. Miria says, why not take them to the tower? They will be safe there and have room to run around. That is true. I was planning to introduce them to Kachera and Asuna anyway. Miria says, that should be entertaining to see. Count me in. Sarah, how about you? Sarah says, it has been a stressful day. I could use a vacation. Ambrose says, then it is settled. You all go to the tower for a couple of days and we will sort out our city. Chapter 575. Boric says, well then, I better get started. We will leave after the kids wake up and have some breakfast. Miria says, are you going to ask Pole and Anya to come with us? I plan to give them the option. Yes. Ambrose says, all right, we should get going too. We have a city to clean up, Roddick says. Thank you for breakfast. We will see you in a couple of days. After they leave, Sarah, Miria, and I sit quietly and just relax until the others wake up. Once they do, Sarah goes down to arrange a second breakfast, while I fill in Paul and Anya. Once they know what is going on, they both decide to stay here and keep working. All right, I won't argue with your decision. However, I want guards with you at all times. Paul says, don't worry, my lord. We will be careful. You better. There is no way I can become the Beast King without you. Anya says, don't worry. I will keep him safe. Miria says, I am sure you will. While the two girls share a laugh, Poe looks extremely uncomfortable. I pretend not to notice anything while Sarah just watches and smiles. There is obviously something going on between Pole and Anya, but I am not going to pry. This time, when Sarah returns with food, the smell wakes up the kids and Windy. Once the kids are up, all serious conversation ends as we work together to get them fed. After the kids have their food, everyone else digs in and enjoys their breakfast. Pole and Anya eat quickly, then leave to return to their office to continue working. I am not too worried as the offices are almost as secure as the inn is now. They will also have bodyguards with them at all times. They should be fine. Once the kids finish eating, we pack up and head through the portal to the tower. Surprisingly, Yui doesn't greet us when we arrive. She must be focused on something else. As soon as we walk out of the suite into the main hall, I get more greeting than I can handle. Kachera yells, Father. Asuna yells, Daddy. As they yell, the two of them charge at me. It is quite intimidating as they have both grown. Kachara is still lithe, but now she is about the length of a bus, while Asuna is about the size of a small car. When they reach me, they knock me to the ground and start licking me. As I am being bathed, I notice that Eckhard and Haku are hiding behind Miria, who is laughing. In fact, she is laughing so hard that she looks like she is about to fall over. Yet when I try to push Kachera and Asuna away, I find it a lot harder than I expected. All right, enough. I missed you too. Let me up. After a few minutes of yelling, Kachera and Asuna finally back off and let me up. As soon as I am on my feet, I give each of them a huge hug and rub my wet face against them. This is the most revenge I can get since my tongue isn't big enough to return the favor. Eckhard Haku, it is all right. Don't be scared. These are your big sisters, Kachera and Asuna. I told you about them. Eckhard says sisters. Asuna says cute. Kachera says, Dad, what did you do? Did you kill their moms too? No. Eckhard hatched from an egg I saved from a giant shadow panther, and Haku I saved from some bandits. You know your mom gave me no choice, right? Kachera says, I know, and so does Asuna. Don't worry. She then leans down and says, Eckhard, Haku, it is nice to meet you. I am your big sister, Kachera. As Eckhard and Haku come forward to sniff at Kachera and Asuna, it is unbelievably cute. Miria, Sarah, and Windy just stand there with wide eyes, almost as if they are trying not to cry. For all I know, maybe they are. Women react strangely to cute things. Yui and Kor say, Welcome back. Ash, Hi, Yui? Kor, are you here too? Kor says, My body is still in the city. But thanks to Yui, my spirit can come here. I can move around and observe things much like Yui. That is awesome. I am happy for you. By the way, since when can Kachara and Asuna talk? Kor says Kachara started talking, not long after I started teaching her magic. Asuna only started recently. I can't believe I missed so much. It makes me sad. You have things that you have to do? We have made sure they both understand that. Kor says, They have missed you, but the visitors' stories about you have helped. Speaking of visitors, who is here right now? Yui says, Zamart, Isabella, and Ruby. Why? Because I need to fill you in on what is going on. I would prefer to just tell the story once. Yui says, All right, I will gather them in the dining hall. Kachara, Asuna, this is Windy, a new friend. Kachara says, Did you adopt her too? No, she still has a family. She just chose to run away. She has been a great help in taking care of Eckhard and Haku, Windy says. Nice to meet you both. Maria, since you already know what is going on, can you give Sarah, Windy, and the kids a tour? Miria says, I don't mind, but I don't know the tower very well. Katara says, I would be happy to guide them, my king. Oh, Katara, thank you. While Katara takes the 5 of them to give them a tour, Kachera and Asuna follow me to the dinner hall. When I sit at the head of the table, they immediately sit on either side of my chair. While I wait for the others to arrive, I spend the time petting the 2 of them. Ruby says, What have you gotten yourself into this time? For once, it wasn't my doing, Isabella says. What wasn't your doing? I will tell you once Zamart joins us. Zamart walks in and says, I am here. So, since everyone is gathered, I tell them about the attacks by the assassins. Then, I tell them about my guess that it was Pine's doing and what the guildmasters are doing. Once I finish talking, it is quiet for a few minutes while everyone digests. Isabella says, Does that mean we are stuck here? Number, it just means if you leave the inn, you take guards with you. Be on your guard at all times while within the city. Ruby says, Don't worry. If any assassins attack us, I will burn them to death. Just remember not to burn the city down with them, okay? Ruby says, I will be careful. Isabella says, I will keep an eye on her. Do you plan to stay in Ilium or go to the Free Union? Isabella says, We plan to go to the Free Union, but we aren't sure exactly where. Do you mind a suggestion? Isabella says, Of course not. The Free Union has a border with the land bridge. If you want to fight beasts, then the southernmost city would probably have the most quests. Isabella says, That sounds like a plan. All right, if you need us, look for us in the southernmost city. Okay, stay safe, Zamart says. I will be staying here in the tower. It is amazing here. I am not leaving until my vacation is over. Yui says, Ash, how long do you plan to hide here? Chapter 576, I am not hiding. I just brought the others here to be safe. Probably a couple of days. Yuri says, Do I need to prepare additional rooms? No, the suite should be plenty. Kor says, Will you be visiting the city? I hadn't planned on it. Eckhard and Haku are too young for that. Kor says, Oh, all right. Why? Is something going on in the city? Kor says, No, it has been quiet. I haven't seen any activity since the last time you were there. Does the quiet worry you? Kor says, yes, they don't go to sleep that fast. So you think they are up to something? Kor says possibly. I don't trust them. Maybe I should go down and poke around a bit. Kor says, if you have the time, I would appreciate it. I will keep it in mind. How has it been other than that? Yui says everything has been good here. Having guests has been pleasant, especially Rat. I like her. Kor says, I like her too. She has tons of potential and a good personality. Yui says she has enough potential to possibly inherit the tower one day. Yes, but only if that is the path she chooses. I don't want her to be forced into anything. Yoi says, I couldn't agree more. Only someone who truly loves magic can follow the path to its end. Kor says, it is too soon to tell. Give her a few years. She has a good family now. We can give her time. Anything else going on? Yui says negative. Is there anything you need? Well, there are a couple of things, but it isn't time sensitive. Yui says, go ahead and tell me anyway. Well, first off, at some point, I need to read through everything you have on blacksmithing, forging magical weapons, and reforging magical weapons, Yuri says. The first two I can help with, but there is nothing in the library about reforging. All reforging experiments ended in explosive failures. Do you have the records of those experiments? Yui says, affirmative. Did any of them involve Armatite? Yui says, checking. Number no Armatite was involved. Then I am going to hope that they failed due to weak materials. Kor says, what are you thinking of reforging? I want to try and reforge Blitz. Yui says, what for? Blitz is already a top-class weapon. I want to reclaim the piece of my soul that is inside Blitz. Yui says, oh, I guess that makes sense, but it is very dangerous to try and reforge something. None of the Empire's mages ever succeeded. Kor says, my people were able to reforge weapons, but they were enchanted using elven magic. The difference in the magic used may make our knowledge of reforging useless. Well, since it seems to be the only knowledge there is, I'd like to take a look at it. At worst, I can maybe get some hints from it. Kor says, I don't mind, but you will have to visit the city library. I don't have all the information in my memory. That should be fine. I can do that when I go see what the spiders are up to. Yui says, what else do you need? I was trying to think of an easy way for my army to carry supplies, so I thought of asking if you had backpacks like mine. Yui says, I don't have backpacks. Most of the mages took them when they left the last time. However, I do have wagons. Wagons? What kind of wagons? Yui says, wagons with built-in magical storage chests. So don't try putting them in your pouch. Putting a dimensional item inside another dimensional item makes them go boom, right? Yui says, going boom is the best possible outcome? Would you like to see the wagons? Sure. Instead of leading me somewhere, I am surprised to see several sprites come into the room. Each one is carrying what looks like a toy wagon. They are each less than a foot long. The only thing that convinces me they aren't toys is the level of detail on them. They shrink? Yui says, yes. It makes it much easier to carry them over rough terrain. Will they still shrink even if the chests are full? Yui says, yes. Otherwise it would be useless. How much can they hold? Yui says, each wagon has 6 chests. Each chest holds 1 ton. 6 tons? That is a lot of storage space. Yui says, yes, it is decent. Would these be useful to you? Yeah, I will take 2 of them if you don't mind. Yui says, not at all. They are just collecting dust here. Hey, I don't suppose you have a carriage like this. Yui says, well, I have the Archmage's carriage, but it doesn't have storage chests. What are you looking for? I was thinking that since I keep collecting people, it might be necessary to get a carriage that Lizzie can pull. That way I can travel with everyone comfortably. Yui says, in that case, the carriage is probably perfect. There is only one problem. It is designed to be pulled by 4 horses, not a giant lizard. I am guessing it is heavily enchanted and cannot be modified? Yui says, correct. Maybe I can get Walter to make a saddle that will work with it. That is if you don't mind me taking it. Yui says, go ahead. The sprites leave 2 of the wagons on the table and take the rest with them when they leave. Then a single sprite returns carrying the carriage, which looks like a miniature royal carriage. It is very detailed and beautiful, but I am worried that it is too ornate. Yue says, don't worry, Ash. The decorations can be altered. However, it will take someone with mana to bond with it and become the controller. That is fine. I will find someone. Kachara says, Dad, I suggest Miria. Miria? Why Miria? Kachara says, because she needs something to do and she wants to stay by your side. You think she would be happy being in charge of the carriage? Kachara says, definitely. Okay, I will consider it. Yue says, that won't work. Miria is a beast woman. She doesn't have mana. Oh, right. I forgot about that. I guess it will have to be someone else. Just then, Eckhard comes running into the room to tell me that he is hungry. As soon as he calls me Mama, I hear Kachara and Asuna start giggling. The others arrive soon after, although they come in more slowly. Eckhard says, Mama, I am hungry. Kachara says, Mama, I am hungry too. Asuna says, Mama, food. You too. Of course. Miria and Sarah are laughing out loud at watching my kids tease me. I can even hear Yui and Kor giggling, although they are trying to keep quiet. Luckily, before Eckhard can make it worse, sprites come in carrying trays full of food. Chapter 5, 77. Once everyone is eating, I try to think of who else could bond to the carriage. It can't be Sarah or anyone else who isn't going to be traveling with us. The carriage is a very powerful magical item. It needs to be someone that I can trust. It can't be any of the beastmen for the same reason as Miria, which limits my options. Isabella won't work since she is off doing her own thing and won't be traveling with us. After all the people that are eliminated, there are only Windy and the kids left. The kids will all end up as sacred beasts, so they won't always have mana. Even Windy, I expect to one day become a sacred beast, so I am not sure if she will work either. It being limited to someone with mana is a real pain, but it was built by humans, so it makes sense. It looks like I am going to need to add a human to my traveling companions. That just means I need to find a human who isn't bothered by a bunch of beasts. Easy. The only other option would be to somehow make someone else able to use mana. There are plenty of humans that I trust, but all of them have other responsibilities. Ambrose and the others have guilds and a city to run. Mercy would hunt me down and kill me if I stole Zamart. Same with Maricel and Alanis, and the goddesses already have plans for Layla. That is pretty much all the humans I really trust. There are others I know, but not well enough. So I wait for everyone to finish their lunch and leave to continue their tour. The only ones who stay are Kachara and Asuna, who haven't left my side the entire time. Yui, can I get some more information on that experiment to give beastmen mana? Yui says, sure. What would you like to know? Tell me how it is supposed to work and the odds for an adult to survive it. Yui says, well, rather than a spell, it is a ritual. In theory, the ritual will slowly feed mana into a body at a rate that it can be absorbed. The ritual is designed to also support the body and hopefully keep the subject alive. Of course, this was never tested, so I cannot be sure it will work. I would estimate a healthy adult's odds of survival at about 40%. How much would the odds increase for a child? Yui says, a child between the equivalent ages of 12 to 16 would have roughly a 70% chance of survival. What is the basis of the difference in chances? If the theory has never been tested, Yui says the higher chance is based on the younger body's ability to adapt easier. Younger bodies are also less likely to suffer from system shock during the process. Again, in theory. So if an adult were more adaptable and protected from system shock, they would have better odds. Yui says, correct. In theory, it is entirely possible that it won't work at all. Kor says, are you thinking of using Miria to test the ritual? I am thinking of giving her the option to try it, but I won't force her. Kor says, and you are thinking that you can use your abilities to increase her odds? If she wants to try it, then yes. I am also hoping that if it kills her, that I can resurrect her. Yui says, that might be possible, but I can't be sure. I am aware that there will be risks, and I will make sure Miria is aware as well. Right now, I am just considering the possibility. Kor says, this ritual, is it already prepared? Yui says, no, it never got past the theoretical stage. Kor says, can you show me the ritual? Yui says, of course. Above the table appears a complicated image, made up of 7 overlapping circles. Each circle has magical text written within the lines, and as the lines overlap, they form new patterns. Just looking at it gives me a slight headache. Trying to understand it would probably drive me nuts. Yui says, do you understand it? No. Kor says yes. Don't take this the wrong way, but your magic is much simpler when compared to ours. Yui says, I am not offended. After all, you had thousands of years to gain knowledge. Kor, does that mean you could do it better? Kor says, I would have to. From what I can see, this ritual wouldn't work in the way you are hoping. Yui says, what do you mean? Kor says, the original ritual to create the Beastmen was flawed, and this ritual is designed to fix that flaw. It may have worked on the original Beastmen, but the current Beastmen did not undergo the original ritual. Yui says, oh, I see what you mean. The original ritual was to fuse a beast core with a human, but a human isn't compatible with a core. So the ritual shattered the core and infused the pieces into the human. Then the humans that survived absorbed the mana from the pieces. This is what changed them into beastmen. Kor says, right, but this left inert pieces of a beast core throughout their bodies. The problem is, do current beastmen still have the same fragments? Yui says, I don't know. I think I followed all of that. Can't we just scan Miria and see if there are fragments present? Kor says yes, that would work. I am sure Miria won't mind. Yui, could you call her? Yui says, sure. It takes Miria a few minutes to arrive, but as I expected, she instantly agrees to being scanned. After all, it isn't a big deal. Yui just won't scan anyone without their permission. The scan itself takes a couple of minutes, but as it finishes, a transparent image of Miria appears. Kor says, as I thought, there are no core fragments in her body. The ritual the mages came up with is useless. Yui says, agreed. There is nothing for the ritual to work with. Kor, can you think of another way to give the beastmen mana? Miria says, give us mana. You mean we would be able to use magic? That is the theory we are working on, yes? Or, at worst, you would have a core so that you could progress like the mana beasts do. Kor says, the problem is that we don't know of a way to create an artificial mana core. Couldn't we use the original process? Wouldn't the beastmen be more compatible with real cores than the humans were? Yui says, even if they are more compatible, there would still be a fairly high mortality rate? Well, isn't a mana core just highly condensed mana? Yui says, that is correct, but we have never found a way to make mana become solid. Maybe it has something to do with being inside a body. Kor says, maybe. A body is a natural container for mana after all. Yui says, true. The mages' experiments all involved trying to use artificial containers. Miria says, if you need someone to experiment on, I volunteer. Not so fast. We have no idea what might happen. This could kill you. Chapter 578. Yui says, Ash is right. We are just talking theories right now. There is nothing to test yet. Kor says, a ritual to gather, and condense mana is fairly easy. The trick would be focusing that into a body and somehow making it form a core. I wonder if it would work on me. Yui says, Ash, you already have a core. Right, but this body is that of a mana beast. It is a natural core. We are talking about an artificial core. If we could find a way to give me a second core, I might get my magic back. Yui says, more likely the two cores would try to merge and kill you in the process. Kor says, I agree with Yui. No creature has ever had two cores, that you know of. Yui says, this is getting ahead of ourselves. We don't even know if it is possible to make an artificial core. Actually, we do. I've done it before when making items. In fact, Blitz has a core. Yui says, are you confident that you could do it inside another living body? Yeah, I am sure I can do it. The problem is, I have no idea how much pain might be involved for the person. Miria says, only one way to find out. Let's do it. It doesn't need to be you. I am sure one of the guards or Kitara would volunteer. Miria says, no, I want to be the first. Why? Being the first carries the highest level of risk, Miria says. I know that, but I need to do this. Please, Ash, let me try. Seeing the look of determination in her eyes, I can't help but stop arguing. She really wants this, no matter the risk, and I have to respect her decision. As soon as I give up, Yui and Kor start planning for the experiment. They figure out the ritual in a few minutes, but prepping a room for it will take a bit of time. So we set the time of the experiment for tomorrow, after breakfast. Miria looks excited yet nervous, which is understandable since there is no way to know if it will really work. Miria, are you really sure about this? Miria says, yes, there is no way you are going to talk me out of it. All right, I won't try. If you are sure then, I won't try to stop you. I will do everything I can to keep you alive, Miria says. I know you will, Ash. Yui says, now that that is out of the way, we should talk details. Kor and I have already figured out which ritual to use to gather the mana. I have also chosen the room we will use. Now what else do we need? Can the two of you make the ritual purify the mana as it gathers it? That would save me a step, Kor says. That shouldn't be a problem, Yui says. Anything else, just make sure the mana is gathered at a point above the body, not inside it. Other than that, no. Everything else I will have to do manually. Yui says, all right, we will be ready. Miria says, I am going to go rejoin the others. Okay, see you at dinner. Miria leaves quickly. She probably wants some time alone to think about things. No matter what she says, she has to be worried about what might go wrong. I know I am worried if something does happen to her, it will be my fault. However, this experiment is important. It will determine the future of the Beastmen. I would prefer it if it was someone else being the test subject, but she wants this. I just hope that if something goes wrong and she dies, that I am able to resurrect her. Kitara says, Dad, are you worried? Yes, a little. Asuna says, Dad likes Miria. Yes, Miria has been with me a long time. It is my responsibility to protect her. Yet now, because of me, she is risking her life. Kachara says, Miria chose to risk her life. We heard her say it herself. Yui says, Ash, Kachara is right. Miria made her own decision. You are only responsible for coming up with the idea. She made a choice knowing full well the danger involved. Kor says, I know you are having second thoughts, but if you take this away from her, she will never forgive you. I know. Asuna says, is Miria going to be our mommy? No. Who taught you to have such a smart mouth? Asuna says. Kitara says, I did not. With a giggle, Asuna takes off running, with Kitara in close pursuit, and I can't help but laugh. As I am watching them chase each other around, all I can do is picture them doing this kind of thing while tiny. I just can't wait until I can watch them playing with their little brothers like this. As Asuna is being chased, she freezes the floor, and then makes a sharp turn. Kitara is not able to keep her footing and goes sliding into a wall with a loud crash. Asuna stops and laughs at her sister, only to get grabbed by Kitara's tail. When Kitara uses her tail to drag Asuna close, Asuna attacks with her tails. It is at this point that I realize Asuna now has 5 tails, which she uses to tickle Kitara. Once Kitara is laughing, Asuna manages to escape from Kitara's tail and tackles her. It quickly becomes a wrestling match between the two of them, which is highly entertaining. Asuna is only about a third of Kitara's size, but she is using her tails to make up the difference. I am surprised to see that all 5 are prehensile, and she can use them independently of each other. This gives her a much wider range and variety of attacks to counter Kitara's size. Kitara is obviously holding back to make things even. She is far stronger than Asuna. They are having a ton of fun, and so am I just watching them until Yui speaks up. Yui says, remember the rule. If you break it, you fix it. This causes both of them to freeze, just as they were about to roll into the line of chairs. From the looks on their faces, I am guessing that this has been an issue in the past. It is interesting that Yui said, fix it, I can just imagine the two of them trying to fix something. Asuna says, "Nothing broke." Kachara says, "We were being careful." Yue says, "This time, have they been causing you problems?" Asuna says, "No, we've been good." Kachara says, "We have had a few accidents." Yue says, "It is nothing major." Kor says, "Just kids being kids, except they are very large kids. Do I need to replace anything?" Yui says, "No, it was nothing major. After a few hours trying to put a table back together, they learned their lesson." Kor says, "Now they mostly keep their antics to the room Yui made for them? Or outside? They are probably just overexcited because I am here. It is my fault for being gone so long." Kachara says, "It is okay, Daddy. We know you had things you had to do." Kor, "How long can the barrier hold without Kachara around?" Kor says a month, maybe 2. Why? Because at some point I want to take Kachara and Asuna with me to see some of the world. Chapter 579. Kachara says, "I would really like that." Asuna says, "Me too." "Me too." Kor says, "As long as it is not too long of a trip, there should be no problems." It won't be right away, but I really hate leaving them here all the time. Kor says, "Kachara is at a point in her magic lessons that she can afford to take a break now and then." Kachara says, "So I can go?" Kor says, "Yes. Kachara, you can go." Kachara says, "Yay." Asuna says, "Me too." "Yes, Asuna, you too." But as I said, it won't be right away. I still have some things to do first. Both of them say they understand, but they are both obviously excited. It takes a few minutes to calm them down a bit, but I don't mind. They are cute when worked up. It feels good to spend time with them. I hadn't realized how much I missed them till now. They are also doing a really good job distracting me from worrying about the experiment. The two of them quickly come over and start begging to know when they could go with me. Not having an answer at the moment, I try to come up with something to distract them. "Oh, that is right. How have the magic lessons been going?" Kachara says, "Really good. I can use all 4 elements." Asuna says, "I can only use ice." Kor says, "That is because of your bloodline, but I doubt you could find anyone as able as you with ice." Kachara says, "Yeah, I can only use water, not ice." Asuna, "There is nothing wrong with being specialized. You are just like me." Asuna says, "Really?" "Yeah. I can only use lightning, and probably not even as well as you can use ice." Asuna says, "I am more like Dad," and sticks her tongue out at Kachara. Kachara says, "Maybe, but I am the older sister. Now, no fighting. You are both my children, and I love you equally." Kachara says, "Yes, Father." Asuna says, "Okay, Daddy, especially now that you have younger brothers. You need to set a good example for them. Both say yes, Dad. And come over to be petted." Of course, I oblige them and start scratching behind their ears, making them happy. Asuna puts her head in my lap, but Kachara can't do that. Her head is too big, so she instead holds her head next to my side so I can reach her ears. Yui and Kor are quiet, probably working on the ritual, leaving me and the girls mostly alone. That is fine by me. Spending time with the girls like this is very relaxing. So, for the next hour or so, I just sit quietly, petting Kachara and Asuna. This peaceful time lasts right up until Eckhard and Haku come rushing into the room. Sarah and Windy enter shortly after them, but Miria is not with them. Asuna moves her head out of the way as Eckhard climbs up my body until he can put his face against mine. Eckhard says, "Mama, I am hungry." "All right, little one, dinner will be here soon." Kachara says, "Why does he insist on calling you Mama?" I am not sure, but I think it is probably because I was holding his egg when he hatched. Sarah says, "Miria said she had some things to discuss with Kitara, so she will be having dinner with her." All right, that makes sense. After all, the experiment will have a huge effect on the Beastmen if it works. "Did she say anything else to you?" Sarah says. "She asked me what it was like to die and be brought back." I can't blame her for being curious, especially considering the risk she is about to take. Sarah says, "I think she is handling it well. I don't think you need to worry about her." You mean there is nothing I can do anyway, so don't annoy her? Sarah says. That too. Eckhard finally climbs down off me when the sprites come in carrying the food. He tries to just climb onto the table to eat, but Kachara is not having it. She pushes him into a chair and sits behind him to keep an eye on him so that he behaves. As we eat dinner, there is only small talk. No one mentions the experiment. Since Miria isn't here, the others are probably avoiding talking about it for my sake. While I appreciate the thought, it doesn't work. The entire time I am thinking about the experiment. After dinner, Kachara takes the kids to the playroom that Yui made, and I follow along. The playroom turns out to be a normal room that has had the floor, ceiling, and walls padded. It is filled with all sorts of pillows and other soft things that the kids can hit each other with. As soon as Eckhard and Haku see the room, they go nuts and charge into the room. Asuna follows them in, and before they can attack each other, she attacks them. Asuna, with a pillow gripped in each tail, starts pummeling Eckhard and Haku. Kachara and I just watch and laugh as the boys panic. They aren't used to having someone else play. It doesn't take them long to team up against Asuna, but they aren't used to working together. They lose badly, and it is absolutely hilarious to watch. Just what I needed. This continues until both Eckhard and Haku collapse from exhaustion. By then, my ribs hurt from laughing. At that point, all that is left to do is to put them to bed, which is fairly easy. Kachara and Asuna each pick up one of the kids and carry them to my bedroom. Sarah and Windy choose to use one of the other bedrooms, leaving me and the kids in mine. Kachara curls around the outside of the bed, leaving the middle to the rest of us. So Asuna and I climb into the middle and curl up around Eckhard and Haku. Eckhard and Haku fall asleep immediately. They are too worn out to keep their eyes open. Kachara and Asuna can't sleep. They are too excited to have me around, I guess. However, with about a half hour of petting, they finally calm down enough to fall asleep. Once they are all asleep, I enter into my meditation room and start my homework. I go back through my memories and review every single time I have ever manipulated mana. Then, once I have gone through all of them, I go back and start over from the beginning. In the end, I spend the entire night going over everything again and again, like a broken record. I just can't stop myself. Somehow, I feel that if I review enough, it will prevent any mistakes. Before I know it, morning has arrived and the kids start waking up. Chapter 580. Once everyone is awake, we all get up and head to the dining room for breakfast. Luckily, meditation is almost as restful as sleep, so I am feeling pretty good. My hands might be a little shaky from nerves, but the experiment won't require me to use my hands. When we reach the dining room, I don't see Miria, but that isn't too surprising. She probably doesn't have much of an appetite, which is completely understandable. I didn't think I would have one, but once the food is in front of me, I find that I do. While eating, I try my best not to let my mood drag everyone else down. Everyone but Eckhard and Haku know what is going on, so the table is pretty quiet. It is probably a good thing Miria isn't here. The awkwardness would hit a whole new level if she was. Yui, where is Miria? Yui says she is in the ritual room getting ready. Is everything prepared? Yui says. Affirmative. Core says, we can begin once you finish your breakfast. Hearing that, I quickly finish my food. In fact, I am the first one to finish. Everyone stops eating and watches me as I leave the room at a quick walk. One of the sprites appears to guide me to the experiment room, but I freeze when I see Miria. Why are you naked? Why is she naked? Yui says. She insisted that clothes might interfere with the procedure. Miria says, what? Ash, don't you like what you see? Looking around, I quickly spot a sheet and throw it over Miria's naked body. I have no idea what look is on my face. But whatever it is, it makes Miria start laughing. As she is laughing, she sits up, making the sheet fall and me turn away. Miria says, at least this way I know if something goes wrong you will remember me. Don't talk like that. You are not going to die. Miria doesn't respond. She just lays back down and pulls the sheet over herself. Once I am sure she is covered, I turn to face her and take a seat on the chair beside the table. Before we begin, I place my hand on Miria's stomach and run some sacred power into Miria. After scanning her body, I fix everything I can and then use some power to boost her systems. This should help prevent her from going into system shock, At least that is my hope. When I open my eyes, Miria is smiling at me. From her look, I am guessing she enjoyed the boost. Yue, Core, start the ritual, please, Yue says. All right, where do you want the mana held? Right here, above her stomach. Yui says, understood. While I wait for the mana to start gathering, I go over how I plan to do this step by step. Miria's smile fades once the mana becomes visible, and she starts to look nervous. At this point, there is really nothing I can do to reassure her, so I just give her a smile. All right, I am going to begin. I have no idea if this will hurt or not, but try to stay as still as you can, Miria says. I will try. Once she is ready, I close my eyes and focus my sense on the mana floating above her. Using my will, I grab a bit of mana and pull it out as a short strand. Then I feed it into Miria's stomach. Once it is inside, I carefully move it to the same place where my core is before rolling it into a ball. Then I split my focus. One part to hold the ball in place, and the other to grab another strand of mana. The new strand of mana I slowly wrap around the ball of mana made from the first strand. Then, strand by strand, I slowly increase the size of the ball until it looks like a ball of yarn. Ding, congratulations. Skill mana manipulation has progressed to level 4. Mana manipulation level 4 SP cost 20 divided by 3 minutes, the ability to manipulate mana into new shapes. The skill up makes moving the strands of mana a little easier. But I am too focused to notice. Once I have added enough strands to make the ball inside Miria about the size of a softball, I stop. Then I focus all my will onto the ball and start squeezing it to compress it. As the ball compresses, the lines from all the strands disappear, and the surface smooths out. When I can squeeze the ball no more, it is about the size of a golf ball, but it is smooth. However, it is far too small for a core, so I start adding more strands of mana. In the end, I repeat this process 5 times before the ball of mana is the size and smoothness that I think it should be. Now it looks like a core, except it is still bright white, the color of purified mana. I slowly release my hold on it to see what it will do without me keeping it in place. After I release the ball of mana, it stays in place all on its own, but it does nothing else. I know that I need to create mana conduits and channels, but that is the last step. Before I do that, I need to see that the core is functioning properly. But that might take time. Miria, how do you feel? Miria says, I feel okay now. There were several times when it felt like my organs were being squeezed. Sorry, that was probably when I was compressing the mana. Miria says, that is okay, did it work? Well, so far it has gone according to plan. Now I am waiting to see if it merges with you or rejects you. Yui says, Ash, you have gotten quite skilled at manipulating mana. Actually, it isn't all that good. My skill is only at level 4 out of 10, so there is a lot of room for improvement. Core says, the elves never learned to manipulate raw mana like that. How did you? Just by experimenting, I guess. Miria says, Ash experiments a lot. He gets in trouble for it all the time, Yui says. That is because a lot of his experiments are dangerous. I just do what I need to do to figure things out, Miria says. Not according to the goddesses. You stay still. The core isn't stable yet, Miria says. Sorry. After pushing Miria back down, I quickly check on her core, but it hasn't moved or changed. It isn't a core. It is still just a ball of pure mana. It shows no signs of integrating with Miria's body. By now, I expected the core to at least show some signs of change, but nothing is happening. Saronia, I could use some advice. Saronia says, about time you asked. You can't just make a new part of a body because you want to. Okay, so I need some kind of trigger to get it to merge with the body. Saronia says yes, but it can't be your sacred power that would alter the mana. Will divine power work? Saronia says yes, but it will have side effects. What kind of side effects? Saronia says, I can't be sure, but it won't be a normal core. It will be an artificial core, meaning once you are done, it won't change. She won't be able to improve it like you did with yours. The path to becoming a sacred being will be closed to her. Are there any other options? Chapter 581, Saronia says. Not that I can think of. You don't have any other powers available. Well, what if I used life force? Saronia says. Where would you get the life force? I was thinking I would use my own. After all, I will die after the invasion anyway. so I won't need it. Saronia says, your life force is provided by Krenosha. She might have need of it. I will check with her first, but would it work? Saronia says, if you use your life force on another being, it will permanently tie that being to you. If you use Miria's life force, it will shorten her life by 5 to 10 years, but it would make it a pseudocore. What kind of tie would we be talking about? And how is a pseudocore different from an artificial one? Saronia says, they would always be able to sense the direction you are in. They would gain strength from you, but they would suffer when you die. A pseudocore would be much like an artificial one for Miria. The difference is any offspring she may have would have a high chance of having a real core. So if I gave all living beastmen a core this way, then the next generation would have a chance of having mages? Saronia says, I can't be sure. It might take a couple of generations before the magic was that strong in their descendants. So short-term use mine, long-term use theirs. Got it. Thank you for your help, Saronia says. Anytime. After I finish speaking with Saronia, I give the others a short version of what Saronia said. They heard my side of the conversation, but only I can hear Saronia. In my description, I skip the part about using my life force instead, but Miria doesn't buy it. Miria says, don't try to hide it. What is the other method? The other method involves using my life force, but it has lower odds. I also would need Krenosha's permission before touching my life force. Miria says, so ask her. I want that method. When did you get so stubborn? Miria says. When I realized it was the only way to get through that thick skull of yours. Now stop trying to change the subject and ask her. Krenosha, do I need to fill you in? Krenosha says. No, but it won't work. Why not? Krenosha says, Ash, I am going to be honest with you. You don't have any life force. I don't. How is that possible? Krenosha says. Life force is my sister's area of expertise. I have no ability to use it. If I don't have life force, then what do I have? Krenosha says, to be blunt, you are a soul shoved into a corpse. My power keeps you moving and your body from rotting. It is not something you can play with, and putting it in someone else would kill them. Wait, does that mean I am a type of undead? Krenosha says, yes and no. My power keeps your heart beating and your soul from leaving the body. Luckily, you have surpassed my expectations and gained your own power. Otherwise, you would be running out by now. What? Already, Krenosha says. When I summoned you, I only had a little power available. Not to mention, I thought the invasion was imminent. No way did I expect you to be able to delay the invasion by years. Are you saying that if I don't get stronger, I might die before the invasion? Krenosha says, unfortunately, yes. That is a possibility. How long? Krenosha says, there is no way to be sure. But best guess, 1.5 to 2 years. Meaning as things stand right now, I won't make it to the invasion. Krenosha says, correct. But you continue to grow stronger. As you get stronger, that time will be extended. Is it possible to get to the point that I won't die? Krenosha says, possible. Yes. However, you would have to get close to the power of a god. All right. Thank you for telling me the truth. Krenosha says, I am sorry, Ash. Nothing has gone the way we thought it would. It is fine. Now that I know, I can try to do something about it. Krenosha says, if I can help, just ask. All right, Miria, you now have 2 choices. Either we continue and you lose some lifespan, or I remove the mana and find someone else to experiment on. Miria says, I am not quitting. Just do it. Taking a deep breath, I close my eyes and focus my sense on Miria to try and feel her life force. This is not something I have ever done before, but I am confident I can figure it out. Her life force is not gathered in one spot. It is spread throughout her body. If I take what I need from one spot, that part of her body would basically die. Instead, what I need to do is take a tiny part from everywhere in her body. Once I have gathered it all up, I slowly push it into the core. But it doesn't work as expected. My thought was that the life force would go to the center of the core, but instead it merges with the mana core. I probably should have removed the mana and started over with the life force as the starting point for the core. However, It is too late now to start over, so I will just have to make it up as I go and see what happens. As the life force merges with the core starts to shrink, so I quickly feed more threads of mana into it. To keep it the right size, I have to work quickly and feed it mana continuously. At this point, I am not even sure what is going on or if I am doing the right thing. Trying to stop the process at this point would probably be very dangerous, so I just keep feeding mana into the core and wait to see what happens next. Between one strand and the next, I open my eyes for a second to check on Miria. She is gritting her teeth and seems to be in some pain, but she is staying still and toughing it out. I don't have time for more than a quick glance before I return my attention to moving mana threads. This goes on for what feels like an hour before the core stops shrinking and seems to stabilize. The core stops accepting additional mana, and over the next few minutes, its color changes. Once it turns red, it stops and its appearance changes to look more solid. Now it looks a lot like my core when I first started playing with it. Before it completely settles in, I use mana threads to start making the conduits. The conduits are essential since they allow the core to absorb mana from outside the body. Once they are done, I start working on the mana channels to allow mana to move through the body. At this point, it would be really easy to make some changes to Miria's body. However, after thinking about how she likes to tease me, I decide that making her more attractive would be a bad idea. So I just focus on setting up the network of mana channels and don't change anything else. Luckily, since I already experimented in my own body, setting up everything else is easy. Once the last mana channel is in place, I can finally relax my focus and open my eyes. When I look at Miria, she is covered in sweat, but she still manages to smile at me. How do you feel? Chapter 5, 82. Miria says, I feel exhausted and sore all over. Anything else? Miria says. Not at the moment. No. All right. Go get cleaned up, eat something, and get some sleep. We will see how you feel tomorrow, Yui says. Ash, how do you feel? I am fine. Why? Yui says, because Kitara and the other guards are waiting outside. They all want to volunteer. Miria, is this your doing? Miria says, yes. I wanted to make sure you didn't give up even if something went wrong with me. Yui, how long did this all take? Yui says, a little over 4 hours. Now that I know what to do, I can probably cut that in half. Make sure they know this will cost them some lifespan. If they are still willing, I will do one more before lunch. Oh, make sure they keep their clothes on. Yui says, understood. Speaking of clothes, Miria, get dressed. Miria says, can you help me? No, have the sprites help you. Miria says, not even with my cute underwear. With a growl, I get up and leave the room. All I can hear behind me is Miria's laughter. She has won this round, no doubt about it, but I was expecting payback for my comment. I am just surprised she was able to wait this long to get back at me. When I walk out the door, Kitara and the other guards are still there, waiting. When I ask them, they verify that Yui told them, and they are all still willing to undergo the experiment. I tell them Kitara will be next, and then I will see about doing more after lunch. Before they leave, I ask 2 of them to wait and help Miria back to her room. When the door finally opens, Miria looks like she is barely able to stand. She doesn't even protest the help, which tells me she really feels exhausted. Once Miria is safely on her way, Kitara and I enter the room to repeat the experiment. Kitara does crack a joke about stripping, which tells me she knew what Miria was planning. However, I just ignore it and tell her to lie down. Since the ritual is still running, the mana is ready. This time, I gather the life force first and then wrap the mana threads around it. The life force integrates with the core as I build it, making the process much easier. Although, I notice that I use a lot less mana this time in building the core. Whiting, congratulations. Skill mana manipulation has progressed to level 5. Mana manipulation level, 5 SP cost. 20 divided by 5 minutes, the ability to manipulate mana easily. The core stabilizes quickly, so I move straight on to creating the conduits and channels. The practice has definitely helped. It goes even faster than it did with Miria. When everything is finished, less than 2 hours have passed, and Kitara looks much better than Miria did. Yui says, that was much faster and seems to have gone smoother as well. Yeah, it did. Kitara, how do you feel? Kitara says, pretty good, a little tired is all. Core says, why is it so different this time? I gathered the life force first and then built the core around it. It is easier to do and seems less harsh on the subject. However, I think the core this time is weaker for some reason. Yui says, why do you think it is weaker? Kitara says, does this mean I am weaker than Miria? Yes, Kitara, I think so. Yui, I am not sure why, but this core absorbed a lot less mana. Core says, so this method is safer, but the resulting core is weaker. It seems that way, but with only 2 examples it is hard to tell. It could be any number of things. Yui says, we will have to see how the experiment goes with the other beastmen. For right now, the others are waiting for you to join them for lunch. So after making sure Kitara is okay, I head down to join the others for lunch. As soon as I walk in, Sarah tells me that Miria is sleeping comfortably. With that worry put aside, I sit down and enjoy lunch with everyone. Sarah says, if it is all right with you, I would like to go back to the inn and check on things. Sure, the inn should be safe enough. Just don't leave it without guards. Sarah says, all right. Kitara says, Sis and I will help Windy with the kids, so don't worry about anything, Dad. Thank you. After we all finish eating, the kids head for the playroom and I head back up to the experiment room. The beastmen are still there waiting and I just let them choose who will be next. It seems they have already decided because one of the beastmen immediately steps forward. He doesn't say anything as he follows me into the room and lies down on the table. When I ask if he is ready, his only response is a nod, so I begin the process for the 3rd time. I am sticking to the method I used on Kitara because I want to avoid any deaths if I can. Even if the method is the reason that Kitara turned out weaker than Miria, I am sticking with it. The procedure goes just as smoothly this time as it did with Kitara, maybe even a little faster. Using the mana used as the basis of strength, this core turned out stronger than Kitara, but weaker than Miria. Since the method was exactly the same, this leads me to believe that there is another factor. My best guess is that it is based on the subject's compatibility with the mana core. Some people have higher natural compatibility, thus they end up with stronger cores. Yue says, that went well. Time elapsed is a little over an hour and a half. Core says, Ash, can I ask you a question? Of course, ask away. Core says, I understand the process for the mana core, but what are these conduits and channels you are making? Well, a mana core stores mana, and when it is used up, it will slowly absorb ambient mana to refill. The conduits help to speed up this process. The channels allow mana to flow throughout the body, and the body uses the mana as an energy source. This allows the body to heal faster and make improvements. Core says improvements? Basically, it is like a minor enhancement spell that is always active. Improved strength, speed, and toughness. Core says, that is amazing. The elves never knew about that. Isn't it common to all mana beasts? Core says, no. Yui says, I have never heard of it either. The mages certainly would have used it if they had known about it. Where did you learn this? I figured it out by experimenting on myself. Core says, I am starting to understand what Miria meant about you and experimenting. Yui says, so this will work on anyone who has a core. Yeah, it should. Yui says, do you think you could give a human a core with this method? Possibly, although the odds would be lower. Core says, I wonder what the odds would have been for my people. From what I know, they are physically more durable than humans, so probably higher. Core says, can't you tell from my body? Chapter 583. No, your body is the core of the barrier spell. This has had a large effect on your physical body. Your entire body is flooded with mana at all times. You are far above what a normal elf would be. Core says, oh, I didn't know that. So, I should be able to have a core, right? In theory, yes. However, I have no idea if it would work since you are already a core. Until the spiders are gone and the barrier is no longer needed, it isn't worth the risk. Core says, okay, I understand. Yui says, don't worry. Ash will experiment on you at some point. Yui, did you have to make it sound so dirty? Yui says, I blame Miria's influence on me. Kor says, I am confused. Yui will explain it to you later. Now, let's bring in the next beastmen. In the end, I am able to give cores to 5 of the beastmen before Yui informs me. It is time for dinner. Each of them ended up with different levels of strength for their new cores, but none as strong as Miria. It would seem that what I did with Miria, while dangerous, was much more powerful. Miria will probably be happy when she learns about it, even though it was risky. I am pretty sure that even if she had been given the choice, she would have chosen the dangerous method, so I am not too worried about her being mad when she finds out. She might even be happy about it. When I arrive in the dining room, I am not surprised that Miria is not present. She should still be sleeping. Her body has a lot of changes that it needs to adapt to. However, I am surprised to see Sarah. I thought she already went back to the inn. Sarah, didn't you head back to the inn? Sarah says, yes, but I came back to fill you in on what I learned. Thank you. So, how are things in the city? Sarah says, before I get into that, there was a message from Grud. The meeting you wanted is in 2 days here. The location is marked on this map. Thank you. I should be able to make it in time. Sarah says, the city has been thoroughly swept. They didn't find more assassins, but they did find some guards. Ones who took bribes but decided to hide instead of run. Under interrogation, they admitted to having taken bribes from Pine for years. I am guessing Boric didn't take that well. Sarah says, he tried to resign as guildmaster twice, but the others refused to let him. That is good. I like Boric. He just needs to pay more attention. Sarah says, they did find more assassins, but it was as they approached the city. There was a battle. A number of guards died, but none of your beastmen. All the assassins are dead, I take it. Sarah says, every single one. Ilium should be safe now. I still don't want you to go anywhere without guards, Sarah says. All right. Oh, a guardsman had a message for you. The bartender was hanged according to the new law. Oh, right. That is good. Anything else? Sarah says. Pol told me to tell you that there was an issue about someone named Raichin. He also told me to tell you that he was handling it. All right, I will let him handle it. Anything else? Sarah says, no, that is it. Thanks for the update. Will you be staying or heading back? Sarah says, I will be heading back after dinner. The work is just going to pile up if I stay here. All right, just be careful. Sarah says, I will. Yui, have the remaining beastmen meet me for the procedure after dinner? Yui says, all right, I will tell them. Sarah says, why the change in plans? Because I have somewhere to be in 2 days. I want to finish the procedure tonight. That way I can observe everyone tomorrow to make sure there are no problems before I leave. Sarah says, oh, that makes sense. Once that is settled, we all enjoy our dinner, then I head back to the experiment room. As soon as I enter the room, one of the beastmen joins me, and I start the procedure. The procedure goes smoothly, and I immediately move on to the next beastman. By the time the last beastman has a core it is after midnight and everyone else is asleep, instead of disturbing them, I just meditate until Yui calls me for breakfast. When I enter the dining room, not only is Miria there, but she is already stuffing her face. Miria, how are you feeling? Miria says, other than being really hungry, I feel great. That is a good sign. After breakfast, I want you to do some exercise. Miria says, okay, but why? The first thing you should notice is an increase in muscle mass. You should be faster and stronger than you were before the procedure. Miria says, okay, when can I start learning to use mana? Take it easy for today. If no problems come up, then you and the guards can start Mage Knight training tomorrow. Miria says, not mage training? No, I am sorry. Your core is not going to be strong enough for most spells. Miria says, it is all right, Ash. I know you did everything you could. Are Mage Knights strong? They can be? Yes. What I went through of their training was very useful. Miria says, can't I start the training today? No. Don't push yourself or it might take longer before you can train. Miria says, all right, I will do as you say. Can I eat as much as I want? Of course. Miria takes me at my word, and I am fairly sure that she ends up eating more than I do. Before she leaves, I remind her to take it easy. She is only testing out her body, not pushing it. She is excited, and I know if I don't remind her, she will push herself too far. Yui, would it be possible to make a portable version of the ritual? Yui says it might be possible. Why? Well, if everything works out with the test group, I want to start converting more beastmen. I doubt you want the entire population of beastmen trooping through the tower. Yui says, that is true. Kor says it should be possible, but it will require someone with mana to trigger the ritual. Will it require a lot of mana? Kor says no, just a small amount. It should be within the capabilities of those who have been through the procedure. Yui says, if it wasn't for the part with the life force, we could probably automate the entire procedure. How did you learn to manipulate life force? The procedure with Miria was the first time I have ever done it. Yui says, then how did you know you could? I didn't. I just tried it and it happened to work. Chapter 584, Yui says, Ash, you can be really infuriating at times. What did I do? Yui says, can you at least tell me how you were able to see the life force? Actually, I can't see it. I can just barely feel that it is there, and that only started after I had healed a lot of people. Yui says, what does healing have to do with it? Well, when I heal someone, the spell interacts with the life force. At first, I didn't even notice it, but as time went on, I started to be able to feel it a little, mainly when I was healing a serious injury. Yui says, that doesn't help me at all. Help you with what? Yui says, if we can't figure out how to do what you do with the life force, then we can't automate the ritual. That means you will have to be present for the procedure of every single beastman. Yeah, I was planning on it. What is the problem? Yui says, that will take up too much of your time. You need to spend that time getting stronger. You don't need to worry about me getting stronger, Yui. Yui says, yes, I do. I didn't hear what Krenosha told you, but I can tell from what you said that there is a problem. Just let me worry about that. Kor says, Ash, this all depends on you. Without you, everything will fall apart. Yui says, Kor is right. There is no one else who can do what you do. So we are going to worry no matter what you say. And if you won't listen to us, I will tell everyone else what is going on. No, do not tell the girls or the kids, Yui says. Then convince us that you have a plan that will work. Actually, I don't have a plan at the moment, which is why I don't mind spending some time to improve the future of the Beastmen. Yui says, have you thought about the Knight Commander test? I considered it, but I am worried it would take too long. A lot would happen while I was out of reach. Yui says, that is probably true. So what do we do now? If I can get things settled down and running smoothly, then I will consider doing the Knight Commander test. For now, don't worry so much. While I have a time limit, it is not something immediate. Yu says, you can ask us not to worry, but Miria heard the same things we did. She won't be so easy to convince. Luckily, right now she is too excited about her new abilities. If I am really lucky, then she will have forgotten what she heard. Kor says, I wouldn't count on that. Yeah, I know it is most likely wishful thinking. Yui says, so, what do you plan to tell her when she asks about it? The truth. I try not to lie to people. It always comes back to bite me later. Yui says, so she will be just as worried as we are. Maybe, maybe not. My strength has increased a lot since I was summoned, without me really trying. I will get stronger. No one else needs to worry about it. Yui says, that is not going to convince her. No, but there isn't much she can do about it. In order for someone to help me get stronger, they would have to be stronger than I am. Yui says, that eliminates just about every creature I know of. Kor says, except the dragon, and maybe the demon lords. None of which I can easily talk to. Yui, do you have records of beasts that the mages studied? Yui says, yes. Why? I was wondering if you could identify what species Haku is. Brother Tiger didn't recognize it. Yui says, scanning. Well, except for the black markings, he matches a species in the records, but that is not possible. The black markings appeared when I named him, so ignore them. Why do you say it is impossible? Yui says, The species he matches is from the oldest records I have, those from the main continent. So it is impossible for him to be that species, unless you have visited the main continent and didn't tell us. No, I rescued him from some bandits here on the peninsula. Ye says hence why it is impossible. There is no way for him to have crossed the land bridge at his age. I admit that is unlikely, but there are other options. Yui says, like what? Humans trafficking rare animals is the first thing that comes to mind. Yui says, from the main continent. You think that is possible. Where there is profit to be made, you would be surprised at what lengths humans will go to. Yui says, I won't argue with that. But how did they cross the land bridge? They probably didn't. It is more likely that they came by sea. Yui says, why do you think that? Because that way they avoid both the land bridge and the demon's territory, unless it is something the demons are behind. Kor says, why would the demons be behind it? Well, they have humans under their control, and smuggling would be a good way for demons to infiltrate the human lands. Yui says you mean like the demon that kidnapped you. Exactly. But this is all just a guess. It would explain how Haku got into the hands of the bandits. Yui says, well, I can't say it is impossible. In fact, the Empire kept a garrison on an island to watch for the demons sailing around the land bridge. Did they ever try? Yui says, not that I know of, but I don't know what happened after the Empire fell. Wait, did the island get wiped out by the dragons? Yui says, I am sorry, I don't know. Where is this island? Yui says, off the coast of the Beastlands. It sits between the Beastlands and the land bridge. That is a pretty good location. You said it was a garrison. How many people were on the island? Yui says there was a garrison of 5,000 troops, plus a few thousand sailors to man the ships. There were also civilians living on the island, but I don't know how many. Sounds like there were enough people that if the dragon didn't hit them, they could have survived. Yui says, why is this important? Because if ships are coming from the main continent, that island would be the perfect place for them to stop. If they are using large ships, then if they came to the coast, people would notice. But if they offload cargo on the island and then bring it in on smaller ships, no one would notice. It might be worth taking a look. Do you have a map showing the island? Yui says, of course, and shows me the map. That isn't far from the coast. I could fly there easily enough. Yui says, what are you planning, Ash? Nothing at the moment. At some point, I will probably go check it out, but it isn't a priority. Kor says, so you are just curious. Yeah, it happens to me a lot. Chapter 585. Yui says, well, if your guess is right and he was brought over from the main continent, then Haku is a heavenly lion, or at least that is what his species is called in the records. Heavenly lion? What can you tell me about his species? Yui says, according to the records, they are pride-based. Each male has between 10 to 20 females. Interestingly, upon reaching maturity, the females grow wings. The males do not. That saves me from one problem. Asuna would be upset if she was my only kid who couldn't fly. Yui says true, but you should be prepared for him to grow. According to the records, the males were 2 to 3 times the size of the females. That I was already prepared for. Have you seen the size of his feet? He is going to be huge. So, was the name of the species based on the female's wings? Yui says, actually, no. The name comes from a single eyewitness account that reported a male using a destructive breath attack. He described it as Heaven's wrath, hence the name. Oh, that is something to look forward to. Does it say anything else? Yui says, no, I am afraid that is all it says. These records are from over 2,000 years ago. All right, thank you. At least now I know what to expect. Kor says, all that aside, what are we going to do about Miria? You should at least figure out something to tell her. Yui says, true. If you don't satisfy her somehow, she will tell the others. I will figure something out when the time comes. Kor says, I am the living core of a spell and never met anyone before you. Yet even I can tell that is a horrible plan for dealing with a woman. Yui says, Ash is an expert when it comes to horrible plans. All right, enough of that! Yue, are Miria and the guardsmen currently working out? Yui says, affirmative. Good. Can you scan them all and show me how the mana is flowing in their bodies? Yui says, sure. 1 second. After a bit, the images of 12 bodies appear floating in the air. They are transparent and show colors moving around. This is the mana flowing into the core through the conduits and out into the body through the channels. By studying the mana flow, I am hoping to spot any problems early enough to fix them. Kitara and her men all look good. The mana is flowing properly, but Miria is a different story. Her mana isn't flowing smoothly. It is pulsing kind of like a heartbeat. Her core also looks completely different from the others. It is brighter and the mana in it looks wilder. Core says, why is Miria's core so different from the others? Probably because of the method. Yoi, remove the others, but leave Miria's. Can you scan Core's body from here and put it up next to Miria? Yoi says, I can, if Core doesn't mind. Core says, go ahead. Ash, why do you want my body scanned? Because, like you said, your entire body is a core. I want to compare it to Miria's because her core isn't acting like a core. Core says, then what is it acting like? I think it is acting more like a mana organ, but I am not sure if that is accurate. Even my core never did anything like this. Yui says, why do you think it is so strange? Either because of the amount of mana in the core, or the amount of life force I used to stabilize the core. Core says, do you think the increased amount of life force tied it into the body more than a core should be? That is currently my best guess. Yui says, what is this going to mean for Miria? I have no idea. Just then, the image of Core's body appears next to Miria's, and I start comparing them. While they don't match up, Miria's core looks more like Core's heart than anything else. I imagine that if Core did have a mana core, they would be fairly similar. Yui, call Miria to the experiment room, please. Yui says, all right. Did you spot something? Yeah, Miria's core is pushing out more mana than the channels can handle. For now, her body is absorbing the extra mana, but once her body can't absorb any more, it will just sit in her body. I need to make her mana channels more like a circulatory system, so the extra mana goes back into her core. Yui says, now I understand. If you don't give her body a way to get rid of the extra mana, she will suffer from mana poisoning. Core says, you can be poisoned by mana. As I head for the experiment room, I listen to Yue explaining mana poisoning to Core. It seems that elves never had to worry about it. Their bodies could handle the extra mana. From that, I can guess that elves are similar to both humans and mana beasts. Core, did elves have cores? Core says, no, they didn't. Like humans, they could process mana in their bodies. Unlike humans, every single elf could do it. Yui says, and no elf ever found the maximum amount of mana their bodies could handle. Core says, not that I know of. Miria walks in and says, you wanted to see me. Yes, I need to fix something. Lay down on the table, please. Leave your clothes on. Yui, start the ritual, please. Yui says, sure, but why? Because I have no idea what might happen if I try and pull mana from her core. I am going to need mana to change her channels, so I would rather use the ritual. Yui says, understood. Miria says, is anyone going to tell me what is going on? While waiting for the ritual to gather mana, I explain the problem to Miria. Breaking it down into language that she can understand takes a few minutes. Once the ritual has gathered enough mana, I place my hand on her leg and start working. For the most part, I am leaving the existing channels alone and just adding extras. As I am adding new channels, I can sense that the density of her muscles has almost doubled. This is a much higher improvement than the other beastmen have gotten from the procedure. Yue says, why are you adding extra channels between her heart and her core? It is my hope that it will get her core's pulsing to sync up with her heart rate. Core says, what is that going to do? For one, it should help her core stabilize. For another, in stressful situations where her heart speeds up, her core should also speed up. This way, it will act as a secondary adrenal system. At least, I hope so. Yui says, won't that increase the risk of mana poisoning? It would, but I think I might have a way around that. After seeing the scan of Kor's body, I think I can increase her body's resistance to mana. Kor says, really? Are you sure? Well, as sure as I can be without trying it. Yui says, are you sure it is a good idea to further experiment on Miria given her current condition? Chapter 586. It is because of her condition that I feel the need to do this. Yui says, this seems like an unnecessary risk. Miria says, whatever the risk, I trust Ash. Kor says, really? Miria says, when it comes to the safety of others, I trust Ash completely. The only time I don't trust him is when it concerns his safety. Thanks, I think. Yui says, well, if you are set on doing this, is there anything I can do to help? Actually, yes. Bring up Kor's scan again, but focus in on the extra organ near her heart. Yui says, this one. What is it? Yes, that one. If my guess is right, that is what allows elves to not get mana poisoning. Yui says, and if your guess is wrong, it won't matter. My intent when I create it will make it work. Besides, I doubt I am wrong. Notice how all the arteries that return blood to the heart go through it? Kor says, so it cleans the blood before it enters the heart? Exactly. It probably works against poison as well. Yui says, just be careful. Once I am done changing how the channels work to make it a circulatory system, I move on to the heart. Before I can add the extra organ, I first have to move Miria's arteries around a little. Once that is done, I use mana and a tiny bit of life force to create the organ. Everything goes smoothly. In fact, it is a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Miria's body seems to want the organ there. All I do is start creating it, and it just takes over. The problem is that once it is done, it doesn't look the same as the one Kor has. Even though it looks different, I can sense that it will do what I was hoping for. It will clean all the blood that passes through it of mana and any other foreign substances. If this works out, I am somewhat tempted to see if I can give myself this organ as well. If I had the time, I would have tested it on myself first before doing it to Miria. Since I don't know how long Miria has before the mana poisoning starts, I have no choice. However, what is done is done. Now I just have to wait and see if it works. Miria, how do you feel? Miria says, a little strange. My chest feels tight. As soon as she complains about her chest, I turn my focus there and look for any problems. Unfortunately, I find one. Her heart is struggling for some reason. It was fine before. As I focus in and study her heart, I start getting worried when I find the cause of the problem. The muscles in her body have been growing due to the flow of mana from the new core. I find a birth defect inside Miria's heart, one that is getting worse as the muscle grows. It isn't caused by a wound, so my healing spells have no effect on it. By feeding a little sacred power into her heart, I am able to slow down the damage. It is only enough to buy some time and make Miria a little more comfortable. If I can't figure out something quickly, Miria is going to suffer heart failure. Miria says, that feels a little better. It is only temporary. Yue? Kor, do either of you know a stasis spell? Yue says, no, I don't. Kor says, I don't either. Why? Because we need to freeze Miria somehow until I can get her a new heart. Miria says, what? Saronia says, I can help. If you can, please do. Before Miria can even ask what is going on, she freezes completely. Even the sweat dripping down her face freezes. She isn't covered in ice or anything, but it looks like time has simply stopped. If so, that is perfect. It means her heart won't damage itself anymore. Thank you, Saronia. Saronia says, you are welcome. But the downside is you cannot do anything to her while the spell is active. That is fine. I just need time to find a suitable heart. How long will the spell last? Saronia says, until I remove it. I could keep her like this for 1,000 years if needed. Hopefully it won't take me long to find her a new heart. Yui says, since she is currently safe, can you explain what happened? I found a defect in her heart. It has been there since birth. Due to the muscle density increasing after the mana core went active, it started causing problems. Without the stasis spell, her heart would have failed within an hour, 2 at most. Core says, "Can't you just fix it?" Because she was born with it. Healing spells won't see it as something to fix. And I am not good enough to try and manually repair a heart while it is beating. Yui says, "If her heart was stopped, could you fix it?" Maybe, I am not sure. My old world had lots of information about how the heart works, but I wasn't a doctor or anything. Besides, her heart isn't the same as a human heart. There are some differences. Yui says, "If you can't fix it, maybe Saronia can." Saronia says, "I could, but it would mean bringing her to my realm. She would have to stay here at least a year, but I don't think she would want that." I agree. She will be pissed if she misses more than a few days. I think finding a new heart is the best option. Core says, "So, all you need is another bunny girl?" No, I won't ask someone to give up their life if I can avoid it. I was actually thinking that a beast heart would be a better option considering what happened with her core. Yui says, "Another experiment? Haven't you done enough already? If I removed her core and gave her a normal heart, do you think she would be happy?" Yui says, "Well, no. But why would you have to remove her core? Because the process has already gone too far. If I put a normal heart in her as she is, it would explode. The only option would be to find a bunny girl, complete the process on her, and then remove her heart." Core says, "Wouldn't the same thing happen with a beast heart?" No, a mana beast would have had mana flowing through its heart since birth. Since Miria is part mana beast, she should be able to accept a beast heart without too many problems. I hope, Yui says. So, what kind of mana beast do you intend to use? That I haven't figured out yet. It will need to be something similar in mass to Miria, preferably closely related to a rabbit. Yui says, checking. No matches found in the records I have. All right, I will go ask Kitara if she knows of anything. If she doesn't, then I may have to get creative. Core says, meaning, well, if I can't find a mana beast that matches, I will just have to find something else and hope I can make it work. Chapter 587. After telling Yui to lock the experiment room and keep everyone out, I go looking for Kitara. As I do, I try my best to remember what other animals are closely related to rabbits, but I draw a blank. I think they are part of the rodent family. But it has been so long since biology class that I can't be sure. Kitara says, Ash, is something wrong? Yes, there has been a problem with Miria's procedure. Do you know of any mana beasts that are similar to a bunny? Kitara says, yes, actually I do. There are some grasslands along the coast where such a beast lives. My tribe considers them a delicacy and hunts them regularly. Why? I need the heart from one. How big do they get? Kitara says, the biggest one I heard of was about Asuna's size. Is Miria going to be okay? That is plenty big enough. Can you show me on the map where the grasslands are? I don't know, but I am going to do everything I can to make sure she is, Kitara says. Sure, the grasslands are right here, but this is my tribe's territory. You may run into them. How does your tribe feel about me? Kitara says, I have no idea. I haven't been among my tribe since I was a child. I am an outcast, remember? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I am a little distracted. Kitara says, it is all right, but if you don't mind some advice, you should take Asuna with you. Asuna? Why? Kitara says, my people greatly respect the various fox-type mana beasts. Even if they are hostile to you, they will at least talk to you if Asuna is with you. All right, thanks for the advice. I will take her with me if I can figure out a way. Kitara says, is there anything else I can do to help? No, not that I can think of. Kitara says, are my men at risk? No, they shouldn't be. Miria got a lot rougher version of the procedure than the rest of you did. Kitara says, poor Miria. Any orders for us? Take it easy the rest of the day. Yui will be monitoring you. As long as no problems occur, you can start training tomorrow. Kitara says, understood. Yui, where is Zamart? Yui says, where he always is. However, lunch will be served momentarily. All right, I will wait to talk to him until after lunch. While I could skip lunch, that would only make the others worry, and I don't want that. The kids may or may not understand what is going on, but while we eat, I do my best to explain it. Kachara and Asuna seem to understand, and so does Windy, but Eckhard and Haku don't. They understand that Miria is hurt, but that is about it, which just makes them sad. They don't stay sad long. They take me at my word when I say she will be all right. Once we are done eating, I ask Windy to take the kids to play, keeping Kachara and Asuna with me. Kachara says, "What do you need, Dad?" To help Miria, I am going to need Asuna's help. I wanted to explain it to you myself so you know I am not leaving you out on purpose. Asuna says, "Daddy, you need my help." Yes, to help Miria, I need the heart of a rabbit beast. I found out where to find one, but it is in an area controlled by the fox tribe. They may or may not like me, but they respect other fox beasts. I want you to go with me so that they will talk to me and I don't have to fight them, hopefully. Are you willing to go with me? Asuna says yes. Yes. Kichara says, "Father, I understand why I can't go. It is all right. Kichara, I am working on a way for you to go see the outside world too. It is just going to take some time. This trip is all about saving Miria." Kachara says, "I know, Dad. It is okay, really." "All right, but I am going to need your help as well. Eckhard and Haku haven't been separated from me since I found them. I need you to help keep them calm and distracted." Kachara says, "All right, I can do that." Asuna says, "When do we leave? Tomorrow morning, after breakfast. If I can get everything figured out by then." Kachara says, "How long will you be gone? If everything goes smoothly, only a couple of days." Once I am done explaining everything, I spend some time just petting the two of them. Then I send them off to go help with the boys, and I head for the library to find Zamart. I find him in one of the reading rooms sitting in front of a mountain of books. "Hi, Zamart. Got a question for you." Zamart says, "Hello, Ash. What is your question?" "Do you know a shrink spell?" Zamart says, "No, I can't say I do." "Damn, Yue. Kor, do you have a shrink spell?" Yue says, "I do, but it depends on what you want to shrink." Kor says, "I do, but Zamart would have to learn elven magic." Zamart says, "I would love to learn elven magic. I want to shrink Asuna so that I can fly down the mountain while carrying her." Yui says, "The spell I have only works on non-living things." Kor says, "It will take months to learn elven magic. Guess I will have to think of another plan." Yui says, "What about your shadow pocket?" "I don't know if Asuna will fit, and I would need Eckhard to take her into it. I was planning to leave Eckhard here with his brother and Kachara." "Do you have anything that works like the shadow pocket?" Yue says. "No, I am afraid not." "Hold on, give me a minute to think. Something is bothering me. I just can't quite remember what it is, but I know I am missing something." Then it hits me. I actually know a shrink spell. The one I used on the forge. I quickly pull out the Archmage's diary and flip through until I find the right page. "Zamart, can you learn this shrink spell?" Zamart says, "This is amazing. Where did you get this?" "This is the real diary of the last Archmage. Can you learn it by tomorrow morning?" Zamart says, "Yes, I can learn the spell." "Can I keep this book? You can borrow it, but I want it back after you finish reading it." Zamart says, "All right." Yui says, "Looks like your plan is back on track." "Yeah, as long as Zamart learns the spell in time, we will be leaving right after breakfast." Yui says, "Is there anything else you need to prepare?" "No, I should have everything I need." "Why?" Yui says, "I thought you might want a distraction if everything is ready. The blacksmithing and magical item forging books you asked for are in reading room 2. "Oh, thanks. That does sound good." So I leave Zamart to study the spell and head into reading room 2 where I find a pile of books. Then I read about the blacksmithing techniques of the ancient empire until Yuri calls me to dinner. So I head down to the dining room and enjoy dinner with everyone. After we are done eating, I follow the kids to the playroom and spend a few hours wrestling with them. Once Eckhard and Haku are completely worn out, I carry them to bed. I try to sleep, but have no luck. So in the end, I meditate for the rest of the night. Chapter 588, in the morning. During breakfast, I break it to the kids that I will be leaving for a few days. Haku takes it well, Eckhard not so much. He even throws a fit at the table. When that doesn't work, he runs off, probably to find a place to sulk. Kachara says, "Don't worry, Dad. I will find him." "Sorry, Kachara. I will make it up to you." Haku finishes his breakfast, then comes over and rubs against my leg until I pick him up. Then he gives me a hug for a minute before running off to find his brother. Asuna and I go looking for Zamart after we are done eating. We find him still in the library. "Zamart, please don't tell me you stayed up all night reading and forgot to learn the spell?" Zamart says, "No. No, I learned the spell." "Good. Do you know how long it will last?" Zamart says, "Well, I haven't tested it out, but I would guess an hour or two." "Good. That should be enough time for me to fly down the mountain." Zamart says, "Should I cast the spell now?" "UI, anything I need to take care of before I go?" UI says, "No, everything should be fine. Have a safe journey." "All right, Zamart, go ahead." Asuna stands nervously as Zamart casts the spell. When the spell is finished, she slowly starts to shrink. When the spell finishes, Asuna is the size of a house cat, and so adorable it is painful. I pick her up in my arms and start petting her. It is impossible to resist her. After nodding my thanks to Zamart, I head for the tower's main entrance. Since I don't know how long the spell will last, I can't afford to waste any time. As soon as I get outside the tower, I bring out my wings and start flying down the mountain. Asuna squeals in joy as soon as we are in the air. She is super excited to be flying. While I am focused on flying, she is trying to look at everything at once and not miss anything. As I fly, I continue petting her, trying to keep her from moving around too much. The mountain is so huge that even 2 hours might not be long enough. So I fly hard and try to cover as much ground as I can before the shrink spell wears off. Asuna just enjoys the ride, the view, and of course the attention I am giving her. It isn't like I blame her. The scenery is truly impressive, but I am jealous because I can't enjoy it. That is unless I want to crash into a tree or rock. The winds on the mountain are unpredictable. Thanks to that, I have to pay complete attention to my flying or else suffer the consequences. Asuna says, "Daddy, this is amazing. So, I take it you like flying?" Asuna says, "Yes, very much." "That is good. This would be harder if you were scared." Asuna gives me a smile and licks my face before going back to watching the scenery pass. We are about 3/4 of the way down the mountain when I notice Asuna's weight increasing. I instantly backwing to reduce my speed and start looking for a place to land. Once I spot a place, I head straight for it. I can feel Asuna getting bigger in my arms. Unfortunately, Asuna's weight increases too fast for me to reach the spot I was aiming for. Her increased weight pulls me down faster than planned, causing me to smash through a tree before crashing to the ground. By the time I pick myself up, Asuna has returned to her normal size. She doesn't look injured. Just to be safe, I throw a healing spell over her, then use the cleaning stone on both of us. Luckily, the snow is fairly deep, so it cushioned us when we crash landed, touching Asuna so that I can walk on the snow like she does. We start walking down the mountain. In some places, the snow is waist deep on me, so having Asuna along proves very useful. When we reach the base of the mountain, we stop for lunch, and Asuna keeps a tail touching me so I don't sink. She is very happy with the food, especially since I have some things the tower doesn't. It is obvious that she sees all this as a great adventure, but it makes me feel bad for leaving her cooped up in the tower. The tower is great for people, especially mages, but not so much for mana beasts. I need to find another option as soon as I can, for both of them, although Kachara is a bit better off. After all, she flies around the mountain regularly to maintain the barrier, so at least she can go outside and fly around. But Asuna can't do that. Unfortunately, the portals aren't big enough for them to go through to Ilium either, at least not now that they have grown so big. Another reason I need to get the items for them. All this goes through my head while I am eating. I haven't even tasted my food. Asuna, on the other hand, seems to be really enjoying her food from what I can see. I am glad to see that she stops eating to look around every few bites, staying aware of her surroundings. Once she is done eating, I clean up everything and get ready to set off. Asuna says, "Daddy, do you want to ride me?" "Are you sure I can? I am pretty heavy." Asuna says, "I am sure." I am big and strong now. All right, we'll give it a try. So I carefully climb onto Asuna's back, trying to find a place where I won't hinder her movement. It would be much easier if she had a saddle, but I try my best riding bareback. For a while it works, with me pointing the direction until Asuna stops, panting and wheezing. I knew I was too heavy. Here, drink and catch your breath. Asuna says, "Sorry, Dad. It is not that you are heavy. I am just not used to running for so long. That is because there is no room to run around in the tower. I am sorry for that." Asuna says, "Don't be, Dad. I love living in the tower with Kachara. For now it is the best option, but someday I want a home for all of us." Asuna says, "That would be nice. For now I think we are going to need some help. Summon Mount." When Lizzie appears, she is curled up and instantly sinks deep into the snow. From the angry snort and unhappy hiss, I am guessing she was asleep when I summoned her. As she stands up and tries to shake the snow off, I take a few prudent steps backwards. Lizzie says, "Did you have to summon me here of all places?" "I thought the cold didn't bother you." Lizzie says, "It doesn't hinder me. That doesn't mean I like it." "Sorry to have disturbed your sleep," Lizzie says. "I thought you were hiding in the tower. What is going on?" "Hello, Asuna." Asuna says, "Hello, Lizzie. I was not hiding in the tower. Right now we are heading for a meeting with the Ox tribe. Then we need to find a mana beast to save Miria." Lizzie says, "Save Miria? What happened?" So I quickly fill Lizzie in on the experiment and everything that happened with Miria. Then I explain to her about the idea of using the heart of a mana beast to fix things. As I am explaining things, I notice that Lizzie doesn't have her saddle, which will complicate things. Chapter 589. Lizzie says, "Well then, let's get going." Wait, Asuna is too big to ride me. Is she going to be able to keep up? No, but I have an idea. Are you going to be okay with dragging her by holding onto your tail? Lizzie says, "My tail? Really? Why not some rope or something?" "Because a special ability. As long as you are touching her, you can walk on the snow." That is when Lizzie pays attention to the fact that both Asuna and I are standing on the snow. Then she looks and notices that Asuna has one of her tails touching my shoulder. Lizzie then reaches out and touches Asuna with her tail and steps up onto the snow. Lizzie says, "What a useful ability." All right, she can hold onto my tail. Perfect. Asuna, I want you to create a sled out of ice and ride it behind Lizzie, okay? Asuna says, "A sled?" Realizing that she has no idea what I am talking about. I stop and explain a sled. Then I have her create a few sleds for practice while I give her advice. Once she has a good sled, I climb onto Lizzie and have her start moving slowly to test it. As soon as she sees that it is working, Lizzie picks up the pace, and Asuna starts laughing joyfully. From her expression when I look back, I am guessing that sledding is Asuna's new favorite thing. Not that I blame her. It does look really fun, especially since the cold doesn't bother her at all. In fact, I am fairly tempted to go back and ride with her. Riding Lizzie without a saddle isn't very comfortable. Since Asuna isn't having any problems, Lizzie speeds up until she is at her normal speed. The laughter from Asuna changes to screams, but I can't tell if they are of fear or excitement. At that speed, it only takes us 2 hours to reach the meeting point, which was about 80 miles away. When we arrive, we find that the Ox tribe is already there and has set up a camp. When I see the members of the tribe, I don't think ox. I think minotaur. It is only as I am looking at them that I realize I haven't seen any of their tribe before. They are the most beastly of all the beastmen I have seen. They look just like D&D minotaurs. When Lizzie comes to a stop and I dismount, I find out that they are also the tallest beastmen I have met. After all this time, it feels really weird to be looking upwards to meet someone's eyes. As they all leave their tents, I count around 50 male tribe members, all staring at me. Then, the largest and strongest looking one leaves the crowd and walks toward me. Nera says, "I am Nera, chieftain of all the Ox tribes." "Nice to meet you, Nera. I am Ash," Nera says. Such a simple introduction for someone who Grud says is the strongest. "I prefer to keep things simple if I can," Nera says. "Suits me. Let's get this settled." "All right, see that boulder? Can you lift it?" Nera turns and looks at the boulder I am pointing at. Then he walks over to it. After wrapping both arms around it, he struggles to lift it, all his muscles bulging. After a minute, he finally manages to lift it. With a roar, he manages to lift it 3 inches. As he steps back with a triumphant smile, I stop to wonder if he is going to turn hostile when he loses. Guess I will find out soon. Nera moves away, and I walk up to the boulder. I could just do a little better than him, but I don't want to deal with more challenges in the future. So I grab the boulder with both arms and quickly lift it above my head. Then with a grunt of effort, I throw it. I watch as it lands on the far side of the camp. When I turn back to Nera, I find him and all of his people down on one knee. Nera yells, "The Ox clan swears allegiance to the Beast King." Ox tribe yells, "Long live the Beast King. While I accept your allegiance, I am not the Beast King yet." Nera says, "You now have 2 tribes who have sworn to you. That is a good start. No one has ever accomplished that before. So, what are your orders for my tribe? First, I have a question. How come I haven't seen any of your people among the outcasts?" Nera says, "We trade with the outcasts, but none of my people are outcasts. We are a tribe, a family. You don't kick people out of your family." I can respect that, but what do you do with your troublemakers? Nera says, "I educate them," as he clenches his fist. "What about those who fail to learn?" Nera says. "If they can't learn, then the lesson proves fatal." Ah, now I understand. Is this all of your tribe? Nera says, "No, we don't gather together often. The land can't support too many of us grouped together. So, we stay spread out. There are a dozen groups this size." "Well, I don't have any specific orders, but I do have options for you. We have started construction of a city." Nera says, "Yes, the outcast city. I've heard about it. It isn't just for the outcasts. It is for all beastmen." Nera says, "Grud said you wanted to turn the Beastlands into a nation. I just didn't believe him." "Yes, I plan to unify the tribes and turn them into a nation. I want to make sure the Beastmen will survive as a nation once I am gone." Nera says, "That is going to be a tall order. We may not be as bad as humans, but we still have our share of idiots. If they are idiots, then I will just have to educate them." Nera and his men all have a good laugh at that and then invite me to join them for dinner. Of course, I accept, but I insist on providing the food for everyone. I am a little surprised when I learn that the Ox tribe are vegetarians, but I can handle that. Luckily, both the tower and the inn have a wide range of dishes available, including plenty of vegetarian dishes, to the delight of the Ox tribe's members. They greatly enjoy the food, and as they eat, I tell them about all the options available currently, mainly about the moving of stones, construction of the city, and the opportunities in the army. Of course, I make sure they all understand that these are all just options, not mandatory. I make sure to explain to Nera that if they want to remain as they are, it is fine by me. Nera says, "Oh, I am sure quite a few of my people will be interested. Our lifestyle is satisfying, but some find it boring." "Well, any of them that want to join are welcome," Nera says. "How else can we be of service? Are there any tribes that you are friendly with?" "I am interested in gaining more tribes without bloodshed," Nera says. "You may not know this, but our tribe is not really liked by most of the other tribes. Those that are from meat-eating creatures despise us for being vegetarians. Only the badger and rat tribes are somewhat friendly towards us. Then can you meet with the chieftain of the rat clan and see how he feels about me? If he seems friendly, then we can arrange a meeting." Nera says, "Sure, give me a couple of weeks." Chapter 590. All right. "Oh, how are your relations with the Fox tribe?" Nera says, "Neutral. The Fox tribe is rather weird." "Weird how?" Nera says, "Well, for one thing, they are one of only 3 tribes led by a woman. The weirdest thing about them is that their leader isn't a beastman. If she isn't a beastman, what is she?" Nera says, "A mana beast." She is a fox-type mana beast. Although she can appear as a humanoid, she has 9 tails, no matter what form she is in, and her tribe absolutely worships her. Interesting. I can't wait to meet her. "Oh, you said 3 tribes? Fox and Bunny, who else has a female leader?" Nera says, "The Coyote tribe." That actually makes sense. Since I have to go to the Fox tribe's lands, any advice for dealing with them? Nera says, Don't try to sneak past them. It won't work. Go in openly and with your fox over there visible, and they should at least talk to you. That was the plan. Nera says, Can I ask why you are going there? Since I don't see a reason to keep it secret, I explain about looking for a heart. Nera seems impressed that I would go to such trouble for a companion. Of course. I don't tell him the nature of the experiment. I am not yet ready for news of it to spread. At least, not until I have verified that the procedure is stable and I am ready to convert more beastmen. Nera can tell I am holding something back, but he doesn't seem to mind. In fact, Nera seems generally very laid back, not quite what I was expecting. While we are talking, Lizzie has cleared an area of snow and makes a bowl out of earth. Once it is done, Lizzie climbs into it and curls up to go to sleep. Asuna looks over at me, talking with Nera. Then she climbs in with Lizzie and goes to sleep. Nera and I talk late into the night. He wants to know what my plans for the Beastmen are. Unfortunately, my plans at this point still haven't developed all that much. There are still too many unknowns when it comes to the tribes and how they will react to me. Nera says, Honestly, I am surprised you haven't recruited any of the cat tribes yet. They are the ones most likely to submit to you without bloodshed. So I have been told, but I haven't had a chance to visit their territories. Nera says, There are 5 cat tribes. I would go from weakest to strongest. That would give you 7 tribes behind you? A force no tribe can ignore? Which is the weakest cat tribe? Nera says the Lynx tribe. And where can I find them? Nera says, In the mountains between here and the coast. Do you have any dealings with them? Nera says, Only when they try to raid us. Do they raid you often? Nera says, Not too often. We don't store meat, and we are not easily defeated. But since we stay in small groups, we look like easy targets to some of them. If they do submit to me, I will put an end to that. I plan to put an end to all conflicts between the tribes. Nera says, I don't think you should go that far. There are always going to be tensions between different tribes. It would cause problems if you try to ban fighting. It would be better to organize it somehow. You mean like arena fights? Nera says, Yes, something like that. Young beastmen tend to be overly aggressive, even ours. They will need some form of outlet. How about if I set up a combat school and design it to beat the stupid out of them? Nera laughs and says, If you can do that, I have several people I want to send. It should be possible. But we will have to wait and see how things go. After that, we talk about possible ways to prevent tribes from fighting each other. It is only a few hours until dawn when we finally finish our conversation and Nera heads to bed. Instead of trying to sleep for only a few hours, I enter my meditation and spend some time working on plans. The Beastlands cover an area as big as the Empire. Maybe a little bigger. The main problem I am going to face is the fact that the tribes are so spread out. I will have to spend a lot of time just visiting all of the tribes, let alone manage them. One city is probably not going to be enough, but it is a start. I can always build more later. The problem with that is the tribes probably won't want to change to living in a city. After all, they have been nomads for the past 1,000 years or so. Getting them to give up their way of life is not going to be a quick process. At least not without forcing them to do it, and that wouldn't last past my death. All I can really do is lay the groundwork and hope that my successor can continue things. I add several things to my mental list, including talking to Leonor about building a fortress or 2. If possible, I want to keep the war away from populated areas, so the Beastlands are the best bet. However, marching all the human armies down here will be something of a problem. Although, if we start working on roads now, they should be done before the war starts. As the Romans proved, roads are a very important factor in a war. Between the road from the quarry to the city and the road from the city to Ilium, we should have some experienced teams. When I am next in Ilium, I will talk to Pol about adding more people and getting them trained. With all the money I am making, adding a road network shouldn't be a problem. In fact, roads will help the merchants move around and probably end up making me more money. The more I think about it, the more I feel I should focus on infrastructure. If I build enough foundations, then I can at least give whoever comes after me a head start. Considering my time limit, that is probably going to be my best bet. With that decision made, I start modifying the plans I have and making new ones. My main goal will be to unify the tribes, and at least start breaking down the friction between them. Secondary goal will be to set up as strong a foundation for the nation as I possibly can. If I try to do too many things at once, I won't complete any of them, so 2 goals is good. If I get ahead of things, I can always add more later, but for now, I at least have a direction. As for the main goal, the army will be a big part of that. Fighting together against a common enemy will go a long way. The feelings that fighting side by side create are the kind that last a lifetime. While not everyone will serve in the army, those that do will have a major effect on the tribes. Other than that, I should probably focus on dealing with the enmities between the tribes. Chapter 591. Once I am the king, ordering them to stop fighting will be easy enough. But that isn't enough. If I don't find and fix the underlying cause of the enmity, then it will come back as soon as I turn my back. I don't want to waste people and time dealing with the same issues over and over, especially since I am well aware that a lack of patience is one of my faults. If I have to deal with the same issues multiple times, I am likely to snap and kill people. I need to be sure to find someone really patient to handle things like that for me. In fact, I need to find a lot of people that I can trust, and so far I feel Nera is one. He seems patient and appears to have a good hold on his temper, more than me anyway. I also feel that he is honest and will tell me things straight out whether I want to hear them or not. It is a little soon to make a decision, but I will keep him in mind for later on. I will also see about keeping an eye on him and his people to see if he was in fact being honest. Although, that is going to be hard since I don't have any spies or an information network. When I see Pole next, I will have to talk to him about setting something up. He may already have something for the merchant activities that we can build on. Then again, he might not, but I am confident in his ability to build a network from scratch if need be. The only problem is if he is going to have time with all the work I have piled on him. I can't just keep piling things on him. I need to find him some assistance or something. While I am at it, I should probably assign him and Anya permanent bodyguards. He is going to be making a lot of enemies among the merchants of the Free Union, and Pine isn't the only one who can hire assassins. Since he is going to be making enemies on my behalf, I should make sure he is protected. Besides, I would be crushed if something happened to Pole or Anya, and Miria would probably kill me. When I sense people moving around, I exit my meditation, get up, and stretch. Then I start handing out breakfast to the tribesmen, and for once the smell doesn't wake up Asuna. That is until I take out my own breakfast. The smell of it wakes up Asuna. Lizzie sleeps through the smell of food, but not through Asuna climbing over her to get out of the nest. Seeing Lizzie is a little grumpy at how she was woken up, I quickly pull out some breakfast for the two of them. Luckily, Lizzie soon forgets that she is mad at Asuna as she gobbles down her food. While they are eating their second helping, I go say goodbye to Nera. Despite only sleeping for a few hours, Nera is awake and getting his people ready to move. As we are talking, I notice some smoke above the hills to the north of the camp. Nera, what is over there? Nera looks north and says there is an outcast village over there. All right, thanks. Travel safely. Nera says, you too? I hope you find the heart you need. Thanks. Lizzie, you ready to go? Lizzie says. Yeah, let's go find some foxes. Actually, not yet. We are heading north to see what the smoke is. Lizzie says, that is the opposite direction. You and your curiosity again. There is an outcast village over there. They might be in trouble. Lizzie says, all right, let's go take a look. So I climb on Lizzie's back and Asuna grabs her tail after making her sled. Then Lizzie takes off at top speed heading north, with Asuna behind her holding on for dear life. Despite her teasing, it would seem Lizzie took me seriously. She is running at combat speed. It only takes about 15 minutes for Lizzie to reach the highest point of the hills. Then we can see the source of the smoke. Several buildings in the village are on fire. The village is under attack by several hundred humans, a large-scale slave raid from the looks of it. Lizzie doesn't even break stride as she heads down the hill towards the attacking army. It will still take us a few minutes to reach the fight, even at Lizzie's combat speed. Using combat speed for so long is going to leave Lizzie exhausted, but it is worth it. Asuna, are you good to fight? If not, just stay back, Asuna says. It is fine, Daddy. They are only humans. Just be careful. Don't ever underestimate your enemy. Asuna says, okay, Daddy, I will be careful. As we charge down the hill, Asuna creates 5 snowballs that start rolling along on either side of Lizzie. Luckily, we are heading downhill so the snowballs keep up with us and grow as they go. When they hit the humans, they will cause confusion, but not much more than that. At least, that is what I think. But that is not what Asuna has in mind. Right before they hit, she turns them into solid ice. 5 huge balls of ice crashing into the troops does quite a bit of damage. Then Lizzie hits them, and the snow quickly turns red as she rips apart every human she can reach. The humans have the village surrounded. But other than the houses that are on fire, the Beastmen are doing a good job of holding them back. When we hit the humans on the southern side of the village, we instantly create a hole in their lines. I jump off Lizzie's back, drawing Blitz as I do, and start cutting down the humans. Lizzie turns the opposite direction from me and continues to massacre the humans. Asuna starts throwing razor-sharp icicles, one from each tail, like a machine gun. While her accuracy isn't very high, she makes up for it in volume, and when she hits a human, they go down. To be honest, I wasn't even expecting that much from her, so I am pleasantly surprised. This method of attacking is something I haven't seen from her before. She must have come up with it while I was away. Even if she isn't killing many of the humans, she is making them duck and look for cover. The Beastmen fighting the humans take advantage of them being distracted. So Asuna is indirectly causing a lot of human deaths, and I am glad to see she is being careful not to hit any Beastmen. Since she is fighting at range, I don't need to worry about her and can focus on killing the humans in front of me. Not that I really need to. Their weapons are just bouncing off my armor. As soon as some Beastmen are freed up by us killing their enemies, they move to other areas to support their comrades. I easily spot the Beastmen wearing my uniform. They are spread out all around the village. Chapter 5, 92. They are fighting well and supporting the villagers as much as they can. From what I have seen, there are 50 or so of my soldiers and about 100 villagers fighting currently. The humans only outnumbered them about 2 to 1, so it is no surprise they held on so long. For humans to overwhelm Beastmen, they would need about a 4 to 1 advantage. Now that I am up close to them, I realize that the humans are not well equipped, probably mercenaries. At this point, I am guessing the slavers hired the mercs in the Empire and then crossed the border to raid. Not a single one is going to make it back alive. I am going to make sure of it. Their disappearance is going to be my message to both the slavers and the mercenaries. While I would like to cross the border and burn whatever base they came from, I don't have the time. Technically, I don't have a time limit. But the longer I leave Miria frozen, the angrier she is going to be. If I leave her frozen for too long, I am never going to hear the end of it. Even with my mind wandering, I am still killing mercs by the dozens. Of course, Lizzie is doing much better than me. She has already killed her way around to the west side of the village. Asuna is moving around firing icicles when she can find a clean shot. That is fine. She is in her first fight and didn't freeze up. It is good experience for her. Now, if I can just keep her from getting overconfident, she will be in good shape. Although, she could definitely use some practice on her aim, but that is easy enough. Asuna ends up on my side of the village. Since Lizzie has already wiped out the humans on her side, the humans quickly realize how outmatched they are and start trying to retreat. However, it is far too late for that. They aren't fast enough to break away from Lizzie and I. If anything, them trying to run away just makes them easier to kill. Those that move away from the village simply provide clean shots for Asuna to practice her aim. At first, the mercs were decently organized and fighting together, but now they are panicking. They are getting in each other's way and even knocking each other down. This just makes the fight even more one-sided. Enough that I feel a little bad for the humans. That, of course, doesn't slow down my swings with Blitz at all. They attacked my people. Just because I feel bad doesn't mean that I am going to show them any mercy. Well, that isn't entirely true. A quick death is a form of mercy, one they don't deserve. However, capturing all of them so that I can give them the death they deserve would take too long. If I can capture some of the slavers, they would be a different story altogether. Lizzie, if you can, capture some of the slavers. Lizzie, okay, I will try. It is a good thing I thought of that before Lizzie reached them. Otherwise, they would already be dead. She is definitely going to reach them before I do. She is the better killer at the moment. However, I am hopeful that I will pass her once again in the near future. Asuna, are you doing okay? Asuna says, I am fine, Daddy. Just getting a little low on mana. If you run out, just chase down those who get away from me. Asuna says, "Okay, now that the humans have broken ranks, the Beastmen are doing much better. They are even coming out of the village to help with the massacre. After being attacked like this, it is no surprise that they are enraged and want some payback. After the humans panic, it is only a matter of a few minutes before they are all dead. Well, almost all of them. It turns out Lizzie did, as I asked and captured 3 slavers. The 3 of them all have broken bones and look to be in a lot of pain, which doesn't bother me. Spotting one of my soldiers, I call him over and have him stand guard over them. Then I head into the village and look around until I find where the wounded are. Only after healing all of the Beastmen do I go back to talk to the slavers. At first, they don't want to answer my questions. But that changes after I use Dark Mark on one of them. At that point, the other 2 become very chatty and answer all of my questions. Not only do I find out about the slaver base on the other side of the border, but I learn that the slavers work for Pine. Since he failed to kill those close to me, it seems now he wants to hurt my Beastmen. After they have told me everything I want to know, I cast Dark Mark on both of them. It isn't like I promised to let them go if they talked. Not that I would let them live even if I did. That is one promise I would not regret breaking, especially to scum like them. Now that they are dead, I turn my attention to the village. Other than a few buildings, it isn't in bad shape. At my request, Asuna helps put out the fire while I gather up the soldiers. Which of you is the best at long-distance runs? Wolf Soldier says, "I am." Good. I want you to take a message to Leonard. Tell him to fortify all towns along the border with the Empire. Also, I want a raid team to destroy that slaver camp. On the way, alert every town you pass to be on guard. Wolf Soldier says, "Yes, my lord." Oh, also tell him to have Verika leave a couple of squads to patrol the Free Union border and bring the rest of her people here. Wolf Soldier says, "Understood." All right, who is the second best? Jaguar Soldier says, "That would be me, my king." All right, you go the opposite direction and warn the other villages. Jaguar Soldier says, "Right away. The rest of you fortify this place as best you can. You just need to hold on until reinforcements arrive." Soldiers yell, "Yes, sir." As the soldiers rush off, I gather some villagers and set them to stripping anything of value off the corpses. Once that is done, I tell them to pile up the bodies and burn them. Just as I am trying to think of a way to strengthen the village, I see Nara and his tribesmen coming down the hill. Nara, "Good to see you again." Nara says, "Looks like these people could use some help." "Yeah, I've already sent for reinforcements. Think you can help defend the village until they arrive?" Nara says, "Sure, we can do that. We are yours to command after all. I do appreciate you asking instead of ordering. I will issue orders when needed, but other than that, I prefer not to." Nara says, "We will handle things from here. You should go find that heart." All right, thank you. Nara and his people move into the village. They quickly find ways to make themselves useful. With the village in good hands, I head over to where Lizzie is resting. As I thought, using combat speed for so long took a lot out of her. Only adrenaline got her through the battle. Chapter 593. Knowing that she needs to replace the energy she burned, I start pulling food out of my pouch. When Asuna sees the food, she whines a little, so I provide her with a second breakfast as well. It will actually help her replenish her mana, so I am not too worried about it. Once she is done eating, Lizzie takes a nap, so I spend some time playing with Asuna. Since she is low on mana, I keep it simple and not too strenuous. When Lizzie wakes up from her 2-hour nap, she looks much more energetic. "Feeling better, Lizzie?" Lizzie says, "Yes, thank you. I am ready to go." All right, let's go then. But there is no need to rush. Let's take it easy. Once I am mounted, we start heading south at a nice, easy pace that won't strain Lizzie. While she could go faster, I don't see a reason to push things, at least for today. Tomorrow, barring any complications, we can get back to normal speed. We stay at a nice, steady pace until we stop and make camp. Then we have dinner. Instead of continuing on after eating, I decide to let Lizzie get some extra sleep. This way, I can be absolutely sure that she has recovered her energy reserves. Lizzie doesn't even try to argue with me and goes straight to sleep as soon as she is done eating. Asuna isn't tired at all, and since she has recovered her mana, I spend some time helping her practice. After setting up some targets, I have her take her time and aim properly before firing. Take your time to aim. Don't worry about being quick. Speed will come with practice, Asuna says. Okay, Dad. With just an hour's practice, Asuna's aim has improved by leaps and bounds. Her biggest problem is that every time she scores a hit, she gets excited and misses the next one. This is understandable. After all, she is still just a child, so I am not too hard on her. When Asuna is finally tired, we both curl up with Lizzie and go to sleep. In the morning, after a big breakfast, we head south at a much faster pace. After we cross another set of hills, I start noticing that we are being watched. Lizzie, do you see them? Lizzie says. No, but I can smell them. Do they smell like foxes? Lizzie says, they do. Then we must have entered their territory. If they suddenly jump out at us, don't kill them. The further south we move, the more watchers there are, but they don't do anything else. Then we come over a hill and spot their camp, several dozen tents arranged in a circle. There are almost 100 beastmen in the camp, all looking at us. We slowly ride down the hill. As we do, the watchers start coming out of hiding. Adding them to those in the camp, there are over 200 members of the fox tribe. As we ride closer to the camp, the beastmen move aside and open a path to the center of the camp. In the center of the camp is a tent that is much larger than the others. The camp has been cleared of snow. So once we pass the boundary, Asuna gets off her sled and walks. When we stop in front of the tent, the flap opens and a woman emerges. She has bright red hair and 9 red foxtails dancing along behind her as she walks out. When I first see her, 2 thoughts cross my mind. She is sexy and dangerous. I can see heat waves in the air all around her. She must be a fire-type fox mana beast. Her every movement as she walks out of the tent makes my heart beat a little faster. As she steps towards us, I dismount from Lizzie to meet her on equal footing. When I look at her again, I realize that she is just as tall as I am. She is looking me right in the eye. As soon as I meet her gaze, I can tell that there are no human thoughts or emotions behind them. While her red, slanted eyes are quite beautiful, they are those of a beast. When she looks at me, all she sees is a potential threat, or possibly prey. Moyon says, so, I take it you are the one who thinks he is qualified to be the Beast King. My name is Ash, and no, I am not qualified. Yet, I will be the Beast King. Muyon says, my name is Muyon, chieftain of the Fox tribe. Have you come to subjugate my tribe? No, I am actually here to hunt a rabbit-type mana beast. Muyon says, I know the beast you speak of. We consider it a delicacy. What is your interest in it? I need to hunt a single female beast with a mass equal to a human. Muyon says, that is a very specific target. What is the reason that you need it? I need its heart to save a friend of mine. Muyon says, that is the only reason you are here. That is right. Muyon says, would you be interested in making a deal? That would depend on the deal. Muyon says, I will swear my tribe to you and help you find your rabbit. And what do you want in exchange? Muyon says, I want her, and points at Asuna. Instantly, I step between the two of them and draw Blitz. At the same time, Lizzie moves to my side. She looks around at all the beastmen and starts hissing angrily at them. The beastmen look intimidated and back away, but Muyon doesn't look worried at all. I will kill you and destroy your entire tribe before I let you lay a single finger on her. Muyon says, I don't want to hurt her. I want her to become my daughter and successor. Asuna says, no, I won't leave Daddy. Muyon finally has a reaction. She looks angry, and her body blurs as her form shifts. She looks just like Asuna, only red, and she is just a little bit bigger than Asuna. Once she is in her natural form, her body is wreathed in translucent black flames. Muyon says, foolish child. If that is the case, then I will just kill him. Her 9 tails snap towards me, and before I can dodge, I am hit by a ball of black flames. Each of her 9 tails threw a small ball, but before they reached me, they all merged together. The fireball hits me in the chest and burns right through my tabard, but doesn't hurt my armor. In fact, when the fireball touches my armor, it seems to just disappear. I don't even feel any heat from it before it is gone. The armor completely blacked it. Since I got the armor from an angel, I am guessing that the black flame is something unholy. Muyan says, What? How? What is that armor? Chapter 594. Oh, are your fires unholy? If so, this is really going to hurt. Holy light. The flash of light isn't very noticeable in daylight, but its effect on Muyan certainly is. Her black flame aura vanishes like an illusion, and she drops to the ground screaming in pain. Her tribesmen, while unaffected, back away in fear when they see her drop. Muyan says, Wait, stop. Please don't kill me, giving up already. Muyan says, I don't know what that spell was, but one more hit and I will be dead. Please, spare me. You threatened to kill me and take my daughter. Why should I spare you? Muyan says. My tribe will obey me, but if I die, they will never follow you. So what? I can end your tribe right here and now. Muyan says no. Wait, don't be rash. We can be of great help to you. How can you be of help to me? Muyan says. My people have all been trained as scouts and trackers. There are no other beastmen who are as skilled as my people. That could be of some use, but how do you expect me to trust you or them? Muyan says. If you spare my life, I will swear a blood oath of loyalty to you. My tribe follows my lead in everything. What about Asuna? Muyan says. I would not dare to touch her, although there is much I can teach her. I am over 500 years old. Very well, I will spare your life and accept your oath. If you betray me in any way, I will destroy you and your entire tribe. After I agree, Muyan shifts back to her human appearance, then slashes her hand and swears a blood oath. When she swears the oath, the entire fox tribe drops to one knee and echoes the oath. When she finishes the oath, the blood from her hand floats up and glows before vanishing. Muyan says, What are your commands, my master? First off, you don't need to call me master. Ash or Lord Ash will be fine. Second, I need the beastlands mapped out, with all tribe locations and any concentrations of mana beasts. Third, I want a team of your best to do the same on the land bridge. Muyan says, It will be done, Lord Ash. At some point, the demons will start moving onto the land bridge, or more likely their human slaves will. When that happens, I want them monitored and reports of their movements sent to me. Muyan says, As you command. Oh, also have your people spread word that there are now 3 tribes loyal to me and take note of their reactions. Muyan says, I know about the Badger tribe, but who else has joined you? As of yesterday, the Ox tribe is also loyal to me. Muyan says, Understood. It will be done. All right. Now, where can I find this rabbit beast? Muyan says. In the old days, they were found throughout these plains. Now, the only place they can be found is on a plateau to the west of here. I have forbidden hunting them to let their numbers recover. Okay, I will only hunt the one I need. Do you have a guide that can show us the way? Muyan says. No need. I will show you the way myself. Why? Muyan says. Because I would like the chance to talk to you and Asuna. All right, let's go. After I mount Lizzie and Muyan shifts to her beast form, she leads the way southwest. Once we are out of the camp, and there is snow again, Asuna resumes sledding. Muyan looks over in surprise when she notices that Lizzie is running on top of the snow. Lizzie isn't going very fast. She is having to match her pace to what Muyan can manage in the snow. As we travel, Muyan starts telling us about her race, which is the same as Asuna. It seems their race has a special trait that lets them gain powers based on where they are born, which means Asuna has ice powers because she was born on the mountain. Muyan also states that they grow tails at a rate of 1 every 10 years. However, when I tell her how old Asuna is, she stops and stares at Asuna in shock. Muyan says she should only have a single tail. What on earth have you done to her? I have helped her to become a sacred beast, Muyan says. You can do that? That would certainly explain why she has progressed so fast. Asuna says, Daddy has been helping me since I was a baby? Muyan says, Is that something you could help me with? It might be possible once I trust you. At your age, you should be at max rank as a mana beast. Yes, Muyan says. Yes, and I have been for over a century. Then yes, it is possible. After that, we continue on in silence for several minutes while Muyan thinks. Once she is done, she goes back to talking about her race and things Asuna has to look forward to. I do find out that once she gains her 7th tail, Asuna will be able to have a human form, out of curiosity. Can you also alter your size? Muyan says. No, unfortunately not. Even with 9 tails, I only have the 2 forms. Okay, what other powers will Asuna get as she adds tails? Muyan says, well, her powers over ice will increase significantly with each additional tail. Also, her physical strength and speed will increase with each tail. She will also gain the ability to communicate with and command lesser foxes. Is that how you took over the tribe? Muyan says. Originally, yes. However, I stopped using that power ages ago. Currently, they follow me of their own free will. That is fine. How far is this plateau? Muyan says. About 6 hours at this pace. That is too slow. Change back to your human form. As soon as she shifts, I pull her up onto Lizzie behind me. Then Lizzie speeds up to her normal pace. It is only after we are moving that I realize this might have been a mistake. That is because Muyan is holding on to me to stay on Lizzie, and I can smell her with every breath. It is very distracting and has me thinking thoughts that will only get me in trouble. As we continue on, I do my best to only breathe through my mouth and not think about her at all. Luckily, Lizzie is moving fast enough to make Muyan only focus on pointing out the path to her. With Lizzie moving at her normal speed, we come within sight of the plateau in a little over an hour. Muyan points out an easy path up to it, and once we are on the plateau, Lizzie stops. The plateau is covered in lush grass and a few small trees, but I don't see any rabbits. Chapter 595. Lizzie, do you smell any rabbits? Lizzie says, yeah, tons. Can you pick out a female by scent? Think you can catch one alive? Lizzie says, yes, I can track a female. Catching one alive will depend on how robust they are. Muyan says, they are pretty hardy. They don't die of fright like normal rabbits. Lizzie says, then I can probably bring one back alive. All right, do your best. And remember, it has to be equal to Miria's mass. As Lizzie and I are talking, I help Muyan to dismount and then follow suit. Once we are off, Lizzie moves into the grass, but she is hampered by the snow. Without Asuna's ability, Lizzie sinks almost up to her belly into the snow, even working against the snow. Lizzie is still fast, probably faster than the rabbits. The main reason to send Lizzie is her earth abilities. Any rabbit that tries to hide is in for a rude surprise. I have faith in Lizzie's hunting ability, so I turn my attention back to Muyan. Muyan, can you brief me on the tribes and the various conflicts between them? Muyan says, of course. I've been observing them for a century. While I watch Lizzie move around sniffing, I listen to Muyan describe all the tribes. The amount of conflicts they have takes a lot of time to list out, but I listen carefully. Not only do the animal types quarrel, but even similar animal types fight for superiority. I thought the tribes were fairly stable in their rankings, Muyan says. Not exactly. It is just that it normally takes years for a change to be seen in the rankings. In the 100+ years, I have been observing there hasn't been a single 5-year period where the rankings didn't change. Of course, there are some that are stable, like the Ogre tribe. The Ogre tribe? What can you tell me about them? Muyan says, they have been the #1 tribe the entire time that I have been around. Physically, they only lose in strength to the Ox clan, and not by much. That is only in contests of pure strength. In combat, no one is their match. Having 4 arms gives them a huge advantage over all the other tribes. 4 arms? That is odd. Are they actually related to ogres? Muyan says. Not as far as I know. Other than the extra set of arms, they are not much different from humans, except they are larger. So, no animal traits like ears or tails? Muyan says. Number, although they are called the Ogre tribe. I actually have no idea what animal they were mixed with. They sound interesting. How are their attitudes? Do they bully the weaker tribes? Muyan says, no, they mostly keep to themselves. They don't flaunt their strength, but at the same time, they don't ever refuse a challenge, so they respect strength. Muyan says, not strength specifically, it would be more accurate to say power. combat power is their primary goal as far as I can tell. While I want to ask more questions, I am distracted by Lizzie as she finally makes her move. With a sudden burst of speed that throws up a plume of snow, Lizzie chases down a rabbit. The rabbit tries to run, but it is no match for Lizzie's speed, and it gets caught. The rabbit squeals as Lizzie catches it, and it continues to squeal as Lizzie carries it back to me. Just from looking, I can't tell its gender, but I can tell that its mass should be just a little bigger than Miria. I will just trust that Lizzie didn't make a mistake about its gender. When Lizzie reaches me, I use a small amount of power to put the rabbit to sleep and end the squealing. I also don't want it to be awake for what I am going to do next. That would just be cruel. Once Lizzie sets it down, I kneel next to it and cut open its chest to expose the heart. Looking at the heart, I compare it to Miria's and find it to be close enough to work. So I spread my sacred power throughout the rabbit's body and use it to keep the rabbit stable. Then I focus and pull all the rabbit's life essence into its heart, which isn't easy. In fact, if the rabbit was awake, this would be pure torture, as I am slowly pulling the life out of it. The rabbit, of course, dies, but the heart, full of life force, keeps beating steadily. I quickly sever all the veins and arteries, then surround the heart with power to keep the life force from draining. As soon as that is done, I quickly place it in my pouch. Hopefully that will keep it in stasis. What I am really hoping is that the life force won't drain away. I want to give it to Miria. If I can merge the rabbit's life force with Miria's, she will be stronger and live longer. If it doesn't work, then it will be a simple matter to get rid of the rabbit's life force. Either way, I am fairly confident of being able to replace Miria's heart and fix her. Now we just need to return to the tower so that I can unfreeze Miria and try it out. All right, we need to get going, Muyan. Once you have taken care of what I asked, you can come to Ilium to find me. Muyan says, even though you joined under different circumstances, your tribe is still eligible for all the same benefits as the other tribes. Muyan says, thank you. Lizzie and Asuna split the body of the rabbit, while I give Muyan a quick rundown on the options. I also tell her the plans that are currently in motion. She seems particularly interested in the city. While I would like to talk to her more, once Lizzie and Asuna are done eating, I mount up and we head towards the tower. As we travel, I leave choosing the path to Lizzie while I try to think of the best way up the mountain. Reaching the mountain will be the easy part, but even for Lizzie, climbing it will be difficult. The more I think about it, the more I think that heading to Ilium to use the portal might actually be faster. It would certainly be easier. Especially since that would mean Lizzie could stay in her nice, comfy stable. The tower wouldn't be very comfortable for her, at least not until she can shrink. Having convinced myself, I tell Lizzie about the change in plans, and she instantly changes direction. There are plenty of other things that I need to do in the Beastlands, but none more important than Miria. To help pass the time and occupy my mind, I have Asuna create me a stack of ice plates. Then, I start throwing them into the air randomly for her to try and shoot down. Her hit rate is really low, but it is still good practice for her and a good distraction for me. In about an hour, she is running low on mana, so I stop the game. But she doesn't want to stop. To keep her from overexerting herself, I ask Lizzie to stop, and we make camp early. Chapter 596. Since other than the rabbit we skipped lunch, I make a fire and start cooking some drake steaks. This action instantly gets me the full attention of both Lizzie and Asuna. As soon as the steaks are over the fire, the two of them start drooling as they stare intently. It is funny watching how the two of them flinch every time a drop of fat falls into the fire. I can't really blame them. Nothing I have found in this world can compare to the taste of drake meat. That is why I have been being stingy with it, so that it will last longer. As soon as the drake meat is cooked, I dish it out, and we all happily dig in. Lizzie and Asuna are happy with just the meat, but I pull out some side dishes for myself. After devouring every scrap of food, we all sit around being lazy, mainly because we are too full to move. In the end, we end up sleeping without moving from where we are, but it is still pleasant. In the morning, I only prepare a light breakfast before we move out. Lizzie takes off at top speed as soon as I am mounted, and Asuna has hold of her tail. Since we are heading for Ilium instead of the tower, we have a much easier path ahead of us. It is mostly plains with only the occasional hill in the way, meaning Lizzie can stay at top speed. Since Lizzie has everything under control, I spend my time planning out the procedure to use on Miria. The hardest part is going to be keeping her alive as I replace her heart. Using resurrection on her is going to be a last-ditch option because I am not sure if it will undo everything. It might just restore her to how she is supposed to be, meaning no core in her original heart. While that is better than her being dead, it means having to start over with the procedure. At that point, I would have to use the simpler procedure. I am not sure I can reproduce what happened with Miria. So I am going to do everything I can to keep from having to start over. Between the strange core and this new heart, it is entirely possible that Miria will end up much stronger than normal beastmen. Even those going through the other procedure might not be able to compete with Miria. I am pretty sure that result would be exactly what Miria is hoping for. With Lizzie moving at top speed and only taking a short break for lunch, we cover a huge amount of ground. By the time we stop to camp for the night, I estimate that we are only a few hours away from Ilium. As long as nothing strange happens, we should be there by lunchtime. As soon as I think that, I worry that I just jinxed myself, but luckily that doesn't end up being the case. We arrive in Ilium with no problems, about an hour before lunch. Asuna is excited beyond description at being in Ilium for the first time. So, instead of going straight to the inn, I have Lizzie wander around the city so that Asuna can see everything. Then we return to the inn, and after settling Lizzie in her stable, I take Asuna inside. Before heading upstairs, I introduce Asuna to Sarah and request lunch to be sent up. Asuna and I have a nice quiet lunch together before using the portal to return to the tower. As soon as she recovers from the teleporter, Asuna runs off to find Kachara and tell her about her adventures. Meanwhile, I head straight to the experiment room to check on Miria. Yui says, "Welcome back, Ash. Were you successful?" "Yes, I have the heart." Yui says, "That is great. Are you going to perform the transplant now?" "Yes, after I have a word with Saronia." Yui says, "Understood. Is there anything you need?" "I will need the scan and image again. Other than that, no?" Yui says, "All right, everything is ready then." "Saronia, is there a way you can unfreeze just her heart and the area around it?" Saronia says, "Not with this spell, it is only on or off." "Okay, what I need is a way to keep her alive while I replace her heart. Any ideas?" Saronia says, "Well, there is a way I can do that, but she would be awake." "Yeah? I don't want to do that. I don't want Miria to be able to feel me cutting into her and removing her heart." Knived says, "Maybe I can be of assistance?" "Knived, I haven't seen you in a while," Knived says. "Yeah, sorry. I was in a mage trial when you returned to the tower." "Oh, how are your studies going?" Knived says. "Great. Yui now acknowledges me as a proper mage." "Already. Good going," Knived says. "Thank you." "So, you say you can help?" Knived says if Saronia will release control of her spell to me. "Yes, I can manually unfreeze one area while holding the rest of the spell stable." "Saronia, are you okay with this?" Saronia says, "Sure. I am curious to see what he is going to do." Saronia agrees. Knived says, "Then when do we start?" "Right now." Knived follows me into the experiment room where Miria is still completely frozen. Yue puts up the image showing the inside of Miria's body, and at my request zooms in on the heart. Then at my request, Saronia gives control of her stasis spell over to Knived. Knived says, "Where should we start?" "First, can you shrink the spell to just her body?" Knived says, "Sure, give me a second." "What is next?" "Hold on, I need to lay her down and take her clothes off." Yui says, "If you take her clothes off, I will tell her." "Go ahead. She will probably be happy that I saw her naked again." Core says, "He is right." "Yui?" Yui says, "Fine." Continue. Once Knived modifies the spell, I lay Miria down. She was sitting up and take her top off. Then I have Knived unfreeze the area of her chest, and then I carefully cut it open using my claw. In order to get to her heart, I have to do a lot of damage, including going through her rib cage. Luckily, my claws are sharp enough to go through bone, but it is still a messy process. As I work, I insert my sacred power into Miria's body around the heart to keep it stable. Once I have the heart exposed, I carefully sever the veins and arteries. Then I carefully remove Miria's heart and set it aside. Then I take the new heart out of my pouch. As soon as I do, I breathe a sigh of relief. The rabbit's life force hasn't decreased at all. However, there is a slight problem. The hearts are not identical. I am going to have to modify some things. Chapter 597. The main problem is that Miria and the rabbit do not have the same number of veins and arteries connected to the heart. From what I saw of the rabbit's circulatory system, it is more efficient than Miria's. So instead of messing with the heart, I decide to upgrade Miria's circulatory system. This process takes a while since I have to have Knived unfreeze each area one by one. At the same time, even though the heart isn't connected yet, I start merging the two life forces. It only works because they have a few similarities, but it does end up working. Not only will this make Miria's body able to accept the heart easier, but it will add to her lifespan. I am sure it will have some other effects, but I don't know what they will be. All I can do is continue the procedure and hope for the best. A lot is going to depend on Miria's ability to adapt and accept the changes. One of the main problems I am facing is my own fault. My aura keeps trying to heal the wound in Miria's chest. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to turn my aura off, so I just have to keep cutting the healed areas. It is a really good thing that Miria can't feel any of this. It would be a level of pain beyond torture. It is also hard on Knived. Modifying and holding the spell is taking its toll on him. This is all delicate work, so I can't rush any of it. I just have to hope he can hold on. Knived, how are you doing? Knived says. At this rate, I am going to run out of mana within an hour? Yui, Core, can either of you support him or help refill his mana? Yui says, I can take over the parts of the spell that don't need to be modified. Core says, I will try to share some mana with him. Great! Leaving them to help Knived, I turn my attention back to what I am supposed to be doing. From that point on, I only speak when I need Knived to change the area that is unfrozen. I may not be able to rush, but I can concentrate and make sure I don't waste any time. As soon as I am done with the circulatory system, I hook it up to the new heart. This causes the life force of the rabbit to spread quickly throughout Miria's body. Luckily, since I already started merging them, it doesn't cause any damage. As soon as I see that the heart is functioning properly, I start closing up Miria's chest. Once her chest is restored to normal, I turn my attention to the image to check things out. To my delight, the rabbit's life force is merging seamlessly with Miria's. Finally, I signal to Knived to release the spell so that Miria can wake up. As soon as she is unfrozen, Miria tries to sit up, but I hold her down. When she sees that it is me holding her, she instantly calms down and gives me a smile. Miria says, So, this is what I have to do to get you to look at me naked. Silly girl, how are you feeling? Miria says. Actually, I feel great. What did you do to me? I sort of had to replace your heart. Miria says, If you wanted my heart, all you had to do was ask. Can you be serious? Miria says. So where did you get the heart? Did someone die to save me? Only a rabbit, Miria says. Wait, you gave me a rabbit's heart. As Miria gives me a confused look, I touch her thigh and run my sacred power through her. The rabbit's life force is gone. It has fully integrated, and Miria's life force is stronger than ever. Both the new heart and circulatory system are working perfectly, but I do have to clean up a few things. Mainly leftover blood and scar tissue. Nothing that I wasn't expecting. Honestly, everything went better than I expected. I was expecting more problems to crop up. Even now I am constantly watching the image, waiting for something to go wrong, Miria says. If you don't stop staring at that image and start explaining, I am going to hit you. No sudden movements. I am still not sure if the heart is stable. Stay calm and don't do anything that will speed up your heart rate. Miria says, If you don't explain, then I am going to get angry and my heart rate will increase. Okay, calm down. To keep Miria from getting excited, I start telling her what happened while she was frozen. Despite my attempt to keep her calm, the more I talk, the faster the heart on the image beats. I am not sure if she is getting angry because she was frozen for days, or because she thinks I did something stupid. Miria says, You idiot. What did I do? Miria says. Everyone knows the leader of the fox tribe is a powerful monster. Why would you antagonize her like that? She threatened Asuna. She is lucky I didn't kill her. Miria says, are you ever going to learn to stop and think before you do things? No, probably not. But on a positive note, it looks like your new heart is working perfectly. Miria says, oh, so I won't hurt myself if I smack you? Probably not, at least not other than hurting your hand. Before Miria can test out my theory, a sprite enters with a tray of food. Miria instantly forgets about hitting me, snatches the tray, and starts eating as fast as she can. From the way she devours the food, I would think she was part wolf rather than bunny. Yui says, Miria, are you still hungry? Miria says, yes. Well, put on some clothes, and we can go down to the dining room, Knived says. I will see you down there, and quickly leaves. Miria says, you took them off me, so you should put them back on me. Instead of answering and getting myself into more trouble, I quickly follow after Knived. Knived and I get to the dining room a few minutes before Miria arrives. Luckily, by then the table is full of food, which completely distracts Miria. She eats like she hasn't eaten in weeks. Knived and I barely eat. We are too busy watching her. At my request, Yue puts the image up again. Her body is digesting everything the second it hits her stomach. The nutrients are turning into energy and flowing throughout her body at high speed. This is not something I was expecting, nor is it something I can even explain. Thanks to the image, I can see energy entering her muscles and their mass increasing. At this point, I have no idea what is going on. For all I know, she could even turn into a rabbit. While that isn't likely, it is still a possibility, one among many that I can think of. Just watching all this happen, I make the decision to never attempt to replicate this procedure. Miria will remain unique. All other beastmen will go through the safe procedure. Chapter 598. Miria ends up eating so much that Yue has to bring out seconds. Even the kids don't eat this much. As if thinking of them summoned them, the kids come running in following their noses. Before diving into the food, everyone stops to welcome back Miria, even the kids. It isn't until Haku growls at him that the others notice Knived, and I realize he hasn't met everyone. So I introduce him to Eckhard, Haku, and Windy. Then I tell him how I met each of them. This, of course, leads into other stories, and by the time I am finished, everyone is done eating. Even Miria has finally eaten her fill. When I check on her, I find her asleep at the table. A quick check on the image shows that everything is fine. She is just sleeping normally. It isn't too surprising. Her body is going through a lot of changes right now. Now that Eckhard and Haku are okay with Knived, they start climbing all over me. It looks like they only just realized that I am back, and now they are making up for missed time. After giving them attention for a few minutes, they finally settle down and go back to eating. Once they are distracted, I pick up Miria and carry her to the suite to put her to bed. As I carry her, I can tell that she has gained quite a bit of weight, all muscle. Of course, even with her asleep, I don't dare to say that out loud. She would kill me. When I put her to bed, I scan her again just to make sure nothing is wrong. The scan Yue uses is good, but not as good as seeing everything for myself. Not only is Miria gaining muscle mass, her bones are denser and her adrenal system has upgraded. All in all, it would seem that the strange core and the beast heart have resulted in a major upgrade. I have no idea whether it is one or both or the combination. But basically, she is a super soldier. From what I can see, she should be about equivalent to Captain America. She is obviously going to be happy with these results, but they make me a little nervous. Miria already has a somewhat pushy attitude. This is probably going to make it worse. At least it will take her some time to get used to her new body and abilities. Once she does get used to her new body, she is going to be a lot more difficult to deal with. For one thing, I can forget about trying to leave her behind when I go somewhere dangerous. Then again, now that she has mana, she should be able to control the carriage. That will allow us to take more people along without any problems, which was the plan anyway. Looks like it was a good thing I thought ahead. Now I don't have to worry about anything, so I should start thinking about what to do next, once Miria is able to move. Yui, how are Katara and the guards doing? Yui says. No problems have been detected. All of them have started Mage Knight training. How has the procedure affected them? Yui says. All of them have experienced increased strength and speed. The increase ranges from 40 to 60%. Have you determined the factors that affected the increase? Yui says. There are not enough test subjects to get a proper gauge. On that note, how is the portable ritual coming? Core says. It is complete, tested, and ready for use. Excellent. Yui says. How are you planning to use it? First, while Miria goes through training, I plan to perform the procedure on the beastmen in Ilium. Core says. How are you going to spark the ritual without Miria? I will borrow a mage from the Mage Guild. Yui says. Will you be sending those who have gone through the procedure to the tower to train? No. Most of them will just get the increased strength and speed. Only the elite from the army will be sent to training, those that I believe can be trusted with the secret of the tower. Yui says, why so worried about the tower? It is not like the average beastman can climb the mountain. Because once the secret gets out, it won't stop at just the beastmen. The humans will learn it, and then the demons will. Yui says, you think the demons have spies in the human kingdoms? I am pretty sure that they do. Besides, we don't need thousands of mage knights. I mainly plan to use the mage knights as commanders, and maybe a few elite squads. Core says, then why go to all the trouble to convert all the beastmen? For their future, Core says. What do you mean? Chances are, most, if not all the mage knights will die in the war. By converting all beastmen, I can guarantee they have those with mana in the next generation. Even if they cannot come to the tower to train, they will figure out how to use mana eventually. Core says, that is a lot of forethought. Ash, I am impressed. It is not that big a deal. I am just doing the best I can. Yui says anything else you need, just to keep the kids here a bit longer until I make sure Ilium is safe again. Yui says, sure, no problem. Then I will head back to Ilium in the morning. Is there anything else we need to discuss? Yui says, oh, there is one thing. The separate area you requested is done? Refresh my memory? Yui says. You ask for an area not attached to the tower for the followers of the goddesses to use as a library. Oh, right. Now I remember. Yui says. It is complete. It has a library and reading rooms. It also has a decent number of sleeping rooms. It is not connected to the tower. The only way in or out is by teleporter. Sounds perfect. I will take the teleporter with me and give it to the church. Yui says, I have already copied all books not related to magic and placed them in the library. Thank you, Yui. I have no idea where I would be without you. Yui says, you are welcome, Ash. I will have a sprite bring the teleporter to you. Thanks. Don't worry, Core. I still plan to visit the city. I will just wait until Miria is ready for some combat practice. Core says, I am not worried. Ash, I know that once you say you will do something, you do it. Thanks, Core. For now, I am going to get some sleep. Good night. Both of them tell me good night as I get up and head to the bedroom, where I find the kids fast asleep. Eckhart and Haku are in the middle of the bed with Asuna while Kachara is curled around the three of them. With a little effort, I manage to get past Kachara without waking her up and curl up with the others and go to sleep. In the morning, after breakfast, I go check on Miria, who is still asleep. When I scan her, I don't find anything wrong, but her body is still changing. It looks like she might just continue to sleep until the changes are finished, unless she wakes up to eat again. Chapter 599. Since she is still sleeping, I gather up the portable ritual and the new teleporter. Then I head through the portal and return to Ilium, then head downstairs. To my surprise, the common room is full of people, but I am glad to see guards as well. Some are having breakfast, but there are more standing guard at the entrance. The locals don't seem to mind their presence. Everyone still seems to be in a good mood. Sarah isn't hard to find, but she looks to not be in a very good mood. Hey, Sarah, everything all right? Sarah says no. I am going stir crazy. I want to go out and do things. So why don't you? Sarah says. Because it is hard to move around the city with a couple of dozen beastmen following me. I am not taking the guards away until I can be sure that Ilium is safe again. Sarah says, why so worried? Boric has swept the town a couple of times already. I am especially worried for you. Sarah says. But why? Because I don't know if Resurrect will work on you a second time, Sarah says. Oh, I didn't think of that. Even if it does work, I have no idea what side effects may occur. So please, just bear with it for a few more days. Sarah says, all right. I guess I can do that. Any progress on the bar? Sarah says, trying to distract me, huh? The paperwork went through. We now own it. There is a team over there now doing the renovations, and I have most of the staff hired already. You sure don't waste any time. Anything I can do to help? Sarah says. No, I have everything under control. Don't you go messing with anything. Don't worry. I just have a few things to take care of. I am not going to cause any problems. Sarah says, famous last words. While laughing, I give Sarah a hug and then leave the inn. The guards all salute me as I pass. I don't bother taking any guards with me. If someone wants to try and assassinate me, let them try. Before heading to the Mage Guild, I head towards the cathedral. But on the way, I smell something strange. It is a scent that is somewhat familiar, but does not belong in the city, so I follow it. As I follow it, the scent gets stronger, allowing me to recognize it. It is a demon. Since I am not a demon anymore, I can't sense them, but I can still smell them. The scent leads me into a dead-end alley. Obviously, this is meant to be a trap. At the end of the alley are two people who look human, but the scent is coming from them. As I walk closer, they both suddenly get pained, looks on their faces. They don't seem to like my aura. While their scent doesn't tell me what rank they are, I don't feel a sense of danger from them. Even when a half-dozen humans enter the alley behind me, I am not worried. The 6 humans are dressed exactly like the assassins that attacked Sarah, so much for the city being safe. So, are you here to deliver a message, or just to die? Without saying anything, the 2 demons draw daggers and charge at me. At the same time, the 6 assassins draw their weapons and charge at my back. Unfortunately for them, the alley doesn't leave them any room to dodge. Since the 2 demons are closer, I first use Holy Light, then I fire a Holy Shock behind me. Since Holy Shock is a line of lightning, it hits all 6 assassins. Only 2 of them survive it. The Holy Light doesn't kill the demons, but they are not in good shape after it hits them. As they scream in pain, their disguises vanish, and I can instantly tell they are not very powerful. In fact, I very much doubt they would be able to disguise themselves. Someone else must have done it. Pulling the Naginata out of my pouch, I use it like a spear and kill them both. 1 rank 3 demon killed, 3,000 XP gained. 1 rank 5 demon killed, 5,000 XP gained. As expected, they were nothing special, not even good XP, but still better than humans. Speaking of, when I turn to check, I find 6 dead humans. The injured 2 killed themselves. The assassins killing themselves isn't surprising. Throughout all of this, not a single assassin has been taken alive. Ignoring the bodies, I walk out of the alley and wave down the first guards I see. I send one off to fetch Boric and have the rest seal off the alley to keep people out. Just me standing there has already caused a crowd to gather. Being famous has its downsides. Before Boric arrives, more guards arrive and help to keep the crowd under control. Word of this is definitely going to spread throughout the city, meaning Sarah will know soon. I get the feeling I am not going to hear the end of this, even though it wasn't my fault. Boric says, not only are there more assassins, but now there are demons. Don't look at me like that. It is not my fault. Boric says, if it is not your fault, then whose is it? I would say a mix of Pine and the demons, Boric says. And the reason for them to be in my city? Well, I might be to blame for that, Boric says. So I have every right to glare at you, especially since I was positive that I had cleared the city of assassins. When I first encountered the demons, they were disguised by illusion spells. They might have used the same spell to get the assassins into the city. Boric says, so you are saying it is impossible to keep them out. That is just great. How many assassins can they have? They have to run out at some point. Boric says, the Empire is a big place with a high population. I don't think we want to wait for them to run out of assassins. So, we should attack the Empire instead, Boric says. Are you insane? Attacking the Empire would be suicide. No one can match their military might? Not currently, but that will change soon, Boric says. You think your beastmen will be a match for the Empire? Maybe not in numbers, but in combat strength. Yes, Boric says, that would certainly be a sight worth seeing. Well, don't die in the next couple of years and you will see it, Boric says. I will do what I can. Now, any idea why there are demons working with the Empire's assassins? I am afraid not. It certainly does not bode well, Boric says. That is an understatement. Do you think they were targeting you specifically? No, the demon lords know me well enough that if they were after me, they would have sent stronger demons, Boric says. In that case, what do you think they were doing in the city? Either acting as spies, or they were here to assassinate someone else, would be my guess. Chapter 600, Lady Sheenan's Castle. Lady Sheenan's Pav, the guards around the throne, look nervous. It seems I have been a little too brutal lately. While I need them to fear me, I also do not want them to become desperate. For the next few days, I will have to restrain myself and not kill anyone who doesn't deserve it. Guard says Lady, Helker has arrived. Bring him to me right now. The guard turns and dashes out of the throne room, eager to escape my gaze. I notice a few of the guards throwing envious glances his way, but I let it pass. At least for now, Helker's report is far more important. My fun can wait for now. Helker is my new lieutenant. He isn't as strong as Trezon, but he is more intelligent and cunning. That is the only reason I promoted him. He is no fun at all. Unlike Trezon, his intelligence has made him a good spy master, which is what I need the most. Helker enters and says, "My lady." "Report!" Helker says, "Our infiltration of the Empire is going well. Recently, I even got a spy into the Imperial Court. Also, I found what I think will be an interesting pawn." "Interesting how?" Helker says. "He was a guildmaster in Ilium, and he hates Ash with a passion." Not only has he provided full details on Ilium, but also on Ash's activities since you released him. "What can you tell me about Ash, then?" Helker says. "First, I have confirmed that he has completely wiped out the shadow demons." "Good. One less enemy for us to worry about." "What else?" Helker says. "Ash has spent a lot of time and effort on the beast tribes. He already has complete control of all the outcast villages. The beastmen could be a serious problem, especially if they are unified. I trust you have a plan to deal with this," Helker says. "It has already begun. Ash hates slavers, and the Empire has a lot of slaves. We are covertly encouraging conflict between them. Ash has earned the loyalty of the kingdom in Ilium. Our goal is to start a war between them and the Empire. No matter who wins, all of them will be weakened." "It sounds good. If you can pull it off," Helker says. "I won't fail you, Lady Sheenan. If you do, you will beg for death. But if you succeed, you will be rewarded." Helker says. "I will absolutely succeed. Do you have anything else to report?" Helker says yes. "We have successfully started a cult on the island. Within a month, we will start summoning new demons directly to the island." "Good. You are dismissed. I have to meet with the other lords." Helker bows until his head touches the floor and then backs out of the room. With a wave, I send all the guards out, leaving me alone for a few minutes. Then I gather 1,000 mana into my throne to begin the meeting process. One by one, the images of the other 4 demon lords appear, and my image appears before them. A bystander wouldn't be able to tell that they are not in the room physically. Lords Bibik, Sakra, Timent, and Zenth each greet me politely as they appear. After returning their greetings, I give them a briefing on our intelligence operations. The 5 of us already agreed to work together, even when dealing with covert operations. The island we found is being occupied by demons of all 5 lords. We are working together in everything. Lord Sakra says, "I also have spies in the Empire. I will instruct them to assist." Lord Bibik says, "I will do the same." Lord Timent says, "My spies are focused on the Free Union." Lord Zenth says, "My people are in the wilds north of the Empire and the Kingdom. But if you need either to be attacked, I can do that." Lord Timent, "Can you have your people try to delay Ash from growing too big in the Free Union?" Lord Timent says, "I will have them try. However, I won't compromise my plans to do so. My purpose in the Free Union is to lay the groundwork for our invasion? I understand that. Anything helps. Speaking of preparing for the invasion, I have an idea. Lord Sakra says, "We are in this together. Go ahead and speak. I would like the 4 of you to send me your new recruits and your engineers." Lord Bibik says, "To what purpose?" "I want to start building a road across the land bridge. It will allow our armies to move faster and make supplying them easier." Lord Sakra says, "I agree." Lord Timmont says, "That only explains the engineers. Why do you want our rookies?" "The land bridge is full of beasts. They can gain experience fighting them and protecting the engineers. They can also serve as manual labor and help clear the jungle." Lords Bibik and Timmont say, "I agree." Lord Zenth says, "You had me at killing things." "All right, that is all I have. Do any of you have anything to bring up?" Lord Sakra says, "Why don't we just kill Ash now?" "Likely, it would take all 5 of us to take him, and there would likely be casualties." Lord Zenth says, "You think he has become that strong?" Lord Bibik says, "If that is true, then if we give him more time, won't he be able to defeat all of us?" "Yes, I think he is that strong by now. As for the future, I don't plan to fight him directly. We will use our elites and our lieutenants and overwhelm him with numbers, just like our predecessors did to take down the gods." Lord Timmont says, "Our lieutenants and elites are not that strong." "Not yet, but after killing their way through a war for a few weeks, they will be, especially if we focus on raising them up starting now." Lord Bibik, "Raising up lieutenants is risky. If they get too strong, they start thinking they should be in charge." Lord Zenth says, "Just do what I do. When they get out of hand, have the next in line eat them." That is pretty much what I do as well. It works fairly well. Lord Sakra says, "I thought you broke all your lieutenants in bed?" "No. If they are that easy to break, they don't even make it to lieutenant." Lord Bibik says, "I will take your advice. Are we done now?" Lord Sakra says, "I have no other issues." Lord Timmont says, "I believe we have covered everything. We will meet again in a month." Lord Zenth says, "Finally, I get so bored during these meetings." Until the next meeting, the 4 of them disappear quickly, but I don't summon my guards back. Having some time alone to think is nice. So far, everything is going according to plan. None of the lords acted suspicious of me, but I still need to proceed carefully. For now, I need them to believe I am cooperating with them in all activities. I am sure they each have their own plans they are keeping secret from me and the others. That much is to be expected, but I doubt they have any idea that I plan to use them all to get Ash. Chapter 601. Ilium Ash's Boric says, "So, what should we do next?" "Well, I would say that you need to sweep the city again, especially the sewers." Boric says, "Why the sewers?" "Can't you smell it? Those assassins reek." Boric says, "I will take your word for it. I have no interest in smelling them." Can you send one of your guards to fetch Lizzie?" Boric says, "Sure. Can I ask why? Because her sense of smell is better than mine?" Boric says, "Are you going to have her track the assassins?" "No, I will leave that to you. I plan to ask her to search the city for any more demons." Boric says, "Oh, good plan. Demons aren't something my guys can deal with." "Don't worry about the demons. Lizzie can handle them. You just focus on the assassins. Until the city is safe, Sarah won't be bribing anyone with treats." Boric says, "The entire guard force will be sent out immediately." Boric doesn't even say goodbye. He just runs off shouting orders, sending everyone running. It seems I found his weak spot. He must really like whatever treats Sarah is using as bribes. Maybe when I get back to the inn, I should ask her what she has been using. Lizzie arrives a few minutes after Boric runs off. She looks around curiously before coming over to me. With her appearance, my thoughts about Sarah's activities get pushed to the back of my mind. Calling Lizzie over, I lead her to the corpses of the 2 demons. Lizzie says, "Why didn't you just summon me?" "It is not an emergency, so I didn't want to risk catching you napping or something." Lizzie says, "I appreciate that. So, what do you need?" "These demons, I found them by scent. I want to know if you can also pick up their weird scent, or if it is something I can do because of my past." Lizzie says, "You mean the spicy burning scent given off by their magic?" Yes, excellent. Okay, I want you to sweep the city for demons. If they are weak, just directly destroy them. If you encounter stronger ones or a large group, either get the guards to back you up or come find me. Lizzie says okay, I can do that. Where are you going to be? Right now, I am heading for the cathedral. After that, I will visit the Mage Guild and then return to our street. Lizzie says, okay, I will let you know what I find. Thank you, Lizzie. Once she leaves, I tell the guards they can clean up the bodies and head over to the cathedral. When I enter, I am surprised to find the place is packed. I've interrupted something. My entrance is noticed right away, and everyone turns to look at me. Most look irritated. The congregation is unhappy at being interrupted, but they are soon surprised. The high priestesses lead all the clergy in bowing down and welcoming me. Black and White have someone else take over the sermon and personally escort me into a side room. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt services. Black says that is all right. Ash? White says, we are happy to see you return. Let me get straight to the point. The goddesses are affected by their followers, specifically in regards to knowledge, as their followers forget things they do as well. Black says, you mean the history that we have lost? White says, the goddesses have lost as well? Yes, exactly. Black says, if we recover lost knowledge. White says, will the goddesses recover it as well? Yes, and that is part of why I am here. With me, I have a teleporter that leads to a hidden library. In order to prevent further loss of knowledge, I want you to fill it with everything you can. It has living quarters that I hope you will use for librarians and scholars. Black says, absolutely. We will do our best, White says. We will not only move the church's knowledge, we will gather all human knowledge. In regards to that, are there archaeologists in this world? Black says, I am afraid that. White says, we don't recognize that term. People who dig up ruins and study the past? Black says, oh yes there are. White says, but they are very few in number. With the goal of recovering lost knowledge, I would like your help. I want you to use the church's reputation to gather as many of them as you can. I will fully fund them, provide guards or hire adventurers, and provide a map of the ancient empire. Black says, of course. White says, we will send word out immediately. The other end of the teleporter is already active, but you will need someone with mana to activate this end. There are already some books I managed to recover in the library. If need be, you can use them to attract people. White says, we don't have anyone with mana. Black says, but we can get someone from the Mage Guild. I am headed there next. I will have them send people over. You will need to set up the teleporter somewhere secure and control who has access to it. Black says, don't worry. White says, we will keep it safe. That is good. Oh, can either of you manipulate life force? White says, I can. Black says, I can only steal it. Okay, so it does have to do with being a healer. Interesting. After that, we turn the conversation to less important things and have some tea. It would be rude to just up and leave considering I haven't spoken to them in a while. Besides, they always have good information about the common people. It is satisfying to know that all the bad dreams ended when I blew up the kingdom capital. Other than that, from what they tell me, my fame is spreading even faster among the common people. Other than those who are racist, most commoners see me as a hero type. This, of course, is referring to the human commoners, even some of the lesser nobles. From what they tell me, if I hadn't been promoted to Duke, there might have been a riot. It is nice to know I am appreciated, even though it doesn't affect my plans. Once I have chatted with them for a while, I say my goodbyes and head for the Mage Guild. I had planned on just dealing with the front desk, but the second I walk in, I am escorted to Roddick's office. It would seem that this is now a standing order from the way the secretary acts. Roddick says, Ash, how can I help you? I need some mages to head over to the cathedral to activate a teleporter, Roddick says. Sure, no problem. Anything else? I need to borrow a mage for a few days. They don't need to be powerful, just enough mana to spark a ritual. But they need to be tight-lipped, Roddick says. What does this ritual do? Chapter 602. The ritual allows me to give a mana core to a beast man. Roddick says, what? That is possible. Yes, I've already had a number of successes with the procedure. Now I plan to convert the beastmen here in Ilium. Roddick says, "This mana core? Does it give the beastmen the ability to use mana?" "Yes, but not to the degree of a human mage. That will probably take a couple of generations." Roddick says, "Do you realize that you are taking away the only edge we humans have?" "No, there is one advantage that you will always have over the beastmen." Roddick says, "What would that be?" "Numbers. You will always outbreed the beastmen." Roddick says, "Considering how strong beastmen are, that isn't all that reassuring." "Well then, over the next couple of generations, you should probably build good relations with them," Roddick says. "Luckily, that is not my responsibility. Ambrose and whoever takes over after him can deal with that." "So, you are saying that if beastmen become capable of being mages, you won't recruit them?" Roddick says. "If there were beastmen right now who had the potential, I would recruit them. However, I probably won't be around in 2 generations. If all goes well, that will be Rat's call to make." "Yes, but Rat's attitude towards beastmen will be learned from her parents. You and Beliza will be the ones who shape her." Roddick says, "Oh, I think you underestimate the influence her Uncle Ash will have on her. Unfortunately, I don't know how much I will be around. Anyway, my mages." Roddick says, "The teleporter is easy, but for your ritual, I think Beliza is the best choice. I was thinking someone less important. It is just triggering a ritual." Roddick says, "If it was only that, I would agree. I have plenty of young mages who could keep their mouths shut. My concern is most of them would see the ritual and want to experiment on giving humans a beast core. That is how the beastmen were created, and it had an extremely high mortality rate." Roddick says, "Exactly. That is why I don't want any of the younger mages exposed to you and your crazy ideas." "In that case, are you sure you want Beliza spending time with me? We might plot against you?" Roddick says, "I don't really have anyone else I can trust with this, other than doing it myself, which I don't have time for." "All right, but don't say I didn't give you a way out." Roddick says, "It is fine. I can handle it. Besides, she can bring Rat with her so she can spend some time with you." "That is fine by me. We will be in a secure area," Roddick says, still worried about assassins. "Well, considering some attacked me today, yes," Roddick says. "What? When did this happen? Why didn't you say anything sooner?" "I thought you already knew. I figured Boric would notify you since there were also 2 demons involved," Roddick says. "Demons inside the city." Roddick immediately touches a control on his desk and asks for Beliza. While we are waiting, I tell him in detail what happened with the demons. Then the door opens and Rat runs through the door and straight over to me for a hug. As I pick her up and swing her around, Beliza comes in through the door with a smile on her face. Beliza seems to be a completely different person since Rat came into her life. Her smile fades when Roddick tells her about the assassins and demons. Beliza says, "A city guard did come in earlier to request a mage for a crime scene, but didn't give any details." Roddick says, "Boric should have informed us. That might be my fault. I might have caused him to panic." Roddick says, "What did you do to Boric?" "I told him no more treats from Sarah until the city was safe." Beliza laughs and says, "That would definitely make him panic." Before anyone else can say anything, the door opens again, and a mage leads in a city guard. The guard is covered in sweat and is short of breath, like he just ran across the city. The mage escorting him looks nervous about having interrupted our meeting. Mage says, "Sorry, Guildmaster," but he said it was urgent. Guard says, "Lord Ash, there has been a huge event." "What happened?" Guard says, "Not long ago your mount smashed her way into the Free Union Embassy." Roddick says, "What would Lizzie want in an embassy?" "I sent her out looking for demons. I would guess she found some." Beliza says, "If there are demons in the embassy, this is going to be a huge deal. Attacking an embassy, regardless of the reason, could start a war." "Yeah, I better go see what is going on." Beliza says, "I will come with you." Everyone knows you are no diplomat. Since she is right, I don't even try to argue. I just hand Rat to Roddick and leave with her following. The guard hurries ahead to lead the way as we exit the Mage Tower. When we reach the Free Union Embassy, I find Lizzie out front with Boric standing next to her. As for the embassy itself, The front door and the frame around it are pretty much gone. Considering Lizzie's size, I am guessing that the inside is probably even worse. There is also a well-dressed man yelling at Boric. He is of average height and has a head of gray hair, Beliza says. That is the Free Union ambassador Marco Undine. Lizzie, what is going on? Lizzie says, I was just doing what you told me. Now this little human is asking to be eaten. Marco, hearing this, immediately turns white and steps back away from Lizzie. Seeing that Boric's face turns bright red, he is obviously trying really, really hard not to laugh. From the twinkle in Lizzie's eye, I can tell she isn't serious. She is just having fun scaring Marco. So, I take it you found some demons? Marco yells, demons? Lizzie says, yes, I found and killed 4 before coming here. Inside there were 10 of them, but 4 got away because the humans got in my way. Marco says, wait, are you saying there were 10 demons in my embassy? Lizzie says, yes, and some got away because of you? Are you telling me that they are faster than you? Lizzie says, no. Of course not. The humans kept me from chasing them. They have probably left the city by now. Think you can still catch them? Lizzie says, sure. Then go get them. Marco says, if she crosses the border into the Free Union, it could lead to war. If the Free Union is harboring demons, it will absolutely lead to war. Marco says, we are not harboring anyone. In fact, I still don't believe there are any demons. Where are the corpses of the 6 that Lizzie killed? Boric says, still inside. The ambassador refuses to let us in. Marco says, the embassy is the territory of the Free Union. None of you are allowed to enter. Chapter 603. If you do not let us enter and check the bodies, then you will be starting a war, Beliza says. Ash, calm down. Don't do anything stupid. Marco says, Ash, you are Duke Ash. Yes, I am. Marco says, forgive me for not recognizing you. I was only recently made ambassador. Please, come inside. That was a quick change in attitude. Marco says, I've been ordered not to interfere with you. You basically own a quarter of the Free Union already. I don't know if I would go that far. Marco says, I would. Money matters the most in my country, and a lot of the biggest merchants owe you money. I don't know anything about that. Pole handles all the merchant stuff, Marco says. Is that so? Well, regardless, you may enter. Please, follow me. I will show you the bodies. As I follow Marco, Boric, and Beliza fall in behind me to enter the embassy. It was obviously a very nice room before Lizzie went through it. Now it looks like a disaster zone. This place, while grand and fancy, was nowhere big enough for Lizzie to move through. Of course, that didn't stop her. It probably didn't even slow her down much. From the looks of things, it is about the same effect as driving a tank through the building. Marco leads us through what is left of a few rooms before we reach the bodies. Marco says, they didn't look like this when I left. Demons use illusion spells to appear human. The spell wears off after they die. Marco says, my country has really been infiltrated by demons. It would seem so. These 10 people, who were they supposed to be? Marco says. A trade delegation from the capital. They had all the proper documents and passes. Boric says, it sounds like they have infiltrated the capital at least. Beliza says, it makes sense. When the war begins, they will want a foothold. Having people in the country would make it easier when they reach the border. The demons are moving sooner than I expected. Unfortunately, that means they are already a step ahead of us. Marco says, I have to inform the president immediately. Do you have a method to find the demons? Marco says, well, no. Can you guarantee that they haven't infiltrated the high levels of the government? Marco says, of course not. Then I would suggest waiting until we have a plan before you do anything. Marco says, all right, but it needs to be quick. I can only delay sending a warning for a short time. Okay, first, Beliza, can you run over to the cathedral and ask if they have a reliable way to detect demons who are under illusion spells? Beliza says, sure. Marco says, what if they can't? Then our second option is beastmen who have a strong sense of smell. Lizzie and I were able to find the demons by scent. Marco says normally I would be against it, But demons are completely outside what I am prepared to deal with. In this case, I will follow what you say. Don't worry, I will help the Free Union free itself from the demons. Marco says, "Thank you, Lord Ash." Barrick, can you get these bodies taken over to the Mage Guild? Barrick says, "Sure, right away." Marco, let's check the rest of your people to make sure no more demons are hiding among them. Marco says, "Okay." Following Marco, I go through the rest of the embassy, but none of the others are demons. The rest of the building, which Lizzie didn't reach, is rich but tasteful. By the time I am done checking the embassy staff, Beliza and Lizzie have both returned. Beliza says the church has a method, but it is only reliable, only the lowest rank of demons. Okay, Lizzie. Did you catch them? Lizzie says, of course. With the 2 I killed, that makes a total of 16 so far in Ilium. This tells me that the demons are serious about infiltrating. We need to take steps to counter them quickly. Boric says, so, what is the plan? First, Lizzie, go finish your sweep of the city. Lizzie says, okay, and runs off. Boric, you are going to need to clean up after her. Boric sighs and says, all right. Marco, how hard would it be to allow Lizzie to sweep through the Free Union, killing any demon she finds? Marco says, extremely difficult. The only one who could allow that would be the president. Would it be easier if it was a squad of beastmen? Marco says, not really. Okay, what if it was me? Marco says, that would be much easier. In that case, it is going to have to wait for a bit. I still have things to take care of. Luckily, I doubt the demons are ready to do anything major. Marco says, then I am going to need to report on this situation. All right, but just report on the 10 demons in the embassy, nothing more. I don't want to spook the demons and have them run off. Marco says, I can do that. Beliza says, what about me? You are coming with me. Roddick loaned you to me. Beliza says, oh, what am I doing? I will explain on the way. As I am explaining about the ritual to Beliza, we walk back to my area and head into Pole's offices. I am glad to see that there are guards on the door and the roof. There are also more guards inside. When we are led into Pole's office, there are guards here as well. It looks like he listened. Pole says, my lord, what can I do for you? First, I need an empty room. Second, I need to tell you about demon activity. Anya says, demons. As Pole leads me to an empty room, I start explaining about the day's activities. Then as I set up the ritual, I explain the procedure for giving a beastman a mana core and the effects. Once the ritual is ready, I tell Beliza how to activate it according to Core's instructions. Beliza says, that is simple enough. Pole says, we are going through this procedure. You, all your people, and all the guards. Over the next couple of days, I plan to perform it on all the beastmen in the city. Anya says, didn't you say it takes about an hour each time? There are hundreds of beastmen in Ilium right now? I am aware of that, but I am hoping to keep getting faster at the procedure with practice. Anya says, well, even if it takes days, it is a worthy endeavor. So let's get started. Once the ritual is charged, I start the procedure on Pole. It goes perfectly. Not having the image created by Yue makes it a little harder, but I manage. As soon as Pole is done, it is Anya's turn. They insisted that they had to go through it before their people. Chapter 604. Their level of care about their people is one of the things I like most about them. Pole would never put profits above his people, and if he tried, Anya would beat him. Their people are aware of this, and in return are insanely loyal to them. Anya's procedure goes even smoother than Pole's, but by the time both are done, it is fairly late. Beliza has been watching the entire time with wide and excited eyes. It is obvious that she wants to know more about the procedure and how it works. Luckily, she is able to control her curiosity. Otherwise, Roddick wouldn't have sent her. Before she returns to the guild, I tell her to come back tomorrow and to bring Rad if she wants. I also have Pole arrange for his top people to be available at about 1 per hour. Then I head back to the inn and check to see if Lizzie is back, which she is. She reports that she found no more demons, and then kicks me out so she can go to sleep. Laughing, I leave her be and head into the inn to check in with Sarah, who looks mad. What is wrong, Sarah? Sarah says, I thought I told you not to cause any trouble. I didn't. It wasn't my fault. Sarah says, as if assassins weren't bad enough, now there are demons in the city. No, not anymore. They are all dead. Lizzie verified it. Sarah says, dead or not, they have to have been here because of you. What makes you say that? Sarah says, because before you arrived, the city was peaceful and had been for years. If I hadn't arrived, you would be dying of boredom, Sarah says. Well, I guess that is true, but I can still blame you. Woman's logic. Fine, blame me all you want, Sarah says. Yay, I win. So, would you like some dinner? I appreciate the offer, but I will be returning to the tower to have dinner with everyone. You are welcome to join us, Sarah says. Thanks, but no thanks. I will stay here and keep busy. It helps a little. All right, I will be back in the morning. With that, I head upstairs and use the teleporter to return to the tower. Heading to the dining room, I find everyone is already there. But no one has touched the table full of food. Miria is there, awake and looking a lot better, which is quite the relief. Miria, good to see you awake. How do you feel? Miria says, I feel amazing. That is good. I am glad to see you awake. Before sitting down, I make sure to pet all 4 of the kids and give them some love. As soon as I take my seat, everyone digs in. It is nice that they waited for me. While I am eating, I notice that Miria is still eating a lot more than usual. Miria, have you tested your strength yet? Miria says yes as soon as I woke up. I might be as strong as you now? I doubt that, but we can test it later if you want. Miria says absolutely. So after we finish eating and put the kids to bed, Miria tries her strength against mine. We start off with arm wrestling, but Miria can't even move my arm. She gets pretty upset, but even using both arms, she can't move mine. Not bad. You are about 3 to 4 times as strong as you used to be, Miria says. It is not enough. How can I be as strong as you? I don't know exactly. I am fairly unique. It depends on whether or not your core can be improved. If it can, you will become stronger. If it can't, you have few options. Miria says, how can I tell if my core can be upgraded? Give it a couple more days to settle down and I will test it. For now, you can still improve your strength through exercise. Not only that, but you need to work on your control, especially around humans. Miria says, what do you mean? At your current strength, if you shake hands with a human and squeeze too hard, you could break their hand? Miria says, oh, I will be careful. It should be safe for you to start training with Katara tomorrow, but take it slowly. And if you have any problems or any pain, come find me. Miria says, okay. Will using mana make me stronger? Part of the Night Mage training is how to use spells to strengthen and protect yourself. The rest is offensive magic and close combat training, Miria says. Do you think this will enable me to defeat my mother? Once you complete the training, you should be able to defeat her easily. Miria says, in that case, can you hold off on killing her? I would like to do it myself. No matter how much you hate her, she is still your mother, Miria says. I am absolutely sure. Don't worry, I have thought about this a lot. It isn't a rash decision. All right, if you are sure, then I will leave your mother to you, Miria says. Thank you. Ash! Miria jumps up and hugs me. She even kisses me on the cheek, but I stop her from going further. When I put her back on her feet, she just smiles at me, not sorry at all. It would seem that if she ever gets as strong as me, I will need to be really careful. In the morning, after breakfast, I head back to Ilium and meet up with Beliza. She has Rat with her, who switches from her arms to mine, and we all go together to Pole's place. Once Beliza triggers the ritual, she takes out a bunch of Rat's toys and gives them to her. While I am working on the first Beastman of the day, I finally satisfy Beliza's curiosity. I explain to her the procedure I am doing and how it works in detail. This leads into a general discussion about magic, which lasts all the way until lunch. Lunch is sent over by Sarah, and by the time it arrives, I've performed the procedure on 7 Beastmen. As I hoped with practice, I am getting faster at the procedure, even being able to talk while performing it. After lunch, I continue the procedures and the conversation with Beliza. Beliza is engrossed in the conversation and doesn't notice that Rat is also paying attention. I notice, but I don't mention it. If Rat is interested, I have no problem with her learning from me. In fact, I even dumbed down some of the concepts to make sure she can understand it. As far as I know, she is still playing at being mute with Roddick and Beliza. While I am not sure why she is doing it, I am not planning to interfere. But I am starting to think that maybe I should find a way to have a private chat with her. From the way she is ignoring her toys to follow our conversation, she obviously has some interest in magic. Now the trick is to find out how much and what, if anything, I should do about it. Obviously, I am not going to force or pressure her into anything, but if she wants my help, I will give it. Chapter 605. If nothing else, I am really curious why she is pretending to be mute, and why she is still continuing. While I haven't known Roddick and Beliza long, I have a good impression of them. I highly doubt they are abusive or anything, but you never know. When I resume the procedures after lunch, I also resume the discussion about magic. Beliza has had a limited time in the tower, so her preconceptions about magic have changed a lot. Our conversation just helps her expand on what she learned in the tower. A lot of what she knows about magic is incorrect, and she first needs to unlearn it. While it will work, the magic she learned limits everything and cripples the imagination. What I am slowly teaching her is closer to the basic truth of magic and will broaden her mind. Oh, by the way, Beliza, what is the guild planning to do with the demon bodies? Beliza says, we will study them. Do you mind a suggestion? Beliza says. Not at all, since the cathedral can't do it. Can you work on a way to detect demons? Beliza says, that will be hard, but I think Roddick would allow us to try. Or, if that is too hard, you could try to work on a way to defeat illusions. Beliza says, there are already spells to counter illusions, so that should be possible. It would be best as some kind of item. Something that could be placed at the city gates. That way the demons can't enter the city. Beliza says. That is a good idea. I will discuss it with Roddick later. You could go talk to him about it now. I can watch Rat. I only really need you if I need to restart the ritual, Beliza says. All right, I will go talk to him now. The sooner we get people working on it, the better. I will be back shortly. As she gets ready to leave, I focus on the procedure on the beast man in front of me. When she leaves, I wait a few minutes before I turn to smile at Rat. Before I say anything to her, I get the beast man to promise to keep anything he hears a secret. Rat, how have you been doing? Do you like living with Roddick and Beliza? Rat says, I am great. I love my new life. Thank you. You are welcome. But why are you pretending to be mute? Rat says, because it makes it easier for them to forget. I am around. That is when they speak their minds and I can learn the truth. What truth did you learn? Rat says that they truly care about each other and me. No bad news. Rat says, nope, they aren't hiding anything. That is great. So then why are you still playing mute? Rat says, because it is fun. You know, it would mean a lot to them for you to speak to them. Rat says, I know, I will stop playing soon. So, do you have any questions about the magic discussion earlier? Rat says, yes. With the procedure complete, I send the beastman out and have the next one come in. As I start the procedure again, I also start answering all of Rat's questions, and she has a lot. At her request, I even teach her a few basic exercises to help her develop her mana pool and control. Even at her young age, she is a quick study. By the time Beliza returns, she has learned the exercises. From her excitement, I am willing to bet that magic is going to be her chosen path. While that could change with age, it isn't too likely, especially if she has fun with it. Rat says, hi. Beliza freezes and her eyes fill with tears as she stares at Rat in shock. Seeing her reaction, Rat laughs and runs over to hug Beliza. It is a touching moment. To give them the illusion of privacy, I turn and focus on the procedure. After a few minutes, Rat returns to playing with her toys and Beliza sits down with a huge smile. It is obvious that she is happy and she has completely forgotten everything else. I stay quiet and let her bask in the moment until I finish on the current beastman and send him out. So, what did Roddick say? Beliza says. Oh, he said yes? If the research runs into any problems, let me know. I might be able to offer some suggestions. Beliza says, all right, I will keep you informed. Thank you. With that, I turn my attention back to the procedure, and Beliza plays with Rat. When dinner time comes around, I tell Beliza that we are done for the day. Doing so many procedures has left me with a headache, but I did manage to complete 14 procedures today. Of course, with hundreds still to go, that isn't very impressive. At this rate, it will take months. Just to convert the army will take a year if I don't find a way to speed up the process. It needs to be faster so that the Beastmen have time to adapt to the changes before the war starts. With just me, no matter how fast I get, it isn't going to be enough. I need a different solution. White said she could control life force like I do, but she can't manipulate mana. Maybe, if she has other priestesses that can do the same, I could train them to work with some mages. When I return to the inn, I thank Sarah for the lunch and then return to the tower. After having dinner with the kids and the others, I spend some time thinking about the problem. If White has more people who can manipulate life force, then all I need is some trustworthy mages. Yue, Core, how hard was it to make the portable ritual? Core says it was fairly easy. Why? Do you need another? I am thinking about it. Doing it alone, I would spend from now until the war starts just trying to convert people. Yui says, that is true. The process takes too long and there are too many beastmen. Core says, while we have made progress, we still can't manipulate life force. Without you, there is no way to create the artificial core. That isn't entirely true. It seems healers can gain the ability to manipulate life force. Yui says, is that true? Yes, White said she was able to do it. Core says, if that is the case, we might be able to help you. What do you mean? Yui says, we have been working on a way to make a ritual that does the entire procedure. The only thing we couldn't do was find a way to manipulate the life force. You mean you could make a ritual that does everything else, including the mana conduits and veins? Yui says. Yes, it can do everything except move the life force. So if the church has some people who can manipulate life force, then we can perform the procedure?